The great bell of the September of Baylor rang across King's Landing, and the city flinched. Its voice was deep enough to feel in the ribs, loud enough to drown out gulls at the docks and hammers in the smithies. It rolled over red roofs and crooked lanes, over flea-bottom smoke and stink, up to the Red Keep's hard silhouette like a warning carried on iron. That bell did not ring for nothing. Dockworkers paused mid-lift, salt in their beards, hands slick with oil and sweat. One man shaded his eyes and stared toward Visigna's Hill. "Not market day," he muttered. "And I heard no wedding talk." "Nor a death," another said, lower. "Not one they'd announce, anyway." Gong. 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 3 slow tolls. In Flea Bottom, beggars rose from doorways. Mothers stopped stirring thin pots. Dogs barked, pigs squealed, and a child holding a crust forgot to chew. "Does that mean war?" a little girl asked, hair a nest of pale curls. Her mother watched the Red Keep, face tight. "Could be a birth," she said after a moment. "Or a death." Gong. Again. High within the great September, red-robed septons hauled on the rope with grim, practiced hands. No one spoke. The order had not come from the faith. It had come from the Red Keep, sealed and delivered by a white cloak sworn to the king. Along the Street of Sisters, nobles stepped out of their carriages in embroidered cloaks, looking up as if the sky itself had cracked. Shops went quiet. A blacksmith's hammer hung frozen in the air. A baker forgot his loaves until the smell of burning crust brought him back. Questions spread before the answers did. Did the queen die in childbirth? Is the king dead? He was alive yesterday. Then who? And why the September bell? The city didn't wait for a herald. By the 6th toll, the whisper was already everywhere, crawling through taverns and temples, slipping from gold cloak to fishwife to merchant to whore, catching like fire in dry straw. The Mad King is dead. No proclamation was read from a scroll. No singer announced it with dramatic flair. The gold cloaks simply moved through the streets with heavy faces and a script that had been handed down from someone high in the Tower of the Hand. Near the Iron Market, a guardsman shouted, voice flat with forced solemnity. "King Ares, second of his name, may the 7 guide his soul, has passed in the night. His death is a tragedy to all Westeros. We honor the memory of his grace." A few people made the sign of the 7. A few bowed their heads. A few even wept. But behind shutters and inside crumbling rooms, the small folk smiled. Because they knew. They knew the smoke that rose from Maegor's holdfast when his fury took him. They knew the screams that followed the red robes. They knew what it meant when pyromancers came walking down a street, and why you kept your children indoors when they did. 2 nights ago, the stink of burned flesh had clung to stone behind the stables. A stable boy, a merchant, told his wife as he set up his stall. "Burned alive." 10 maybe. Said he tried to poison the king. "Did he?" she asked. "No," the merchant said. "The boy never went near the kitchens. Was afraid of fire." She spat into the dirt. Then the gods finally did one thing right. From the Street of Flower to the Hook, from Chataya's to the halls on Visigna's Hill, memory moved through the city like a tide. The laughter in the throne room. The darting eyes. The long silver nails. The stink of wildfire in the sewers like a snake under the stones. They remembered, and they did not mourn. In safe corners and quiet shadows, the whisper shifted into something else. Maybe the prince will be better. Maybe the madness ends. Maybe the dragons are truly dead. And under the false prayers and dutiful grief, something unfamiliar began to settle over King's Landing. The air felt lighter. The wind seemed cleaner. The stones beneath their feet felt, just slightly, less cursed. The Mad King was dead. And for the first time in a generation, the city dared to hope. Inside Maegor's holdfast, there was no hope. Only stunned silence and the choking perfume of disbelief. It had been a strange death. No blade. No poison. No wildfire. Just a bone. A simple chicken bone. The royal dining hall had been dressed like a stage. Long table, polished silver, candles burning even in daylight, food laid out to look like peace. Ares had demanded a family meal, a show for the realm, a proof that the dragon house was whole. That alone was unsettling. He rarely ate in the presence of his own blood. Queen Riella sat 2 seats to his left, hair bound under a jeweled net, hands clenched in her lap hard enough to whiten her knuckles. Her face was calm in the way a person becomes calm after too many storms. Across from her sat Princess Elia Martell, delicate and watchful, with little Rhaenys beside her and the infant Aegon in a wet nurse's arms nearby. Behind them stood the king guard in white, unmoving as carved stone, Gerald Hightower, Oswell Went, Jaime Lannister. No one breathed too loudly. No one dared reach for anything too quickly. Prince Rhaegar was absent. Aerys noticed, of course. He dares not show his face, the king hissed between bites, bitterness staining every word. My own son, lost in songs, and that Northbourne girl. Elia's spine went rigid for half a heartbeat. Aerys saw it and smiled like a man picking at a wound. You still think him noble, don't you? Your precious prince. He crowned the wolf girl in front of the realm, and you sat there and swallowed it. His wine-dark lips curled. Or are you too busy plotting poison? He laughed then, a brittle, cracking sound that made the candles feel colder. Elia lowered her eyes. Riella said nothing. Even Rhaenys had learned what silence meant at this table. The king had built a ritual out of fear. Every dish was tasted first by Elia and her children before he allowed it near his mouth. Soup, bread, meat, even the roast itself. Only when he was satisfied did he eat. Tonight was no different. Aerys was chewing chicken roasted sweet with honey and orange when his hand stilled. The fork slipped from his fingers with a sharp clink. His eyes bulged, sudden and animal. A noise scraped out of his throat, half cough, half gasp. For an instant, no one moved. It was always dangerous to move first around Aerys. Then the king clawed at his neck, stood abruptly, and knocked over his goblet. Dornish wine spilled across the white cloth like blood. He was choking. Riella surged up first, instinct outrunning fear. Jaime moved with her, faster than thought, but what could a sword do against a bone? There was no assassin to cut down, no steel to parry. Only a man dying in the ugliest, simplest way. Aerys flailed, hands tearing at his own throat, face turning a terrible color as the small sharp thing lodged deep and refused to move. Moments. That was all it took. He pitched forward, struck the table edge with a sickening crack, and collapsed. His crown tilted, rolled free, and rang softly as it spun across stone. Silence swallowed the room. Elia held Rhaenys close, frozen. Riella dropped to her knees beside the body, trembling hand reaching as if she could pull him back from death by touch alone. But there was no maester close enough. No miracle. No prayer that would matter. They tested the food. Tasted the wine. Found no poison. There was no foul play. The king had died as any man might, from a single bone caught wrong. And with that, the realm changed shape. In the rookery, maesters moved fast, ink-stained fingers flying. Ravens were fitted with messages sealed in red wax stamped with a 3-headed dragon. Each carried the same cold truth. King Aerys too has passed from this world. Crown Prince Rhaegar is summoned to assume the throne. The coronation will be held in the capital upon his return. All great lords are called to swear fealty. Ravens burst from the towers in a black storm, scattering toward Winterfell, Sunspear, the Eyrie, Old Town, Storm's End, Riverrun. Riders went too. Fast men. Trusted men. Saddles tightened, scrolls secured, gates thrown open. Because there was a problem no raven could solve. Rhaegar was gone. He had not returned since Harrenhal, since the crown of winter roses and the wolf girl and the moment that made 1,000 tongues wag and 1,000 alliances tremble. Some said Dragonstone. Some swore they saw him near the Trident, alone. Others whispered he had vanished with Lyanna Stark and that nothing good could come of it. Now the realm had no patience for riddles. In the Tower of the Hand, lords and councillors gathered with pale faces and quick voices. Lord Chelstead sat shaken, pushing breath through his teeth as if it hurt. The realm must not drift, he said hoarsely. We crown the prince before others move. The lions will stir. The stags will watch. We act swiftly. A man asked the question no one wanted to hear aloud. Where do we send the crown? No one answered. Only this. Find Prince Rhaegar. Across Westeros, ravens landed. Some lords read the words with relief, some with caution. A few with quiet ambition they did not speak. And in Winterfell, beneath the red leaves of the weirwood, a man stood reading a message that would change the fate of his daughter. The fire had died hours ago. What remained was only ash and cold, creeping up through the floorboards and curling along Harry's spine like smoke that refused to leave. He sat folded into a creaky chair, elbows on his knees, staring at the black mouth of the hearth. The cottage was too quiet. No clock. No wind. Just that thick, dead stillness a place gets when laughter has been gone too long. Ron had left. Hermione too. The fact clung to him like wet cloth, heavy and chilling, impossible to shake off. It hadn't even been a proper fight. Not the kind where people shout and slam doors and then come back later with apologies. Ron had just hardened over time. Bitter. Worn down by hunger, fear, and running. When he finally snapped, Hermione had looked at Harry like she wanted to say 1,000 things and couldn't. She'd only whispered, "I'm sorry." Then she walked into the night after him. And that was that. Harry hadn't moved from the chair since. He didn't blame them. Not fully. What had he given them to believe in? A boy with a wand and a prophecy, stumbling from hideout to hideout like he had a plan. He wasn't Dumbledore. He wasn't Moody. He was a half-drained teenager carrying a war on his back because everyone else needed him to. A hero by title. Nothing more. He leaned back, eyes following the cracks in the ceiling as if they might spell out an answer. "I should have been ready," he muttered. He had always known Voldemort would return. From Quirrell. From the diary. From the graveyard. From the dreams that weren't dreams. From the pain in his scar that never lied. And what had Harry done with that knowledge? He'd wasted it. He'd spent years chasing normal like it was something he was allowed to have. Chess with Ron. Homework with Hermione. Quidditch and detentions and pretending he was just another student. He wasn't. And now the cost was sitting in an empty cottage alone. "I should have spent every bloody day learning," he said, bitterness sharpening his voice. Real magic. Wards. Tracking. Combat. Not essays in theory and pretending it was enough. He stood and started pacing, fists clenched tight. They all knew, he hissed at the walls. Dumbledore. McGonagall. Lupin. Moody. They knew he'd come back, and nobody taught me how to kill him. They taught him to pass exams. They taught him to hold a wand correctly. They taught him how to survive a school year. They did not teach him a war. The weight in his chest pressed harder, years of expectation condensing into one ugly truth. He was alone, abandoned, and unready. "For what?" he whispered. "So I can die in the dirt while the ministry argues about blood?" He stopped pacing and lowered himself back into the chair, slower now. Tired in a way sleep wouldn't fix. "Why should it be me?" The words sounded childish the moment they left his mouth, but he didn't take them back. He'd never asked to be chosen. Never asked to be a symbol. Never asked for a prophecy to hang around his neck like a chain. Voldemort had killed his parents. But other people had buried parents too. The war didn't only ruin the Potters. It tore through the whole world. So why was he the one still fighting? He thought of the prophecy again. A handful of words, vague and ancient, that sentenced a child to die. "Why should I fight for them?" he asked softly. The wizarding world hadn't fought for him. They praised him when it was easy, feared him when it wasn't. They loved the story of Harry Potter more than they'd ever cared about the boy. "Where were they when I was starving in a cupboard?" he asked the empty room. "Where were they when they thought I was the heir of Slytherin? When they called me a liar in 4th year?" No answer. Only silence. His wand lay on the table, catching a faint glint of light. Harry stared at it for a long time. He could keep going. Keep hunting Horcruxes. Keep bleeding for a world that had never given him anything but a hollow title. Or he could walk away. No one would stop him. And if they tried, he still had his wand. "I owe them nothing," he said. This time, he meant it. The decision didn't come with drama. No roaring defiance. No sudden courage. Just a quiet, cold clarity settling in, slow as mist. He would leave. Not tomorrow. Not after one more attempt. Now. Let Voldemort have the ministry. Let the Order cling to their doomed plans. Let the world burn if it wanted to burn. Harry Potter was finished being their weapon. He would disappear. He would live. But reality had teeth. He was out of money. He could run across borders, hide in Muggle cities, vanish into any number of places, but he couldn't live on stubbornness. He needed gold. And the only place that still held what his parents had left him was Gringotts. Hagrid had once told him the goblins didn't care about sides. Gold and law, that was all. They wouldn't care what the prophet printed or who wore the minister's chain. If his vault still stood, and if he could reach it, they would have to open it. And Harry refused to let his parents' legacy fall into hands that didn't deserve it. Not the ministry. Not the Death Eaters. Not anyone who had watched his life like a spectacle. He pulled the invisibility cloak tight around his shoulders. The fabric shimmered once, then swallowed him. He slipped out into the nearest Muggle street and waited as the night bus rumbled into view, its headlights cutting through mist. He didn't board. He climbed instead, careful and silent, and rode on the roof all the way to Charing Cross. Unseen. Unnoticed. Untouchable. The leaky cauldron felt wrong the moment he stepped inside. It used to smell like warmth and stew and smoke. Now it felt hollow. The hearth was cold. Tables were shoved into corners. Only 2 wizards sat hunched over a single tankard, whispering like the walls had ears. But it wasn't the quiet that hit Harry. It was the posters. His face was everywhere, enchanted parchment fluttering slightly in stale air. Undesirable no. 1. Wanted for questioning. Reward, 5,000 galleons. Do not approach. Report immediately. The moving image of him looked older than he should have. Harder. Angry. Like a stranger wearing his skin. He slid past without a sound and waited near the brick archway until one of the wizards stumbled out. Then Harry followed, stepping through as the bricks parted. Diagon Alley looked like a place that had been robbed of its soul. Cobblestones cracked and blackened. Windows boarded. Signs broken. The sweet smell of sugar and roasted nuts replaced by dust and the faint bite of old smoke. Ollivander's was ash. Flourish and Blotz sat behind metal bars. Madame Malkin's shop was dark, a single robe shifting in the breeze like a ghost. No children. No excited parents. Only silence and the slow patrol of Aurors, hands near their wands, eyes hunting shadows. Harry watched them pass and understood what it meant. It didn't matter what badge they wore now. If they caught him, there would be no trial. They would deliver him straight to Voldemort. So he moved like a rumor. Silenced his footsteps. Tightened the cloak. Stayed close to walls and darkness. No mistakes. He reached Gringotts and crouched in shadow near the marble steps. Goblin guards stood at the doors in jagged armor, faces carved into sneers. Harry waited until the last witch left, clutching a small bag like it was her entire life. Then he moved. Across the marble floor, memories rose uninvited. Hagrid beside him. The echo of footsteps. The wonder of being 11 and safe and certain the world held good things. Now the chandeliers burned with greenish light. The goblins looked tired. War had found even this place, even if it pretended otherwise. Harry revealed himself to a teller in a blind spot, cloak had pushed back just enough for recognition. The goblin's mouth curled into something sharp. "What can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" "I want to close my vault," Harry said, flat and final. "Permanently." The goblin's eyes glittered. "Running away?" Harry didn't blink. "Preparing. If I die, what's mine doesn't go to people who shouldn't have it." That answer pleased the goblin. More than it should have. "Wise," it said, and snapped long fingers. Harry was escorted deeper into the bank, into a small office where another goblin sat behind a desk of parchment and quills. "Name," it demanded. "Harry Potter." "And what do you wish?" "Transfer everything that's mine." "Close the account." A scroll was produced. "Verification required." "Blood." "Read." Harry read every line twice. Goblins loved wording like spiders loved webs. The terms were clean enough. He reclaimed what was registered to his name. Goblin-made artifacts reverted to Gringotts upon closure. Fine. He didn't want goblin goldwork or their prideful blades. He wanted his inheritance. His documents. His heirlooms. He pricked his finger. 3 drops fell onto the parchment. Runes shimmered, and the contract sealed with a soft pulse of magic. Wait. Harry sat rigid, listening to the scratch of quill. Minutes passed. The goblin spoke without looking up. The ministry pressures us. They want us to choose. And you? Harry asked. The goblin's smile returned, thin and cruel. We serve gold, not men. A small trunk was brought in, black and etched with deep sigils, clasp-shaped like a silver fong. This contains your holdings, the goblin said. Gold, documents, heirlooms. Bound to your blood and a spoken password. Harry touched the clasp. Serious, he whispered. Click. Bound. He slid it into his enchanted pocket and stood. Thank you. Good fortune in your war, the goblin said, like it was a joke. Harry turned to leave. And froze. Bellatrix Lestrange had just entered the lobby. He knew her gait before he saw her face. The wild eyes. The cruel mouth. Madness wrapped in silk and black robes trailing like smoke. And under her arm, wrapped carelessly, was something Harry recognized with a sudden, sick heat behind his ribs. The sword of Gryffindor. Sirius's face flashed in his mind. The laugh Bellatrix had given as he fell through the veil. Rage surged. But he didn't move. A wand fight in Gringotts was suicide. So Harry followed. Bellatrix was led down a side corridor toward the carts. Harry ghosted behind her, silent, unseen. At the tracks, she climbed into a cart with a goblin. Harry stunned the goblin for a heartbeat, just long enough to slip in behind them as the cart launched forward. The world became speed and darkness. Metal screamed. Wind tore at the cloak. Harry clung tight until the cart finally slowed. Lestrange Vault. Bellatrix stepped out, impatient, as the goblin worked the door. The moment she moved forward, the package still tucked under her arm, Harry slid in. Fast. Precise. His hand closed on the sword. Gone. Bellatrix spun, a scream ripping out of her. My sword! Her wand snapped up, fury unfocused. She turned on the goblin. You! Thieving filth. The goblin lifted its hands, protesting. Bellatrix didn't listen. A red flash. The goblin dropped. Harry's stomach turned. Enough. He threw off the cloak. Bellatrix's grin cut across her face like a wound. Well, undesirable number 1. Her wand rose. You're coming with me. Harry moved first. Stupefy. Protego. Expelliarmus. Fast, clean, defensive. He dodged, rolled, used the stone for cover. Bellatrix cackled, dark spells scorching the floor, heat warping the air. Then she did something reckless. Fiendfire. Flame erupted, alive and hungry, twisting into shapes that looked like beasts made of hatred. It devoured stone. It climbed. It roared. And Bellatrix's control slipped. The fire turned. Her scream cut through the vault as cursed flames swallowed her whole, robes and flesh and wand, leaving only ash and the stench of burned magic. The vault groaned. Somewhere deeper inside, another sound rose. Not hers. Something inhuman. Then silence. Harry felt it, like a chain snapping. A Horcrux. Destroyed. The fire surged outward. Harry ran. Down tunnels, breath-tearing, heart-hammering. He burst into a chamber and saw it, a pale dragon chained in agony, ribs too visible, eyes huge and terrified. He didn't think. Reducto. Chains exploded. The dragon roared, raw and shaking, and Harry vaulted onto its back. Go, he shouted. Fly. The dragon lunged. Not up. Down. It dove into a vast dark well beneath the bank, and Harry clung to its spine as they vanished into the depths.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Wintertown was quieter than usual, even for a place that prided itself on silence. The snow had fallen lightly the night before, leaving a soft white dust across the stone rooftops and timber eaves. Smoke curled gently from chimneys. The sky was gray, with patches of pale light drifting between clouds like forgotten ghosts. The town slumbered in its usual rhythm, slow, practical, untouched by urgency. At the far edge of the main road, nestled between a blacksmith's forge and an old tannery long abandoned, stood the Frozen Tongue, the only inn worth noting in Winter Town. Its faded signs swung gently in the wind, carved in the shape of a frozen tongue, cracked but still hanging on. Inside, warmth and quiet ruled. The Frozen Tongue was rarely crowded. It came to life only when Winterfell itself did, during harvest feasts, marriages, or royal visits. Otherwise, the inn remained half-empty. Clean. Quiet. The kind of place where travelers passed through, left coin on the table, and vanished. The fire crackled softly in the hearth. Candles flickered along the walls. A few merchants sat at the far side of the room, nursing mugs of warm cider, whispering about road conditions and grain prices. 2 serving girls moved from table to table with practiced efficiency. The innkeeper, a stout woman with gray streaks in her braids, stood behind the counter, wiping a clean tankard with a cleaner cloth. And in the corner, the stranger sat. He wore a cloak of heavy furs, thick, layered, far more than was needed for the mild northern chill. It swallowed him, hood drawn low over his face, gloves covering his hands. Only the pale tip of his nose was visible, half reddened by the firelight. He said nothing. He drank slowly from a battered mug of strong ale, barely glancing at the others in the room. No one paid him much mind. The Northerners, after all, were not curious people. They valued silence. They respected distance. And if a man came to their town with his face covered and his voice quiet, it was not their business to wonder why. The door banged open. 2 Winterfell guards entered, stomping their boots against the threshold, shaking off bits of snow. One was tall and wide-shouldered with a bit of a limp, the other younger with a bristled beard and red ears. They were laughing. "Gods, it's colder in the castle than it is out here," the younger said, stripping off his gloves. "I swear the maester leaves the windows open just to freeze us out." "You'd be frozen regardless," the older one grunted. "That skin of yours wouldn't survive a real winter." The innkeeper offered them a nod, already reaching for the ale. "First round's warm," she said. "Second one's not." "Just like your heart, Marta," the older guard muttered with a grin. They sat at the nearest table, letting their gear clank softly against the wooden benches. Steam rose from their mugs. It was then the younger guard said it, loud enough to carry to every ear in the room. "So what now? The king's dead. Who wears the crown?" The words cut through the warmth like a sudden breeze. The stranger in the corner looked up. Just a tilt of the hood. Just a moment of stillness. The innkeeper turned first, brows knitting. "What do you mean, the king is dead?" she asked, placing her hands on the bar. The older guard took a drink, then shrugged. "It's true. Aerys Targaryen is dead. Died quietly, they say. Peacefully in his bed." "Never thought I'd hear peaceful and mad king in the same sentence," the younger added with a snort. "Ravens were sent out last night," the older continued. "Lord Stark got one this morning. Whole of Westeros will know by sundown." "Peacefully," Marta repeated, as if tasting the word and finding it bitter. "He burned half his court alive. Peaceful is not the death I'd imagined for him." The guards chuckled, and talk resumed, names of heirs, rumors of Rhaegar's whereabouts, talk of ravens and oaths and coming storms. But the stranger had already risen. His movement was quick, almost too quick. He left the mug half full on the table, the foam still clinging to the rim. He walked without sound, slipping past the tables like smoke, and took the stairs 2 at a time. He vanished into the shadows above. The innkeeper watched him go, narrowing her eyes slightly. The guards didn't notice. Neither did the merchants. But Marta, who had run this place for 3 decades and served more travelers than she could count, felt a flicker in her chest. A whisper of instinct. There was something about that man in the cloak. Something strange. And the north did not suffer strangeness easily. Upstairs, the narrow hallway creaked beneath the stranger's boots. The inn's 2nd floor was dim, lit only by a single oil lantern swaying gently on a rusted hook. The scent of firewood and boiled onions lingered faintly in the air. The man stopped before a plain door near the end of the hall. Then he knocked. 3 times. A patterned sharp pause, soft, deliberate, and unmistakable. From the other side came a voice. "Arthur? Is that you?" It was a man's voice, but light, elegant, too smooth to belong to a soldier or a smith. It danced through the door like the brush of silk. Arthur Danes smiled beneath his hood. "Yes." There was a short silence. "Just a moment," the voice replied. Arthur stood still, listening to faint sounds within, fabric shifting, hurried steps, the thump of something falling over. He glanced down the hall once, ensuring it was empty. Then the door cracked open, and he slipped inside without a word. The room was warm. A single candle flickered on the bedside table, its wax pooling over a stack of books. The window had been shuttered tightly, blocking any sight from the street below. Arthur's eyes swept the room in one trained motion. The bed was unmade. The sheets tangled. Pillows discarded. A blanket kicked to the floor. He noted the flush on the cheeks of Lyanna Stark, standing near the hearth, pulling a gray cloak around her shoulders. Her dark hair was disheveled, her expression wary but proud. On the far side of the room stood Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the Silver Prince. His hair was in a loose braid, a silver strand clinging to his temple with sweat. His tunic was fastened, but hastily, 3 buttons misaligned. He stood upright, regal as ever, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the suddenness of Arthur's visit. He blinked. "Arthur?" Without waiting for a question, Arthur spoke. "The king is dead." Rhaegar froze. Lyanna inhaled sharply. "What?" Rhaegar asked. "How?" Arthur shook his head. "I don't know. The guards downstairs were speaking of it. Aerys died in the night. Ravens were sent. Lord Stark received word this morning. The entire realm will know by nightfall." Rhaegar's mouth parted, his brow furrowing. "Are you certain?" "I wouldn't be here if I wasn't." For a moment, silence pressed against the walls. The candle flickered. The wind outside howled against the shutters. Then Rhaegar turned from them, placing both hands on the table, his head bowed. "When?" he whispered. Arthur stepped closer. "We don't have time for mourning. You must return to King's Landing immediately. The court will descend into chaos. And there are still lords who remember what Aerys did to you." Lyanna looked between them, tension rising in her jaw. "But he was your father," she said quietly. Rhaegar's lips tightened. "He was a tyrant. And he disinherited me in one of his moments." Arthur nodded grimly. "Exactly. The small council may use that to push for Viserys." Rhaegar turned sharply. "He's a child. Which makes him easy to control." They both knew what that meant. Regents. Puppets. Vultures. Men like Tywin Lannister. Shadows danced along the walls of the small room, casting shifting shapes across the bedsheets and the quiet figures within. Rhaegar stood near the hearth, staring into the fire, its embers crackling like whispers of forgotten songs. Lyanna sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her cloak. Arthur stood near the door, silent and patient. "I must go," Rhaegar said at last. His voice was soft, but resolute. Lyanna looked up, her gray eyes full of conflict. "Then let me come with you." Rhaegar turned. "No. You must return to Winterfell." She frowned, lips parting to protest, but he crossed the room in 3 strides and knelt before her. "Lyanna," he said, taking her hands gently in his. "This is no longer a matter of stolen glances and secret vows. My father is dead, and the realm will soon look to me. I must claim the throne not as a fugitive prince, but as the rightful heir." He held her gaze. "And once I am crowned, I will go to your father as a king, not a lover. I will bring a proper contract, noble and binding. I will ask for your hand with honor." She hesitated, but her heart betrayed her. "That's what you want? That is what you deserve." Arthur, leaning against the wall, nodded in agreement. "He's right. If you go back now, no one will know your absence. But if we're caught together, the realm may never forgive it." "Not now." Lyanna sighed, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "I was ready to elope with you." Rhaegar smiled. "And that means more to me than you know." She smiled back. "But if I can marry you with my father's blessing, that would be better." Arthur turned toward the window and gently pushed it open. The wind whispered through the cracks. "Then we'd best be off," he said. "We shouldn't be seen leaving." The three left the inn not as a prince, a lady, and a knight, but as three cloaked men with hoods drawn low. Rhaegar wore simple riding leathers, his silver hair tucked beneath a faded black hood. Arthur walked with purpose, a blade hidden beneath his travel cloak. Lyanna, slender and sure-footed, wore a worn gray tunic and woolen trousers, her long dark hair braided tight and pinned beneath a fur-lined cap. To any onlooker, they were no different than travelers heading south for better weather. They left the inn through the back gate. No one saw them go. The road was quiet, flanked by pine trees and frozen shrubs. Lyanna led the way, her boots crunching softly on the snow. "This way," she said, guiding them toward a sloping hill beside an old stone wall. The trail turned sharply, descending into a narrow gorge choked with roots and hidden behind a thicket of thornbush. She brushed them aside with practiced ease. At the base of the slope lay a small, unmarked cave, little more than a jagged hole beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Moss clung to the stones. No torchlight, no sigils, no sign of use. But it was real. A secret held by the Starks for generations. "In case Winterfell ever falls," Lyanna explained. "There are other passages, deeper ones. But this is the only one I've used. I've come and gone through here since I was 10. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. "You've been escaping the castle since you were 10? She smirked. "You haven't met my brothers." They stood at the mouth of the cave. Arthur turned away, giving them privacy. Rhaegar stepped forward, brushing snow from Lyanna's cloak, fingers lingering for a breath too long. "You'll be safe?" he asked quietly. She nodded. "My father is distracted. My brothers are in the Riverlands for Brandon's betrothal. I'll slip back into my room before anyone notices I'm gone." He looked at her for a long moment. "You'll wait for me?" Lyanna stepped closer. She wrapped her arms around him and held tight, her voice a whisper against his chest. "I'll wait for the day we're wed, Rhaegar. And not a moment less." His arms encircled her, strong and warm despite the cold. For a moment, time stood still. The snow fell around them in silence. The world held its breath. He pressed a kiss to her brow. "I will return for you, as your king and your husband." She smiled against his chest. "Then go, before I change my mind and come with you." She turned, stepped into the cave, and vanished into the shadows of Winterfell's roots. Rhaegar stood there a moment longer. Arthur approached him. "You did the right thing," the knight said. Rhaegar nodded once, watching the darkness where she'd gone. "I hope so." Then they mounted their horses and rode south toward power, toward danger, toward a crown that waited, and the realm that would never be the same. Harry stirred. The ache was the first thing he noticed, a dull, relentless pain radiating from his back, his legs, his arms, his head. His entire body throbbed like he'd been trampled by a herd of centaurs. Then came the cold. Not the damp chill of the forbidden forest. Not the sharp wind that blew across the grounds at Hogwarts in winter. This was different. This was deep cold. The kind that settled into your bones and refused to leave. He opened his eyes slowly. A ceiling of glistening stone loomed above him, jagged and frost-laced. The dim light filtering into the cavern came from the mouth of the cave some distance away. And then he saw it. The dragon. Its massive white head rested just a few feet from where he lay. Harry froze. Its eye, milky and still, was the size of a full-grown pumpkin. Steam curled faintly from its nostrils. He didn't breathe. His hands twitched, ready to reach for his wand. But the beast didn't move. Sleeping. Or dead. Please be dead. Harry very carefully pushed himself up, biting back a hiss as his muscles screamed in protest. Every limb felt bruised. His robes were torn and stiff with soot. His boots were scuffed. The last memory he had was of Gringotts, of fire, of flying. And then darkness. His gaze swept the cavern. He had no idea where he was. Then, beside the dragon's leg, something gleamed. The sword of Gryffindor. But it wasn't as he remembered it. The blade had changed. No longer the elegant silver longsword with rubies in the hilt. Now it was something ancient, heavier, thicker. A two-handed broadsword, weathered and brutal, as though it had been reforged for war. He reached for it cautiously. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, something pulsed beneath his skin, faint, warm, familiar. Magic. His magic. The sword recognized him. As if responding to his will, the sword shifted, shrinking with a slow shimmer of steel until it was the size of a dagger. Compact. Lightweight. But still deadly. Harry blinked. Bloody hell. He concentrated again. The blade lengthened in his hand, became a short sword. Then a curved scimitar. Then, with a final thought, back into a dagger. He tucked it into his belt. Handy. In his pocket he had his magical trunk from Gringotts, charmed and sealed. Somehow it had survived the dragon ride and the fire. He opened it carefully, found it filled with gold, silver and copper coins and bars. He also had so many books. He wondered where does it all come from because he didn't have this much money or books. Then he remembered that before his death Sirius had made him his heir. The Mokeskin pouch also had some supplies, spare clothes, a few enchanted items Hermione bought for their mission, and the rest of his earthly belongings. At least he wasn't completely stranded. Then came the decision. Stay or leave. He turned his gaze to the sleeping dragon. Its chest rose and fell like the heaving of a mountain. Every so often, one of its massive claws twitched. It wouldn't sleep forever. And when it woke, "I am not going to be breakfast," he muttered. He stood with effort, gritting his teeth. His legs were stiff, his balance off, but he managed to sling the trunk over his shoulder and make his way to the cave entrance. The moment he stepped into the light, the cold hit him like a wall. His breath froze in front of his face. The wind sliced through his torn robes like knives. Snow blanketed the world beyond the cave. Endless white. Jagged peaks in the distance. A vast wilderness. Unfamiliar. Wherever he was, it wasn't Britain. Harry stared out at the world in disbelief. Where the hell am I? No sign of people. No towns. No roads. He had no idea which direction to go. No idea what this land was. But one thing was certain, he couldn't stay here. He drew his wand and muttered a string of protective spells. Impervious. Calefactum. Protego Frigus. Warmth spread through his limbs, forming a barrier against the wind. He pulled out a heavy cloak from the trunk, thanked Merlin for Sirius's hoarding instincts, and wrapped it around himself. Then he began to walk. Step by step. Through the snow. Away from the cave. Away from the dragon. And into a land where magic would be strange, the stars unfamiliar, and his name unknown. The wind howled low through the pines like a wolf mourning the death of summer. Oliver tugged his cloak tighter around his shoulders, thick fingers red with cold as he adjusted the strap of the worn crossbow on his back. Snow crunched under his boots with each slow, labored step. He kept his eyes low, scanning the ground for tracks, signs of movement, anything with blood and meat to keep them through another night. Behind him, Doran grumbled as he kicked at a buried stone. Should have stayed in bed. Ain't nothin' in this God's cursed forest. Oliver didn't answer. He was too busy following the faintest trail he'd found, wolf prints, light and scattered, already half sunk into fresh snow. You see something? Doran asked, stepping closer. Maybe, Oliver muttered. Wolves. Or dog, if we're unlucky. Don't care if it's a rat with antlers. I'd spit roast anything at this point. Oliver gave a dry grunt. You'd roast your own foot if you thought it'd feed you. Doran said, not even joking. They trudged on in silence, breath misting before them. The cold bit through even the thickest furs. The north was unforgiving this deep into the woods, closer to the mountains, where even sunlight seemed hesitant to fall. Oliver wasn't a hunter by trade. He was a miller, like his father before him, grinding barley and oats by the stream near Dreadfort. But in the north, you had to be a bit of everything. Miller in summer. Hunter in fall. Forager in spring. Survivor in winter. Winter. Real winter was coming. And they weren't ready. We should turn back soon, Doran muttered. If we don't freeze, we'll starve. Oliver was about to agree until he saw something in the snow. A shape. Still. Small. Slumped over a mound of frost. He raised a hand and Doran stopped beside him. What is that? Doran asked. Oliver narrowed his eyes. A man. They approached cautiously, steps crunching softer now, breath tight in their lungs. The figure was face down, wrapped in a torn cloak that wasn't made for this kind of cold. The boots were soft leather, polished but scuffed. The hair, black and messy, was dusted with snow. Oliver crouched beside the body. He's alive, he said, surprised. Breathing. Doran frowned. Don't look like any Northman I've seen. Oliver nodded. Clothes are too soft. Cut like southern wear. Might be a lord. Aye, Doran muttered. Or a merchant. Or a runaway groom. Either way, poor bastard looks half frozen. Oliver rolled the man onto his side. He looked young, barely a man grown. Pale. Bruised. But breathing. Doran crouched and patted down the cloak. No coin. No ring. Not even a weapon. Maybe he was robbed. Maybe he's just dumb. Oliver looked at him. He'll die out here if we leave him. Doran shrugged. So Oliver said, if he is a lord and we save him, we might earn something for our trouble. Doran raised a brow, unconvinced. A warm bed, at least, Oliver pressed. Maybe silver. Maybe a place in his hall. Doran exhaled through his nose. You're an idiot. Oliver smiled. But a warm one. Together, they lifted the stranger, each taking a side under his arms. He was lighter than expected, thin, but muscled. As they struggled back toward the mill, Doran continued grumbling, though less angrily now. By the time they reached Oliver's mill, the sun had begun to set behind the trees. The wind cut harder, but the little structure still stood, wooden walls solid, chimney billowing smoke, the grindstone frozen in place beside the stream. They opened the door and brought the boy inside. Oliver cleared the low bench near the fire, stoked the coals, and placed the stranger down as close to the heat as possible. His skin was like ice. Get water, Oliver ordered. Boil it. He needs warmth. As Oliver sat beside the boy, watching the flames flicker across his pale face, he couldn't shake the feeling that they had just picked up more than a starving traveler. Much more. The wind had howled through the trees all through the night. Inside the small stone mill, the fire still crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows over the pale, unmoving form of the stranger. He had not woken once in over a full day, though he muttered now and again, whispers in a foreign tongue, sometimes broken words in a common accent not quite northern. Oliver, seated on a stool near the hearth, dabbed a warm cloth along the stranger's forehead. Beside him sat a bowl of porridge, made from oats borrowed off old May, who lived up the ridge and still had enough to lend if you asked with the right tone and helped stack her firewood. I don't like this, muttered Doran, pacing slowly behind him. Oliver didn't look up. The fever's breaking. That's something. Doran crossed his arms. His thick beard was dusted with frost, and his eyes, always sharp from years of chiseling stone, flicked toward the young man sprawled in a borrowed blanket. He still hasn't woken. And he talks in his sleep. Says strange things. Names I've never heard. He'll wake when he's ready. Oliver gently spooned a bit of porridge toward the stranger's lips. Help me lift his head. Grumbling, Doran stepped over and propped the boy up by the shoulders. Together they fed him slowly, bit by bit. He swallowed. That was enough. He's no Northman, Doran said as he set the boy down again. Too thin. Too soft in the face. But those clothes expensive make. I'm telling you, he's a lord. Oliver didn't answer. He only glanced once more at the fine stitching on the boy's tattered robe, at the cloak clasp in the shape of a lion's head, though not like any lion heraldry Oliver knew. Doran moved to the window and looked out toward the trees. The snow had eased for now, though clouds still brooded on the horizon. Winter had not yet finished speaking. That evening, back in Doran's modest stone cottage at the edge of the forest, his daughters huddled by the hearth under a patched quilt. Elsa, the elder at 6, was brushing her sister's tangled hair with a carved wooden comb. Nina, only 4, stared up at her father as he stirred a pot of thin turnip stew. You found a lord? Elsa asked, wide-eyed. Doran, crouched by the fire, smiled. Aye, little frostling. Me and your Uncle Ollie pulled him from the snow like a turnip from frozen soil. Was he wearing a crown? Nina asked. Doran chuckled. No, Petal. Lords don't wear crowns unless they're kings. But he had fine boots, and his hands weren't rough. And if he's not a lord, then I'm a lady. I want to see him. Elsa cried. Me too. Nina added, clapping. Behind them, Maria, Doran's wife, stood with arms folded. Her expression was more skeptical than amused. Don't fill their heads with stories, Doran Stone. You say you found a lord, but you also said last winter we'd have a boar roast. I've yet to taste it. Doran grinned sheepishly. This time it's true, wife. I've seen it. He'll wake, and when he does, he'll thank us. He'll reward us. With what? She asked flatly. Words. Doran walked over, kissed her cheek. Maybe coin. Maybe land. Maybe enough so our girls never go to bed hungry again. Maria sighed, but didn't push him further. The next morning, Doran brought Elsa and Nina to Oliver's mill. The little girls wore their best, coats a size too large, mittens too short at the wrists, and mismatched boots. But their faces shone with excitement. Inside, the fire had been stoked again. Oliver looked up from the hearth and smiled when he saw them. You brought the storm with you, he said. They wanted to meet a lord, Doran replied. Let's hope he wakes up soon then. The two girls tiptoed toward the low cot where Harry still slept. Nina leaned in, eyes wide. He's not very big, she whispered. Shh, Elsa hissed. He's dreaming. Lords dream about battles and castles. Or feasts, Nina added with glee. Oliver chuckled softly, watching them. Even Doran's hard expression softened. Smoke drifted softly from the chimney as Oliver and Doran sat in the small living area, hunched near the hearth with tin mugs of weak ale in hand. The heat of the fire barely reached their toes, and the draft through the stone walls made sure they never forgot what season ruled. I say we try again tomorrow, Doran muttered, his voice low. There's sign near the Black Pine Ridge. Rabbit tracks, maybe fox. If we're lucky, even a snow hen. Oliver nodded. We need something. We can't last like this. Our storage is half what it should be. If we don't hunt, we'll be chewing bark by new moon. Oliver ran a hand through his beard. We could ask Old May for another barrel of oats. She already gave what she could, Doran said. And with that stranger eating our porridge, our rations thinner than a Southron lord's bones. Despite the grumble, there was no true resentment in his voice. Only weariness. He wakes up and gives us a pouch of gold, Doran added, then maybe I'll believe the gods haven't forgotten us. From the small bedroom behind the curtain, quiet voices floated in whispers and giggles. Elsa and Nina had been given a serious task to watch over the stranger while the men talked. And they took the job to heart. He doesn't look dangerous, Elsa whispered, crouching near the edge of the cot. He looks like a prince, Nina said, eyes wide. He's got soft hair. Look how messy it is. I bet he's been in a battle, Nina said. That's what the scar is for. Elsa leaned closer and gently brushed a lock of hair from the stranger's forehead. A lightning bolt-shaped scar. She gasped. Look, that's not a battle scar. That's a magic scar. Nina's mouth dropped open. Is he a sorcerer? Or a knight? A magic knight. Maybe he fought giants. Or dragons. Do you think he lives in a castle? Of course he does. Lords always do. They sat, watching him in silence for a moment, their eyes full of wonder. Then the man stirred. He shifted, a low groan escaping his lips. His hand twitched. His eyes, green, startlingly bright, fluttered open for the first time. Elsa jumped to her feet. He's waking. She bolted out of the room like a thunderbolt, shouting, Dad! Uncle Ollie! The Lord's waking up! The mugs were set down. Chairs scraped. Both men rushed through the curtain like a pair of startled hounds. There he was, lying on the cot, wrapped in fur blankets, his face pale but no longer deathly. He blinked slowly, dazed, eyes moving from the ceiling to the figures crowding around him. Oliver stepped forward carefully. Are you all right, my lord? The stranger groaned softly, his voice hoarse and dry. Yes, I'm all right. Doran leaned in, hopeful. What house are you from, my lord? For a moment, the man's brow furrowed as if the question confused him. His lips parted. Then, with a ragged breath, he croaked, Gryffindor. And he slumped back into sleep. The room went still. Oliver exchanged a glance with Doran. Gryffindor, he repeated slowly. Never heard of a northern house by that name. Nor have I, Doran said. But he's a lord. Only lords call themselves by house. Maybe he's South Ron. Maybe even from Old Town or King's Landing. Oliver rubbed his chin. Could be. Down there, they've got hundreds of lords. Some fancy, some poor. Doran grinned, the first true smile in days. Well, if this one's fancy and rich, that's all the same to me. Hope stirred between them, fragile but real. Because maybe, just maybe, the man in the cot wasn't just a lost traveler. Maybe he was the answer they'd been waiting for. The second time Harry Potter opened his eyes, it wasn't with panic, but with an exhausted reluctance. His eyelids felt heavy, crusted with dried sweat and frost. For a long moment, he lay still, breathing shallowly, afraid that if he moved, the pain would return. But it didn't. Not entirely. Only a dull ache in his bones, the kind that reminded him he had been dragged through hell and back. He blinked. The ceiling above him was made of dark, uneven wooden beams, thick with age and spiderwebs in the corners. The scent of smoke, pine sap, and something earthy, maybe dried meat or animal fur, hung in the air. He turned his head slowly, eyes scanning the room. Stone walls, roughly cut, stacked by hand, not the neat, symmetrical stonework of wizard-built cottages. There was no wallpaper, no insulation. The gaps between the stones were packed with straw and mud. On one wall hung a rusty iron hook, and a few pieces of firewood leaned in a corner beside a blackened hearth. There was no light switch, no lamp, just a dying fire casting soft orange glows across the floorboards. No hum of electricity, no magical flicker, no enchanted ceiling, just silence. And cold. The bed creaked beneath him as he shifted. It was barely a bed at all, a wooden frame with a mattress stuffed with straw and old cloth, uneven and lumpy. One corner of the bed frame dug into his back, forcing him to lay twisted to avoid the discomfort. A heavy fur blanket, coarse and unfamiliar, was wrapped around him. He had no idea what kind of animal it came from. It smelled faintly like smoke and rain. For a few minutes, Harry just sat there, slowly sitting up, rubbing his aching temples. Where am I? He looked toward the shuttered window. Light filtered through the cracks in slanted gray beams, but there was no glow of magic. No streetlights outside. No moving pictures on the walls. No radio. No Daily Prophet. No trace of the modern wizarding world or the Muggle world either. Just old stone, old wood, and the ever-present cold. This isn't England. This isn't home. This isn't the wizarding world either. Not the part one, no. He swung his legs off the bed, grimacing at the cold touch of the floor beneath his bare feet. His boots, yes, there they were, neatly placed near the fireplace. His wand, to his relief, lay just within arm's reach atop a rough-hewn table. He grasped it quickly. Still warm in his hand. Still his. He exhaled in relief, then looked around again, slowly rising to his feet. The room was small, barely larger than a cupboard at the Dursleys'. A wooden chair sat near the hearth. There was a tin cup and a folded cloth on the table. In the far corner, a curtain hung loosely from a rope, blocking off what he assumed was the entrance to the rest of the cottage. Who brought me here? His memories were foggy. He remembered the cave, the dragon, the snow. He remembered walking aimlessly through endless white, his fingers numb, his breath ragged. And then, nothing. Someone had brought him here. Someone had saved him. But were they wizard? Muggle? Something else? He didn't know. Harry gripped his wand tighter and took a cautious step toward the curtain. He wasn't ready to fight, but he wasn't about to be caught off guard again either. Think. Assess. Survive. The door creaked open with a deep groan as Harry stepped into the cold morning light. A sharp gust of wind nipped at his face, and the furs around his shoulders rustled in protest. He blinked against the brightness, snow glittered beneath the rising sun, and the world outside was still white and gray. There were no lampposts, no chimneys coughing up steam, no Muggle cars passing by. Only trees. Stone. Ice. He turned to look at the building behind him. It wasn't a house in the usual sense. A mill, he realized. A medieval stone mill, sturdy but old. The mill's tower stood several feet taller than the rest of the structure, capped with a wooden fan, its large blades slowly turning with the wind. The roof was patched with thick slabs of bark and moss, and a narrow frozen stream snaked beside the building, long since dried for winter. Harry stared at the rotating fan and the simplicity of the mill's construction. Stone. Timber. Nails forged by hand. This isn't London. This isn't even anywhere in England. And it's not summer anymore. He remembered it clearly. It had been late June in Britain when he took that dragon ride straight through the vault and into fire. Which meant this couldn't be anywhere nearby. Either I've time traveled, or the dragon dropped me into the farthest north imaginable. Harry stood in the snow, arms folded, trying to make sense of it all, when he heard the sound. Footsteps. Quick ones. Snow crunching. Small voices. He turned just in time to see two little girls come darting up the hill toward him, scarves flapping, cheeks red with cold and excitement. They were bundled tightly in wool and fur cloaks, though everything they wore looked worn and patched with loving care. The taller of the two had straw-colored hair tied in a crooked braid. The younger one had dark curls poking out from beneath her hood. They skidded to a stop just before him, both beaming up at him with awe. Then, with great effort, they each attempted a formal bow, awkward, lopsided, and entirely charming. Harry, against every tired bone in his body, smiled. "Are you up, my lord?" the older girl asked cautiously. Harry blinked. "I'm awake, yes," he said, voice still hoarse. "But why are you calling me lord?" The little girl straightened up, puzzled by his question. "Me papa said you were Lord Gryffindor. That you were going to take us to your castle. And give us gold. And silver. Because we saved you from the snow." She spoke with complete certainty, as if the future had already been written. Harry's eyebrows lifted. Did he now? The younger girl nodded fiercely, her blue eyes wide. "He said you'd make us rich." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. So that was it. They thought he was a lord. A noble. Someone important. Someone with coin. Maybe even a castle. Gryffindor. House Gryffindor. Of course. That's what he'd mumbled when they asked for his name, his house, before he passed out. And here, apparently, that meant everything. "What are your names?" Harry asked gently. "I'm Elsa," said the older girl, puffing her chest proudly. "I'm 6. And I'm Nina," the smaller one added quickly. "I'm 4. And I'm brave." "You certainly are," Harry replied, trying not to chuckle. He leaned forward slightly. "Elsa, Nina, is your papa the man who found me?" They nodded in unison. "Papa and Uncle Ollie," Elsa explained. "They went hunting this morning. We don't have much to eat." Nina's small voice piped in. "Only turnips." "I don't like turnips." Harry's smile faded slightly. The pieces clicked together. These people were poor. Struggling. Likely close to starving. And now they believed they had rescued a lord who would reward them. Maybe they were depending on it. Maybe it was the only hope they had. He felt a pang deep in his chest. They saved him, not knowing who he was. And now they waited, expecting salvation. Harry exhaled slowly and crouched so he was eye level with them. "You two should head back to your cottage," he said gently. "It's cold. And I'm going to rest a little longer, all right?" Nina pouted, but Elsa took her hand and nodded. "We'll tell Mama you're awake, Lord Gryffindor." And off they ran, scarves trailing, laughter echoing. Harry stood there a while longer, snow crunching beneath his boots, eyes fixed on the woods beyond the mill. He didn't know what kind of world he'd fallen into. But it was clear now he was someone here. And he'd have to decide what to do with that. Harry stepped back inside the mill and closed the wooden door behind him with care. The warmth of the hearth welcomed him again, though the fire had begun to dim. He checked the room quickly, no one in the bedchamber, no shadows behind the curtain, no voices outside the shutters. Alone. Good. He took out the magical trunk he got from Gringotts. Its exterior was charmed to look like a simple wooden chest, but enchanted with all sort of protection, and even Muggle and wizard repellent ward. Harry whispered the unlocking phrase and let a few drops of blood touch the rune-latched clasp. The lock clicked open and the illusion shimmered away. Inside, mountains of gold, silver, and bronze coins glittered faintly in the firelight. Galleons, sickles, and nuts by the hundreds of thousands, enchanted to never tarnish. Atop the heaps were smaller pouches of rare gems, books and scrolls from the Black Vaults, and many magical artifacts. Harry had never felt so rich. But now, staring into that trunk, he realized just how much he truly had. Way too much. He rummaged through the coins and pulled out 2 heavy handfuls, galleons and sickles, ignoring the nuts. He grabbed a coarse linen cloth from beside the fire, wrapped the coins into it, and tied the corners into a makeshift pouch. It won't save them forever, but it'll buy them many years. He set the pouch aside, then paused, frowning. Wait. A new thought crept in. When his rescuers had found him, he'd had nothing on him. No cloak, no pack, no visible coin. If he suddenly handed them a pouch of gold out of thin air, they'd ask questions. Dangerous questions. Where did he get it? Did he steal it? Where was he hiding it? Harry didn't want to lie. But he also didn't want to start explaining magic vaults and enchanted trunks just yet, not in a place where he wasn't sure how magic was treated. Better to leave. Return with the coin. Let them assume I buried it in the snow. Or kept it hidden nearby. It wasn't perfect, but it was safer than revealing the truth. And if he was leaving for a bit, he might as well hunt. He looked again at the dwindling supplies in the room, dry roots, empty bowls, and the faint smell of desperation lingering behind the fur-lined blankets. The girls were half-starved. And Harry don't know how to hunt. With magic, it was hardly a challenge. He grabbed his wand and stepped back outside. The snow had grown deeper since earlier. Flakes fell gently, drifting across the windmill's blades. The trees beyond the hill stirred, beckoning. He held his wand flat in his palm. Point me, elk. The wand trembled. Slowly, it rotated and pointed west, quivering slightly in that direction. Harry tucked the pouch of coins under his cloak, braced against the wind, and started walking, his boots crunching through the frozen drifts. The forest swallowed him quickly. Trees, tall and skeletal, loomed like sentinels over the snow-covered earth. The wind whispered through their branches, and the sky above was veiled in cloud. Harry walked with purpose, wand guiding him deeper and deeper into the woods. Frost clung to the bark. No birdsong, no footprints. Just endless white. And yet, he felt calm. For the first time since arriving, he felt like he had a purpose. Something he could do. Something he could give. A wizard may not have a castle, but I can still give them warmth. Food. Hope. And in the silence of the forest, with his wand glowing softly at the tip, Harry Potter hunted, not for glory, not for survival, but to repay a kindness. The sun was low in the pale winter sky, casting long blue shadows over the frozen forest as Doran and Oliver trudged up the narrow path leading to the mill. Snow clung to the furs wrapped around their shoulders, and their hands were red from cold, but their spirits were high for the first time in days. For rabbits dangled from Oliver's belt, freshly snared and already gutted. For, Doran said with a grin, clapping his friend on the back. For fine beasts and fat too. That's a feast if I've ever seen one. Oliver agreed, smiling through his cracked lips. Elsa and Nina'll be grinning for a week. Might even get broth for the old bones. They rounded the hill and approached the mill, its tall wooden blades creaking slightly in the northern breeze. Smoke no longer curled from the chimney. The door, usually latched from the inside, was ajar. Oliver slowed. Doran raised an eyebrow. Do you think the Lord is up? Maybe, Oliver muttered. They pushed the door open. Inside, the fire was out. The room was colder than the snow. The bed where the stranger had rested was empty, the blanket thrown aside. A faint trace of footprints marred the dusting of snow that had crept in under the door. The silence swallowed the room whole. Oliver dropped the rabbits gently onto the table, then turned in a slow circle. Lord Gryffindor, he called, though his voice had no strength. You in here? Doran opened the cupboard, as if expecting to find the man hidden inside. Nothing. Gone, Doran said simply, his voice flat. He's gone. Oliver sat heavily on a stool. He didn't even say thank you. The men trudged the short path to Doran's cottage, snow crunching beneath their boots. Smoke billowed from the chimney, and the comforting scent of burnt peat clung to the air. Inside, Maria, Doran's wife, sat by the hearth, carefully darning a worn tunic. Elsa and Nina giggled as they danced their straw dolls across the wooden floor. The room was warm, lived in, yet heavy with the weight of a hard season. Doran pushed open the door. "Did he come this way?" he asked immediately. Maria looked up, startled. "Who?" "The Lord," Oliver said. "Lord Gryffindor. The man from the mill." At this, Elsa sprang up, her straw doll falling forgotten to the floor. "He woke up," she declared proudly. "He talked to me and Nina. Said he was going to rest again, but then he went outside. I thought he was just getting air." Doran's mouth tightened. "When?" "Morning," Nina offered softly. "Before we ate." Oliver sighed, eyes darkening. "That means he's been gone all day. Could be leagues away by now." Maria set the tunic aside. "So, he's run off?" Neither man answered. The silence said enough. They sat for a time, by the fire, the warmth doing little to thaw the growing bitterness in their hearts. Doran poked the fire. "We thought he might reward us, Maria. Thought maybe he was nobility, or a knight, or at least someone with coin." Maria raised an eyebrow. "And even if he was? What makes you think a man like that would share his riches with small folk like us?" Doran didn't answer. Neither did Oliver. They sat in silence again, while Elsa and Nina returned to their dolls, the fantasy of castles and knights turning quietly sour. Outside, the wind howled softly over the snow-covered hills, and the world seemed colder than ever before. The snow deepened with every step, and Harry's boots were soaked through, the edges crusted with frost. The wind howled in steady waves through the trees, brushing pine branches heavy with snow. What began as a confident magical hunt had turned into an exhausting, near-hopeless trudge through endless white. He had cast point me, elk at least a dozen times, each time following the wand's subtle twitch of direction. And each time, the trail seemed to grow longer. He underestimated how far wild creatures would roam in these barren lands, especially creatures as powerful and graceful as elks. Midday passed, then late afternoon, and Harry hadn't eaten since morning. Hunger gnawed at his belly, and his breath came in short, tired bursts as the cold sank deeper into his bones. The spells for warmth he had layered around himself were beginning to fray under exhaustion. Still, he pressed on, following the needlepoint flicker of his wand toward the western ridge. Finally, just as the sun dipped behind the line of pines, and long shadows began to stretch across the snow, Harry found them. The clearing was a pocket of silence in the woods, ringed by snow-draped fir trees. The snow here was thinner, broken by hoofprints and crushed ice. And there, standing tall in the pale orange glow of the setting sun, was a bull elk, massive and majestic, with a crown of antlers like gnarled branches, its body thick and shaggy with winter fur. Two does lingered nearby, nibbling at bark along the trees. Harry stood in silence, watching them. For a long moment, he forgot why he had come. The elks were breathtaking, wild and elegant, creatures untouched by the wars of men or the schemes of wizards. In that moment, he almost felt like an intruder. Then his stomach growled, painful and sharp. He remembered Oliver's thin face, Nina and Elsa's hopeful smiles, the coldness of the cottage, the hunger in the children's eyes. "I need food," Harry muttered, gripping his wand. He raised it. He thought of Stupefy, of Confringo, of Petrificus Totalis. All of them too unreliable, too slow, too uncertain. There was only one spell that guaranteed a clean, instant kill. His fingers trembled. Not from cold. From hesitation. "A deer isn't a Death Eater," he whispered to himself, though the words felt like ash in his mouth. But he was a survivor. And in the north, sentiment was the luxury of the fed. He closed his eyes, then opened them. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light burst from his wand. The sound was soft, like breath escaping lungs. The bull elk collapsed with a deep, slow groan. One of the does turned, startled, but Harry moved quickly, casting again, Avada Kedavra, and the second green jet struck true. The third one was already running, hooves tearing into snow, but Harry was faster. Another curse whispered, another flash of emerald. Silence returned to the woods. Harry lowered his wand slowly, chest heaving. He stared at the fallen bodies. The snow around them was unmarred, not a drop of blood. That was the curse's way, instant, painless, absolute. It was too quiet now. A knot tightened in his chest. He had used the unforgivable curse, not in war, not in battle, but to hunt. And not even for himself, but for strangers. Poor, kind strangers who had called him my lord and patched up his body and kept him warm. He exhaled slowly and whispered, "Thank you," to the fallen elks. His voice cracked in the air. Then he stepped forward and raised his wand once more. Reducio. The three massive elks shimmered, and then shrank until they were the size of satchels, easy to carry, ready to cook. He picked them up and tied them into a rope sling slung across his back. The forest had fallen into darkness, the trees now looming like silent sentinels beneath the moon. Harry had wandered deeper, seeking a place hidden and dry, far enough from the mill to work without being seen. Eventually, he found it, a narrow cave, half buried by snow and roots, but protected from the wind and wide enough for him to crouch and work. He placed the enchanted rope sling down gently, and the three elks returned to their full size with a flick of his wand. The air grew heavy with their presence, thick bodies steaming faintly in the cold, eyes glassy, limbs slack in death. For a moment, Harry just stood there, gazing down at what he had done. It was the first time he had killed without rage, without fear, without war. Just need. He sighed. All right then. Let's do this right. Though he wasn't a butcher, he had read enough to know what came next. If the organs weren't removed, the meat would spoil quickly. And he had no idea how long he might need to live off this meat in this strange land. Kneeling beside the bull elk, he muttered, "Defindo." The magic sliced through the belly with clean precision. A pungent smell filled the cave at once, bitter and unmistakable. Harry tried not to gag as he reached in, working clumsily to remove the organs one by one: intestines, stomach, the thick, veined liver. His hands trembled, and his breath clouded in the cold air, but he kept going, repeating the process with the first dough. When he was done, his arms ached, and his robes were stained with blood. But the bodies were lighter, and the risk of spoilage far lower. He wiped his hand on the snow, and took out his wand again. Cutis ex salvo. The skinning curse danced in green light, and the hide of the bull elk pulled away from the flesh with a disturbing slither. Harry flinched. There was something grotesque in it, but the spell was efficient. The pelt peeled off whole, falling to the cave floor with a dull slap. He stood still for a moment, breath coming hard, then whispered to himself, "Not all dark arts are evil, are they?" The thought sat uneasily in his chest. Magic wasn't moral, not by itself. It was the wielder who shaped it. The two cleaned carcasses, the bull elk and the larger of the does, were stored inside a deep compartment of his Gringotts trunk, wrapped in cold preservation charms. A flick of his wand locked the space, and he turned to the final dough, the one he is going to offer to the family. He already hacked off a large portion of flank and cut it into strips as best as he could. There was no seasoning, no oil, no cookware. Only raw meat, fire, and hunger. He conjured a magical flame in the center of the cave, setting it to hover just off the stone floor. The fire crackled with warmth, tinged blue and gold, and he placed the meat on a flat piece of rock balanced over it. The smell of charred meat soon filled the small cave. It burned quickly, the outside blackened while the inside remained pink, but Harry didn't care. His stomach groaned. He tore into the meat, chewing through the smoky, tough flesh with primal satisfaction. For the first time in days, he was warm. He was full. He was alive. Wrapped in the elk pelt, he leaned back against the wall, letting the fire's glow paint his face in amber. Somewhere outside, the wind howled across the white wilderness. But inside this cave, Harry sat with blood-stained fingers, licking the grease from his lips. And as he stared into the fire, he whispered, "I'll repay them." He would return to Oliver and Doran. With food. With gold. With thanks. But not yet. For now he rested, and in the dancing firelight, the silence of the forest gave him something he hadn't felt in days. Peace. The morning frost had bitten less fiercely than before, but the cold still clung to the air like a warning. Harry stood at the mouth of the cave, the magical wards around it shimmering faintly as he removed them with a few silent gestures of his wand. One by one, the protections vanished: concealment, temperature barrier, sound silencing, until only bare winter remained. He adjusted the strap of his pack, tightened the belt at his waist where a leather pouch full of gold and silver coins hung heavily, and then turned toward the trail that would lead him back to the mill. Slung over his shoulder was the doe, massive, freshly cleaned but not skinned, its belly stitched with a quick sealing charm to hold the inside stable. Harry had thought of bringing more, but this one offering, he felt, would be enough. The journey was long. The snow crunched beneath his boots, the sun rose sluggishly behind a veil of cloud, and his breath came in white puffs. But his step was lighter than it had been in days. The meat from the night before had worked wonders on his strength, and each step now carried him with a steady, resolute energy. By midday, he crested a low hill, and there below it, nestled between skeletal trees and the edge of a frozen stream, stood the old stone mill. Smoke curled lazily from Doran's cottage chimney. A sense of warmth spread through Harry's chest. Homey, hopeful. He began descending the slope. Down below, Nina, the younger of the two girls, had been chasing a piece of rag that served as her doll's new blanket when her eyes lifted toward the hill. She froze, her small mouth falling open. Elsa! Look, she shrieked, pointing frantically. The Lord is back. Both girls bolted from the snow-covered yard, hair bouncing under their fur-lined hoods. Their excited cries shattered the still air. "My Lord Gryffindor." Harry smiled as they came racing up the path, small boots thudding, eyes wide as the great carcass swayed on his shoulder. "It's so big," Elsa gasped, stopping just short of him. "I've never seen a hunt like this," Nina whispered, staring in awe. "You caught it all alone?" "I did," Harry said with a small grin, adjusting the weight of the doe. Moments later, the door to the cottage burst open and both Oliver and Doran came running, breath fogging, hands still holding half-peeled gloves. "By the gods," Oliver muttered. "My lord." Doran's voice trailed off as his eyes fixed on the doe, then on Harry, then on the children. "You came back." Harry nodded and knelt down slightly, allowing the weight of the animal to shift forward. He flicked his hand behind his back, silently canceling the featherweight charm. With a dull, heavy thud, the full weight of the beast hit the ground, and both men staggered backward, blinking. "You carried that?" Doran asked, stepping up, gripping the leg experimentally. "7 hells, it weighs more than my workbench." Oliver let out a soft laugh of disbelief. "Didn't even break a sweat." Before Harry could respond, a figure approached from the cottage, wiping her hands on her apron. Maria, Doran's wife, looked worn, tired from the kind of labor only a northern winter demanded of mothers and wives, but her eyes were clear and soft as they fell on the young man. She dropped a full, deep curtsy into the snow. "We thank you, my lord," she said, her voice quiet but sincere. Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Please," he said. "You don't have to bow." But she rose slowly, smiling with both gratitude and pride. "You brought meat in winter," she said. "And you gave my girls a reason to laugh again." "I'll bow for that, my lord." Doran was already trying to drag the doe toward the mill's sidewall, gesturing for Oliver to help. Harry reached down to untie the leather pouch from his belt. He held it out to Maria. "There's gold in here," he said. "More than enough to keep you warm, fed, and safe for a few years. It's yours. I owe you all my life." But she looked at it as if it were on fire. "My lord, we never expected." "And yet," Harry interrupted, "you saved me. You could have left me to freeze." "I won't forget that." She took the pouch with trembling hands, blinking furiously. "Elsa," Harry said, turning to the older girl, "I think your father and uncle will need help butchering that thing. Want to be the first one to pick the best piece of meat?" Her face lit up like a lantern, and she grabbed Nina's hand and squealed, "Yes, my lord." As the children ran off, Maria still stood holding the pouch of gold. Thank you, she said again softly. Harry merely nodded, then turned to the others. Let's get the meat prepared, he said. It's time for everyone to eat. And for the first time since waking in the snow, Harry Potter, called Lord Gryffindor by strangers and children alike, felt useful. Not as a soldier. Not as a savior. Just a man with hands to work and food to share. The savory scent of roasted elk drifted across the clearing between the old mill and Doran's humble stone cottage. Smoke rose from the chimney in soft spirals, promising warmth and a full belly. Inside, the cottage was transformed. A rough wooden table stood adorned with whatever cloth Doran's wife, Maria, could find, and a modest spread of food was being prepared. Though the furnishings were plain, tonight the air brimmed with joy. Maria bustled around, setting down carved chunks of meat and boiled roots she had brought from the small marketplace. She had even managed to purchase a small bottle of honeyed wine, something she hadn't tasted in years. Her face, usually worn with care, was lit with a joy she hadn't felt in a long time. Doran raised a wooden mug filled with warm broth and smiled at Oliver, who sat beside him on a low bench. Across from them, Harry, still somewhat stiff from his journey, sat quietly but observant. We haven't eaten like this since before the long frost, Oliver said, tearing into a piece of steaming meat. The last stag we caught was near dead from the cold, and half rotten by the time we skinned it. Harry offered a faint smile. I'm glad I could help. I couldn't have made it through the storm without you both. Maria, serving more stew into wooden bowls, gave a grateful nod. It was no trouble, my lord. And you've paid us more than kindly. Harry blinked at the honorific. Please don't call me my lord. I'm just, well, Harry. Just Harry. Oliver and Doran exchanged glances, then Doran chuckled. Well, Lord Harry, we're still going to be grateful. Laughter broke out among them, even from the children. Elsa and Nina were curled near the fire, happily munching on dried fruit Maria had bought for them, their cheeks rosy and round. After a while, Harry leaned forward, his tone turning more serious. I've been meaning to ask you both something. I don't know much about this land. About this land. Could you tell me more about the rulers here? The kingdoms. Oliver scratched his beard. You're not from here? I traveled far, Harry replied carefully, not ready to reveal too much. Very far. Well, Doran began. King Rhaegar Targaryen rules now. Took the throne after the old king, Aerys, passed. Not many mourn the Mad King, truth be told. He insulted too many lords and burned more bridges than he built. The Targaryens, Oliver said, are dragon lords from Valyria. Or were. Some say the blood still flows in their veins, though no one's seen a real dragon since, well, forever. Rhaegar's not like his father, though. Folks say he's calm. Thoughtful. Harry listened intently, his brow furrowed. And where are we right now? You're in the north, Doran said. The land of the Starks. Good folk, if a bit grim. We're a few days south of Winterfell, though only those with horses and coin visit there often. And where's Valyria? Harry asked. Oliver nodded slowly. Across the sea. Valyria's long gone, though. Burnt in some great doom, they say. Now it's just ruins and haunted ash. Essos has cities, Bravos, Pentos, Myr, but most of us'll never see 'em. Harry leaned back slightly stunned. He had suspected something ever since hearing the names. But now, hearing them all together, Targaryen, Winterfell, Valyria, it finally clicked. This wasn't Earth. This wasn't his world. He hadn't traveled through time. He'd somehow crossed into an entirely different realm altogether. A different dimension, perhaps. And yet, thank the stars above, they spoke English. He exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the enormity of it. He had left behind Hogwarts, Britain, everything he knew. And now he was in a land of lords and kings, dragons and ancient magic. A place of honor, steel, and fire. Oliver noticed his silence. You all right, Harry? Harry nodded slowly. Just adjusting. Well, Doran said, raising his cup again, wherever you came from, you're welcome here. You saved our lives and gave us enough gold to last us years. With what you gave us, we can buy firewood, salt, wool, and grain. Maybe even fix the roof come spring. Oliver grinned. I'll even get new boots that don't leak. Harry chuckled softly. Glad I could help. As laughter returned to the room and the fire crackled bright, Harry felt a strange warmth settle in his chest. It wasn't home, but it wasn't hostile either. For now, that was enough. The sun broke gently over the snow-dusted hills as Harry stepped outside the mill, his breath curling in the frigid air. The warmth of the feast the night before still lingered in his bones, but his mind was abuzz with questions. This land, Westeros, as they called it, felt ancient, older than anything he'd known in his own world. It bore the texture of a forgotten legend, yet Harry could feel the faint shimmer of something more. Something magical. If there was magic in this world, he had to understand how it worked, how it differed from his own. He fastened his cloak and stepped out onto the narrow, beaten path that wound through the cluster of cottages nearby. It was a small village by any standard, barely 20 houses nestled close against the wilderness. Smoke rose from chimneys, and the scent of firewood and simmering broth drifted on the wind. Chickens clucked. Children played with sticks in the snow. Old women sat on stools spinning thread or mending wool. To Harry's surprise, the villagers greeted him warmly. They'd heard of Lord Gryffindor, the strange, quiet man who had appeared from the storm and gifted gold and meat to the poor. To them, he was not only a noble but a miracle. "Morning to you, my lord," called a woman with a missing tooth and a basket of firewood on her hip. "Blessings upon your hearth, Lord Gryffindor," a wrinkled man with a crooked back murmured with a reverent nod. Harry returned the greetings awkwardly, still unused to the title. "Good morning. I'm pleased, just Harry." He spent the day moving among them, asking questions with careful curiosity. When he asked about books, writing, or schools, they gave him puzzled looks. "Only them fancy maesters and lords know how to read," said one blacksmith, his hands calloused and scarred. "We got no use for letters. We live off the land, same as our fathers did. No education system. No reading or writing among the small folk." It reminded Harry of tales of his own country from centuries ago, before the invention of the printing press, before Hogwarts had even existed. So he turned the topic to magic. "Magic?" said a shepherd with a crooked smile. "Ain't no magic left, lord. Just stories." But the stories came. An old woman with clouded eyes whispered of the cold ones, pale demons with eyes like blue fire that stole babies from cradles and froze the bones of men. Another told of the children of the forest, tiny people of leaf and root who spoke to trees and vanished like mist. One man swore that his grandfather had seen a dragon when he was a boy, a shadow that flew over the dread fort in silence. "It was as real as I am, I swear it on my life," the man said. "Wings like sails, teeth like swords. But they're gone now. All gone." "They say the last ones died out when the Targaryens lost their hold," said another. "Magic's gone too, if it ever was real. Ain't no use dreamin' of it." Harry listened to each tale with the rapt attention of a scholar, piecing them together like fragments of an ancient tapestry. It soon became clear, magic had once touched this land, but it had faded. Like the wind erasing footprints in snow, the arcane had vanished from daily life. And yet, not entirely. That afternoon, he visited the old weirwood tree the villagers had spoken of, a solitary sentinel at the edge of the village, its white bark pale as bone and red leaves rustling in the wind like whispers of blood. A carved face peered out from its trunk, sorrowful, timeless. Harry stepped closer. He could feel something. Not power, exactly, but presence. A subtle hum, a vibration in the air. It prickled his skin, tingled at his fingertips. Unlike the magic he wielded with his wand, this energy was old. It did not move or answer his will, but it watched. It endured. He pressed his palm gently to the bark, and something stirred inside him, an emotion he couldn't name. Reverence, perhaps. Melancholy. Hope. A piece of bark had fallen nearby, half buried in snow. He bent, picked it up, and tucked it carefully into his pouch. It might be useful, if not for spell work, then for understanding. For memory. When he returned to the mill, the fire was already lit. Oliver was hammering at a loose board near the hearth, humming to himself. "You were gone long," Oliver said, straightening. Harry nodded, shedding his snow-flecked cloak. I was just speaking with the villagers. Visiting the weirwood. Oliver nodded slowly. Some say they talk, those trees. I can't hear a thing, but old Kess claims the one in Deepstream told her she'd outlive her husband. He chuckled. She did too. Do you mind, Harry asked cautiously, if I stay here? A little longer. Oliver looked up surprised. Then he smiled. You're welcome, as long as you like, Harry. You gave us a gift we can never repay. This mill's more a home now than it's been in years. Harry offered a small, grateful smile. Thank you. As night fell and snow thickened outside the mill windows, Harry sat near the fire, turning the weirwood bark over in his hands. Magic had not vanished. It had simply gone quiet. And perhaps, just perhaps, he had come to this world to wake it. The wind howled across the snow-covered fields as Harry sat beside the hearth, staring into the dancing flames. The warm light licked the walls of Oliver's mill, casting shifting shadows over old stones and stacked firewood. Yet, despite the heat, Harry felt a chill coil in his chest, an unease he could no longer ignore. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the folded bark of the weirwood tree, rubbing it gently between his fingers as he thought. This world had no magic, not anymore. Its people feared and honored tales of sorcery and dragons like children fearing bedtime monsters. The last embers of power had long since turned to ash. And yet, he had arrived in this world on the wings of a dragon. A real one. Not a story. Not a memory. A creature of ancient fire and sky. One that breathed death with every wing beat. Harry's jaw tightened. If the people of this world no longer possessed magic, then they had no hope of stopping such a creature, no spells, no enchanted blades, no protection. And what if the dragon had already caused harm? Burned a village, devoured livestock, struck terror into an already starving countryside? It would be his fault. His burden. He wouldn't let that happen. He stood. The fire cracked behind him. The weirwood bark slipped back into his pouch. I have to find it, he murmured aloud, as though confirming it to himself. Before someone else gets hurt. The next morning, Harry left the mill at dawn. He didn't say goodbye. He knew Oliver or Doran would try to stop him, or at least insist on joining him, and Harry didn't want to risk their lives. This was a mission for a wizard. He walked swiftly, cutting across the frozen fields and into the woods beyond. The memory of the dragon's cave still lingered in his mind, a jagged hill crest westward, near the place he had first awoken, half buried in snow. With each step, he cast his tracking spell again. Point me, dragon. The wand jerked slightly in his hand, tilting southwest. He followed. Hours passed. The trees grew denser, their black trunks etched with ice. Snow crunched beneath his boots, and the sky remained iron-gray above, as if watching. His breath misted in the air, and his hands were numb despite the warming charm he'd cast. And then, there it was. The hill rose before him, crowned with broken rock and ringed in shadow. A sharp wind cut across its face, but Harry could smell it now, scorched stone and ash. The memory of fire. He climbed, boots slipping, wand drawn. The mouth of the cave appeared like a wound in the hill, jagged, dark, and wide enough to swallow a wagon whole. Harry paused outside, heart pounding. He could feel the heat rising from within, faint but real. He pressed his hand to the rock. Lumos. The tip of his wand flared to life, casting white light across the interior. The cavern was massive. The walls shimmered with veins of obsidian and old scorch marks. And there, at the center, half-curled and breathing slowly, was the dragon. A shadow of terror and beauty. Its scales shimmered in pale white, its wings folded like crumpled sails, and its head rested on the curve of its tail. It looked bigger than the last time he saw it. Its body radiated heat. Its breaths came low and even. Asleep. Harry exhaled slowly. He could leave. He could walk away, seal the cave, and let the creature slumber until time buried it again. But what if it didn't stay asleep? What if hunger drove it to the villages? What if someone tried to fight it with spears and torches and children? No, he couldn't risk it. He lifted his wand. But even as he did, something stirred in the dragon. Its golden eye snapped open, locking on him. No fear. No anger. Just curiosity. Recognition. And in that gaze, Harry felt it again, that same strange pull, the same resonance that had drawn him to mount it once before. A flicker of understanding passed between them, as if the dragon knew him. And slowly it rose. Not to charge. Not to burn. To face him. Harry stood firm, wand still raised, unsure if he was about to fight or forge something else entirely. The bells of King's Landing tolled solemnly, not in mourning but in coronation. Aerys Targaryen, the Mad King, had passed from the world. And now, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the realm's last hope for honor and stability, stood atop the Iron Throne. His coronation had been swift, almost too swift. The small council, though diminished and fractured by years of Aerys paranoia, had rallied behind him. No one else in Westeros had a stronger claim, and with Viserys still a boy, and no other branch of the Targaryen line to muddy the waters, there had been no need for bloodshed or rival banners. The great September of Baelor was filled that day. Silent sisters stood along the walls, lords and ladies sat in stiff silence, and the High Septon himself placed the heavy crown upon Rhaegar's brow. Long live the king, they had said, voices echoing without passion. But now, seated alone within the Red Keep Solar, Rhaegar felt the true weight of rule settle across his shoulders, not the crown of beaten gold, but the invisible burden of legacy, betrayal, and ambition. He stood before a large map of Westeros, the parchment edges curled, the painted rivers and roads faded with age. Colored pins marked allies and enemies both. There were too many black pins now, where once there had been red. At the sound of quiet footsteps, Arthur Dayne entered, dressed in his white cloak, the sword of the morning polished but unsheathed. "You summoned me, your grace," Arthur said, voice measured. Rhaegar looked up. "Close the door, Arthur. I am no grace here." Arthur obeyed, stepping forward. "You wear the crown, Rhaegar. The world will call you king, whether you want it or not." Rhaegar exhaled deeply and leaned against the edge of the table. "I never wanted it like this," he muttered. I believed I could bring peace. A new order. Not be cursed with the wreckage my father left behind." Arthur said nothing, but his presence was grounding. "Study." Rhaegar moved to a nearby chair and sat heavily. "Did you know," he continued, "that my father insulted Lord Tully to his face at court? Called him a trout with a worm in his mouth. Sent him off red-faced. And Lord Tyrell? Publicly accused of plotting sedition because a gardener gifted him a rose." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "That explains why half of the Reach did not send word after your ascension." "Indeed." Rhaegar's tone darkened. "And Lord Jon Arryn? Denied a court seat after decades of loyalty. House Royce offended by being named lesser men in a drunken feast. House Martell only remains loyal because of Elia, and even she grows colder by the day." "You speak of alliances, Rhaegar," Arthur said carefully. "But this is not only about old grievances, is it?" Rhaegar looked up, met his friend's eyes. "No," he admitted. "It's about Lyanna." Arthur said nothing. The silence between them was long and heavy. "I love her," Rhaegar confessed at last. "And she loves me. I know it. But if I bring her to court now, if I cast Elia aside, then I lose Dorne. And Robert. Robert Baratheon will turn the Stormlands against me without hesitation. I may hold the Iron Throne, but I will have no foundation beneath it." "Then you cannot have both," Arthur said gently. "Not Elia and Lyanna. Not peace and love. You must choose." Rhaegar's hands tightened into fists. "Must I?" he whispered. "I am the king. The gods placed me here. Why must I sacrifice what little happiness I have for the sake of men who would spit on the crown as soon as it suited them?" Arthur did not respond. He understood. He had seen the glint in Rhaegar's eyes when he spoke of Lyanna Stark. It was not lust. It was not infatuation. It was belief. Destiny. "And yet, you are not Aegon the Conqueror," Arthur finally said. "You cannot take 2 wives and expect the realm to smile upon it. You will be seen as no better than your father." That struck deep. Rhaegar turned his face away. "Elia deserves more," he said. "She has been nothing but gracious. But she is so often ill. So frail. We have a son, Aegon, but He trailed off. But he is not Lyanna's son, Arthur finished for him. Rhaegar stood again, began pacing. If I ask for her hand, I dishonor Robert. If I keep her hidden, I insult Lyanna. If I do nothing, I may lose both. A knock interrupted them. A servant entered, bowing low. Your Grace, your good brother has come from Sunspear. Princess Elia requests an audience at once. Rhaegar's expression faltered. Of course she does, he muttered, already knowing what it was about. He turned to Arthur. Send word to the council. We must prepare a feast. Dorne must be reminded that their blood still runs through our future king. Arthur bowed. And Lyanna? Rhaegar's eyes darkened. She must remain hidden. For now. Until I am strong enough to protect her. Until I am strong enough to defy them all. Arthur nodded slowly, though he did not look pleased. The prince, now king, walked to the balcony, overlooking the glittering roofs of King's Landing. Far below, life carried on. Merchants shouted in the square. Bells rang from distant towers. The city did not yet burn. But in his heart, Rhaegar could already feel the fire. The golden sun had long since dipped beyond the horizon, and the halls of the Red Keep glowed with the amber light of countless torches. Rhaegar Targaryen walked with purpose through the corridors of his family's ancestral seat, his boots echoing softly upon the stone. There were still whispers in the court, whispers of Harrenhal, of flowers, of stark wolves, but he paid them no mind. Not tonight. He stepped into the Queen's Solar, where voices met him soft, gentle, full of laughter. Ashera Dane sat cross-legged on the floor, her lavender eyes crinkling as she listened to Princess Rhaenys, who animatedly described her latest imaginary adventure, dragons and dolls, thrones and lions. On the other side of the room, Prince Aegon, still wrapped in Dornish silks, cooed in the arms of Oberyn Martell. Elia looked up from her embroidery and smiled faintly. You're early. But the warmth died instantly. Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, lowered Aegon to the plush rug with all the grace of a father placing his own son down. Then, in a flash, like a striking serpent, he was across the room. The blade, curved, sharp, wickedly thin, was at Rhaegar's throat before the King's Guard had even registered the movement. Do not move. Arthur Dane barked, stepping forward instinctively, but one look at the knife's angle made him freeze. Elia gasped, Oberyn, no. She stood, eyes wide with fury and fear. Are you mad? I've been mad for a long time, Oberyn snarled, eyes locked on Rhaegar. I wanted to do this the day you shamed my sister in front of the realm, when you placed that damned crown on Lyanna Stark's head. His voice was shaking with rage. Ashera stood slowly, moving to her brother's side. Oberyn. Don't, he snapped. Don't you defend him. Not now. The air was still. The King's Guard edged closer, but Arthur Dane raised a hand, warning them off. Oberyn, he said calmly. If you spill royal blood, you doom yourself. Let him speak. Please. Rhaegar stood unmoving, the Valyrian steel of the dagger kissing his pale neck. His violet eyes met Oberyn's without flinching. Let me speak, he said softly. And if, after I speak, you still wish to kill me, then I won't stop you. Oberyn's jaw clenched. Speak then. Quickly. Everyone in the room fell silent, even little Rhaenys, who clung to Ashara's skirts. You know the tale of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, Rhaegar began. An unknown knight who unhorsed 3 others at the tourney of Harrenhal. A mystery that enraged my father. Everyone knows it, Oberyn snapped. Rhaegar nodded. But no one knows who the knight was. Except me. The knife did not waver. It was Lyanna Stark, Rhaegar said. A gasp escaped from Elia. Ashara's eyes widened. She saw squires mocking her bannermen, smaller, weaker men who served the North with pride. And she could not bear it. So she donned armor, stole a horse, and entered the lists as a mystery knight. She fought like no lady ever should have been allowed to, and she won. 3 tilts. 3 knights humbled. All for honor. He paused. My father saw danger in everything. When the knight would not remove their helm, he declared them a traitor. An assassin. He sent men to hunt the knight down. Did they find her? Ashera whispered. Rhaegar shook his head. No. I found her first. She was frightened. Her brothers did not know. She would have been executed if caught. I helped her escape Harrenhal. Oberyn's eyes burned with confusion. Then why the crown? Because, Rhaegar said, I was moved. Not by desire, but by admiration. She was brave, bold, and foolish, like the old heroes in songs. When I named her the Queen of Love and Beauty, it was not for love, it was to honor the night that no one would ever know. To remember her courage in a world that would never allow it. Oberyn's grip on the knife trembled. I knew what it looked like, Rhaegar admitted. But I did not expect the court to twist it. I did not expect my father's paranoia to spiral out of control. And I never meant to shame Elia. The words were heavy, honest, and perhaps not entirely true, for the unspoken pieces still lingered in his mind. But some truths were not meant for others. For a long moment, the knife remained. And then Oberyn slowly pulled it away. He stepped back, breathing hard. I still don't like you, he growled. But if that's the truth, then I owe my sister peace. Elia approached quietly, reaching for Rhaegar's hand. Is it true? She asked softly, tears in her eyes. You did it for honor? Rhaegar nodded. Yes. And for the first time in weeks, Elia smiled, a small, trembling smile, but real. I hated you, she whispered. For a while. But I'm glad you told me. Rhaegar touched her cheek. I never stopped caring for you, Elia. Ashera exhaled, tension easing from her shoulders. Arthur relaxed visibly. Oberyn turned, picking up baby Aegon and tossing him gently into the air, making the child laugh. Well, he muttered. It's still not how I would have handled it. But I suppose stabbing kings isn't in fashion anymore. Arthur smirked. Not unless you want to lose your head. Rhaegar said nothing more. He looked at the family gathered before him, flawed, broken, but still together. For now. And somewhere in the north, a wolf was still waiting. The candlelight flickered gently within the narrow chamber, deep within the Red Keep, an ancient, hidden room only passed down from king to heir, father to son. Stone walls closed in tightly around Rhaegar Targaryen, sealing him away from the world, from judgment, from duty, if only for a while. A quill scratched lightly across parchment. He wrote in silence, cloaked in midnight and crowned in loneliness. The heavy robe of kingship lay discarded on the arm of his chair, replaced by the looser, simpler attire he had always preferred. His fingers trembled slightly as he penned the words, not from fear, but longing. My dearest heart. The crown has settled upon my brow like a chain, cold and heavy. The bells of my coronation rang loud across King's Landing, but none of them reached my soul, not the cheers of the lords, not the promises of the banners. Only your name echoes there. I miss you, Lyanna. I long for the sound of your laughter in the frostbitten wind, for the stubborn fire in your eyes when you speak of honor. You are far from me in miles, but not a day passes that I do not feel your spirit beside mine. Wait for me, Wolf of the North. I will come to you. Soon. Rhaegar paused, his hand tightening around the quill. How could he speak of soon, when every step toward her was through a swamp of blood and betrayal? His eyes lingered on the flame before him, wavering like his resolve. He dipped the quill again and wrote with firmer hand. My mind is torn, my love. The path to you is steep, and at its summit stands a question I cannot yet answer. I am bound to a queen, a good woman. Elia has never wronged me. She smiles at me still, plays with our children beneath the shade of Dornish tapestries. And yet, I see her not as wife, but as shadow. You are my sun, Lyanna. My dawn and dusk. The harp in my dreams. If I must break my vows, I will. If I must forsake the Martells, the realm, and all they built to keep their house strong, I will do so. If I must shatter the peace of 2 kingdoms to claim you, then let the world burn in dragon fire. And if Elia stands in my way. He hesitated. His breath caught. He set the quill down and ran a hand through his silver gold hair. His reflection stared back at him from a silvered shield hung in the stone wall. Not the man of songs. Not the noble prince of prophecy. Just a weary figure draped in quiet madness. Could he do it? Could he kill an innocent woman, his wife, the mother of his children, for love? He stood slowly, walked across the room, and drew back the heavy velvet curtain that covered the only narrow window slit. Moonlight poured in, cold and silver. Below, in the courtyard, he saw her. Elia. She was carrying Aegon in her arms, his chubby fingers gripping her braid, while Rhaenys chased them in circles, laughter spilling into the night. For a long moment, Rhaegar said nothing. He simply stared. Then he turned away. He returned to the table, folded the letter, and pressed his seal to the parchment, a dragon and a harp intertwined. "We will be together, Lyanna. One way or another." He tucked the letter into a hidden drawer behind the bricks, where only he could retrieve it later for delivery. And in the stillness of the secret room, Rhaegar Targaryen, king of the Undulls and the First Men, sat in silence, torn between the crown upon his head and the ghost who haunted his heart. The air in the cave was crisp with the scent of snow and smoke, and Harry stood just beyond the glow of his enchanted fire, watching the dragon with a mixture of awe and quiet reflection. Its enormous white body was curled into a half-moon around the warmest part of the cavern. Once marred by deep, angry scars from its imprisonment beneath Gringotts, the dragon's wounds had begun to heal. The gashes across its scales were no longer crusted in dried blood, and new, silvery hide was slowly covering the worst of them. Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Winter was healing, and he had helped. Winter. That was the name Harry had given the dragon, named not just for the color of its glistening scales, but also for the world they now inhabited, cold, vast, and utterly foreign. The dragon opened one of its gleaming eyes as Harry approached, and with an almost comical gentleness, lowered its massive head. Harry reached out, scratching behind one of the bony ridges above its eye. The dragon gave a low, rumbling purr, the sound reverberating through the stone floor. "I suppose you're the only one left that knows where I came from," Harry murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're my last link to that world." Maybe that's why the bond had formed so strongly between them. It reminded Harry of Hedwig, the silent companionship, the trust formed without words. But Winter was more than a pet. This was a creature of myth, of flame and flight. It belonged to the very blood and bone of this world. A world that once worshipped dragons. Oliver and Doran had told him of the dragon lords who once ruled Westeros, of the mighty Targaryens who rode fire-breathing beasts into battle and carved an empire from the sky. Some dragons, they claimed, were so massive they could swallow an elephant whole. Harry had no desire to conquer kingdoms, but flying, that was something he missed with all his heart. Flying was freedom. And now, with no broomstick and no knowledge of how to craft one, Winter might be his only path to the skies. There was just one problem. Harry paced around the dragon's enormous back, examining the jagged, brutal spikes that rose from its spine. The ridges were uneven and sharp, perfect natural armor, but terrible for a rider. A normal saddle would never fit, and worse, trying to ride bareback would be a death sentence. Winter turned its head to watch him, golden eyes curious and calm. Harry gave a rueful smile. I know. I can't just sit on you like I did with Bubbeek." He returned to the corner of the cave where he had set up a makeshift study, piles of old magical books from the Black family vault, parchments scrawled with notes, and enchanted candles that burned without flame. After several hours of reading through obscure and often contradictory spellwork, one passage in a weathered leather-bound tome caught his attention. The spell was originally used for spatial manipulation, often for storing large or misshapen objects discreetly, like trunks with vast interiors or secret chambers hidden beneath floors. But with some creative modifications, it could be used to construct something unique, a pocket dimension saddle. If done correctly, the magic would create a pocket of space that wrapped around Winter's spine, nullifying the spikes and creating a smooth, solid surface for Harry to sit on. The spikes would still be there, untouched and unharmed, but inside the pocket they would phase out of the way. It would allow Harry to sit safely on the dragon's back without discomfort for either of them. The idea was ambitious. The crafting took 2 more days. Harry used the basilisk hide bindings, enchanted iron buckles, and thread laced with unicorn hair from an old cloak Sirius had gifted him. He cast spell after spell, whispering incantations in the flickering firelight. Winter remained still the entire time, as though sensing the importance of Harry's work. Finally, when the saddle was secured and the pocket space activated, Harry climbed up carefully. The saddle adjusted itself perfectly, the magic humming softly in his ears. Winter huffed a plume of frosty breath and gave a low, eager rumble. "You want to fly, don't you?" Harry said, smiling as his heart beat faster. "All right then, boy. Let's fly." They didn't take off that night. Harry wanted to make sure the enchantments would hold. But as he camped beside Winter in the cave, sharing cooked elk meat from the stockpile in his trunk, he felt a peace he hadn't known in weeks. He hadn't gone back to Oliver's mill or Doran's cottage. They would understand. This cave, this dragon, this was his new haven. And soon, when he took to the skies, he would see what this world looked like from above. And perhaps find where he truly belonged in it. Harry spent most mornings buried in parchment and faded ink, the yellow glow of enchanted firelight casting shadows across the cavern walls. The chill of the cave didn't bother him, not with Winter curled nearby, his heavy breaths warming the air like a gentle hearth. He pored over ancient grimoires from the Black Family Vault, cross-referencing spell theory, magical constructs, and obscure enchantments. Every spell he mastered, every rune he deciphered, was another step in adapting to this world, a world where magic had grown quiet, where dragons were legend, and where his very presence could shift the balance. But it wasn't the dusty old books or the long hours of reading that filled Harry's soul with fire. It was the nights. When the moon was high and the sky clear, he would climb onto Winter's back, gripping the enchanted saddle just behind one of the dragon's massive white spines. The moment he gave the word, Winter would bound forward, and with a tremendous surge, they would soar into the heavens. The cold wind screamed past him, tearing at his cloak and ruffling his hair, but Harry only laughed, eyes shining with exhilaration. No broomstick, no matter how fast, could match the speed and majesty of riding a dragon. The stars above seemed close enough to touch, and the world below spread out in frozen wonder. Winter flew like a streak of starlight, his massive wings whispering power with every beat. Still, for all the joy it brought him, Harry kept their secret flight sacred. He had learned enough from Oliver and Doran to understand the danger. The ruling family, Targaryens, had once been dragon lords. If they discovered that a dragon still lived, and worse, that someone else had bonded with it, they might stop at nothing to claim it. Harry had no intention of giving Winter up. So, they flew only at night, always high above the clouds, far from watchful eyes. It began as a curiosity, flying to new places, seeing the lands he'd only heard about through tales whispered beside cottage hearths. But it quickly grew into something more. One night, they flew to the coast, and Harry caught his first glimpse of White Harbor, the jewel of the north. With its stone walls, tall towers, and bustling docks lit by firelight, it shimmered like a dream on the edge of the frozen sea. Winter landed in the woods several miles from the city and vanished into the trees. Harry made the rest of the journey on foot, dressed in warm northern garb, a pouch of gold tucked in his belt. In White Harbor, he introduced himself as Lord Gryffindor, a name that earned respect and curiosity in equal measure. The people here had never heard of House Gryffindor, but that only made him more intriguing. His quiet confidence, noble bearing, and bottomless coin purse sealed the image. He was a traveling lord, eccentric and private, but generous with his gold. By day, Harry explored. He visited markets and dockyards, smithies and bookstores. He asked questions carefully and kindly about politics, magic, history. He learned the rhythms of northern life, the strength of its people, the pride they held in their ancient bloodlines. Every evening, as twilight fell, Harry would walk into the wilderness, and without fail, Winter would find him, silent as snowfall. Then they would fly to a new destination. Barrowdon, Torrhen Square, even as far as the edges of Last Hearth, Harry visited them all. And with each place, he collected. His enchanted trunk became a treasure trove, sacks of barley and flour, crates of smoked fish, bundles of dried herbs and spices, barrels of salt and oil. He gathered steel blades and chainmail from smiths who boasted Valyrian techniques, purchased wool cloaks and leather boots made to weather the cold. Nothing was beyond his reach, and no one questioned a rich lord with generous hands. In truth, he could have lived lavishly. But Harry didn't want luxury, he wanted preparation. He was building something. He didn't know what yet, only that the world was vast and uncertain, and he needed to be ready. Each time he returned to the cave, he added new supplies to the organized chambers of his trunk. Winter would curl nearby, gnawing lazily on an elk leg, watching his human companion with quiet interest. One night, as they soared above the snow-blanketed fields, Harry leaned low over Winter's back and whispered, "We're not just surviving anymore, are we, boy?" The dragon rumbled in agreement, white scales glinting in the starlight. They were more than survivors now. They were explorers, builders. And somewhere deep in Harry's heart, something else stirred, an old feeling from another life. Hope. The wind rustled through the bone-white branches of the weirwood tree, its ancient face carved in another age, its red sap tears trailing slowly down its bark. Beneath its shadow, Harry stood barefoot, sleeves rolled to his elbows, his wand clenched in one hand and a ceremonial blade in the other. The cold soil of the north bit at his skin, but he welcomed the chill. It reminded him he was alive, and that magic, though faded in this world, still pulsed in its hidden veins. From the ancient tomes of the Black family, Harry had uncovered what the Ministry would have labeled forbidden magic, rituals of blood, rites of transformation, spells that strengthened the body and sharpened the mind. Back in his own world, such things would be locked away, considered too dangerous, too dark. But here, in a realm without regulation or oversight, he was free. And he chose to act. A small stone altar sat at the base of the tree, etched with runes Harry had traced by hand. Fresh blood from a deer glistened on the stone, his offering. Winter, his dragon, watched from a distance, his pale wings curled around him like a cloak. He had offered a few drops of his blood willingly, nuzzling Harry before retreating. Dragon blood, one of the rarest magical components known, and now mixed with Harry's own in the grooves of the ritual circle. With words half-whispered in Latin and magic drawn from the ancient books, Harry began the rite. The pain hit him like fire, raw, searing, primal. His veins burned as the magic took hold, crawling through his body like living flame. His muscles twitched, his heart thundered, and his bones ached as they strengthened. When it ended, he collapsed to the earth, soaked in sweat and blood, his body steaming in the morning frost. And when he opened his eyes again, he saw clearly. No blur. No need for glasses. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter saw the world as it was, sharp, vivid, and impossibly real. The next day, in White Harbor, Harry set his plans into motion. He found a grizzled knight, old, weathered, with scars crisscrossing his arms and a broken nose that had never healed properly. The man called himself Ser Harwin the Red, once a hedge knight of no renown, now teaching swordplay to rich brats for coin. "You want to learn to fight, boy?" Ser Harwin grunted as he studied Harry's posture. "Most lords don't like gettin' their hands dirty." "I'm not most lords," Harry replied, tossing the man a purse heavy with silver. "I'll pay you double if you make me sweat." Ser Harwin snorted. I like you already." They trained in the mornings behind an old stable. Harry learned quickly. His newly enhanced reflexes gave him an edge, though Harwin never went easy on him. "Footwork, Gryffindor," the knight bellowed. "If your feet ain't planted right, you're dead before the blade even swings." And Harry listened. Every lesson, every bruise, every blister hardened him. His movements became quicker, his stance more confident. It wasn't just about fighting. It was about understanding power in this world. A wand wouldn't always protect him. Alongside his sword lessons, Harry took to horseback with a vengeance. He had already purchased several strong northern horses, stallions, and maras bred for the cold. He kept them in his trunk, shrunken with precision, each with their own name and gear. But riding a horse was more than owning one. So, with Ser Harwin beside him, he rode through the snow-dusted forests and rolling fields. He learned balance, control, how to read a horse's breathing and listen to its rhythm. His preferred mount was a black mare he named Shade, swift and silent. One evening, after a long ride, they camped near a frozen stream. Harwin was skinning a rabbit while Harry watched the stars. "You ride like a man born to it now," Harwin muttered, glancing over. "And your sword arm's comin' along. You got something in your blood, Gryffindor. Fire, maybe?" Harry smiled slightly. Maybe. But Harry had one more reason for this journey. He was heading north. Past villages and forests, up into the realm of eternal cold. To Castle Black. To the Wall. The ancient wall soaring, mythic, carved from magic and ice. The moment Harry had heard of it, he knew he had to see it with his own eyes. It wasn't just curiosity, it was calling to him. There was magic in that place. Magic of the old world. And if it still lingered, Harry wanted to understand it. To study it. Winter remained far behind, hidden in a glacial crevasse in the Frostfangs, responding to Harry through their growing mental link when needed. The dragon didn't protest being left alone. In truth, he understood. Harry needed to walk this road with his own 2 feet. So with Shade beneath him and Ser Harwin by his side, Harry Gryffindor rode north, toward the Great Wall of Ice, toward secrets older than any book, and toward a destiny no wand could have foreseen. The wall loomed before him, stretching endlessly across the horizon like a frozen mountain range carved by giants. From a distance, Harry had thought he understood its scale. After all, he had seen it from the sky atop Winter's back. But now, standing at its base, the truth of it hit him like cold steel. It was not just tall. It was colossal. The sheer breadth of the wall made his neck ache as he craned upward, watching the icy surface shimmer in the pale northern light. It stretched into the clouds and beyond his comprehension, an ancient monument of magic, frost, and time. Castle Black stood in its shadow, stark and functional, a gathering of timber buildings and black stone rising from the permafrost like bones from the earth. Crows walked its courtyards, some young, some old, all wearing the black cloak of the Night's Watch. Their eyes followed him with curiosity, but none approached. Strangers were rare here. Harry dismounted Shade and led her through the gates, nodding respectfully to the guards. He requested an audience with the Lord Commander, and after only a few moments, a gruff man with wind-burned cheeks and steel-gray eyes appeared at the keep's door. "You must be Lord Gryffindor," the man said, extending a gloved hand. "Gerald Fisher, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. We were expecting you." "You were?" Harry raised a brow, shaking his hand firmly. "The Maester received a raven. Someone down south, White Harbor, I presume, rode ahead. Said you were a scholar. Interested in the wall." "I'm many things," Harry said with a slight smile. "But yes, I came to learn." Lord Fisher nodded and gestured toward the tower. "Then let's get you warm. The wind bites deeper than a sword up here." Inside, the stone halls were lit with flickering torches, and the scent of wood smoke clung to every corner. They settled beside a hearth where a meager fire crackled. Fisher poured 2 cups of hot mead and sat heavily in a chair opposite Harry. "So," Fisher began, "you want to know about the wall." "I want to know about what lies beyond it," Harry said. "What it was built for. How it was built." Fisher exhaled through his nose. "You'll want to speak with Maester Eamon. He's blind, but there's no sharper mind in all the 7 kingdoms. He'll tell you stories that'll make your blood freeze colder than the wall." He paused, studying Harry carefully. "You're not like the usual high-born lads we see. You've got the look of someone who's seen stranger things than this wall." Harry only nodded. More than once. Fisher didn't press. He only rose and gestured for Harry to follow. They entered a quiet chamber, warmed by a larger fire. An old man sat beneath a heavy blanket, skin thin as parchment and eyes white with blindness. Yet his face bore wisdom that time could not erase. "Eamon," Fisher said softly, "you've a guest." I heard the steps," the old man replied with a faint smile. "Come closer, young man. Let me look upon you with my ears." "I'm called Harry," he said, stepping forward. "Lord Gryffindor, by title." "Gryffindor," Eamon repeated, tasting the word. "A noble name. You're not from the south, are you?" "No," Harry replied. "Farther than that. Another kingdom, perhaps." Eamon chuckled. "I once dreamed of other kingdoms, of places where dragons still soared and the dead stayed buried. Perhaps your tale is not as mad as it sounds. A younger man entered behind them, a scribe, perhaps no older than 20, with bright eyes and a soft-spoken manner. Maester Eamon, he said, shall I read to our guest? Please do, Eamon said. The volumes on the long night. The ones I marked. The young man retrieved a heavy tome from the shelf and began to read aloud. Harry listened intently as the voice carried through the chamber. In the age of the first men, before the 7 kingdoms, there came a darkness that swallowed the sun and froze the world. From beyond the Frostfangs, the others came, creatures of death and cold, who raised the dead to serve them. They marched on the realms of men, leaving ruin in their wake. As the words poured forth, Harry felt something stir deep inside, a familiarity, a sense of dread and purpose. This wasn't just legend. He had fought such creatures before, dementors, wraiths, shades conjured by death and hate. And here, in this world, those stories had taken flesh. They built the wall with magic, Eamon said when the reading paused. Not just stone and ice. The children of the forest and the first men worked together, binding spells into its foundation, wards of old power, forgotten by most. Can anyone still use that magic? Harry asked. None here, Eamon replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. The blood has thinned. The knowledge lost. Harry leaned back, staring into the flames. Maybe not all is lost. Outside, the wind howled against the stone, as if in answer. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, slanted shadows over the yard of Castle Black, when the old knight stepped forward beneath the boughs of the weirwood tree. The red leaves rustled in the chill wind, and its face, carved long ago, looked down with ancient solemnity. The gathered men stood in respectful silence as Ser Harwin, the grizzled knight with silver-streaked hair and weathered armor, knelt before the godswood. Harry stood among the Black brothers, arms crossed, watching with quiet reverence. He'd seen many ceremonies in his life, but none like this. There was no pomp, no noble banners or trumpets. Only firelight, snow underfoot, and the presence of something old and sacred. The Lord Commander stepped forward with a cup of wine and an oath scroll. Ser Harwin of House Pharaoh, he said, his voice grave, do you swear your life and honor to the Night's Watch, to take no wife, hold no lands, father no children? I do, Harwin answered, his voice strong despite the age in his bones. Do you swear to wear the black until your death, to stand as a shield against the darkness beyond the wall? I do, he repeated. Then rise, Brother Harwin. You have no family now but us. As Harwin rose, the Black brothers stepped forward one by one, laying hands on his shoulder, welcoming him into their ranks. A quiet strength passed among them, no great celebration, but a solemn binding. Harry felt a strange pride watching it, understanding that the man who had once taught him to swing a sword now belonged to something greater than himself. Later that evening, as the sun dipped beyond the western sky, Harry was given a tour of Castle Black by a soft-spoken steward named Jonnik. The castle's cold bones came alive with stories, the rookery, where ravens nested like shadows, the armory, with its rows of dull, functional weapons, and finally, the pulley system that rose alongside the wall like a wooden spine, groaning with each ascent. Brandon the Builder designed this, Jonnik explained as they stared up at the towering lift, which clinked slowly down from the heights. Said he wanted to make the wall climbable for those who couldn't fly. Harry raised an eyebrow. Fly? Jonnik chuckled. Aye. Legend says Brandon built it with the children of the forest, and that once, long ago, dragons flew beyond the wall. But that's just stories. Harry smiled, his thoughts drifting to winter, waiting patiently in the wilderness beyond. As the tour ended, Maester Eamon surprised Harry with an invitation. The old man had taken a keen interest in him during their talks. There is a place we rarely show visitors, Eamon said, his voice frail but filled with purpose. Come. I think you should see it. They moved slowly, guided by Jonnik, through a narrow passage behind the rookery tower. The stone here was older, more worn, carved before the wall had truly taken form. At the end of the hall was a wooden door, iron-bound and marked with faded runes. This was where Brandon the Builder worked, Jonnik whispered. Some say he slept here. It's the oldest room in Castle Black. Inside, it was cold and quiet, the only light coming from a single torch. The room was bare except for a stone slab near the back wall and a long, etched surface covered in intricate symbols, stonework that looked nothing like the rest of the castle. The moment Harry stepped closer, his breath caught in his throat. The markings weren't Old Tongue. They weren't Valyrian. They were unmistakably English. Etched deep into the stone, untouched by time, were the words, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Harry froze. His heart thudded in his chest as he knelt beside the wall, tracing the familiar sentence with his fingertips. Beneath it, 3 more inscriptions were carved, smaller but unmistakable. Prongs. Padfoot. Mooney. A stunned silence stretched in the room. Jonnick, who had been explaining the mysterious carvings, paused. No one's ever made sense of it. Most say Brandon must have gone mad in his final days, writing gibberish. But Harry couldn't hear him. The torchlight danced over the letters, and his mind reeled. It's impossible. But there it was. A marauder's joke, written in a world that should never have known it. And Brandon the Builder, who had helped construct this magical wall, had somehow known the words of the marauder's map. "It's English," Harry murmured. "What was that?" asked Jonnick. Harry looked up, swallowing hard. "It's not gibberish. I can read it." Maester Eamon tilted his head. "What does it say?" Harry hesitated. Then, with a dry laugh, he recited, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The echo of those old words, spoken in a new world, made his chest tighten. He felt it in his bones, the pull of fate, the sense that something or someone had guided him here. That this wasn't just chance. And for the first time since he'd arrived in Westeros, Harry felt something more than awe, more than curiosity. He felt purpose. The chamber was quiet, only the low flicker of the torch casting dancing shadows across the ancient stonework. Harry remained frozen, still kneeling before the wall that bore a message from a man long lost to time and memory. A message from his godfather. Eamon whispered, voice thick with disbelief. "No one could read those words before. Not in all the years I've served here." Harry stood slowly, his fingers still resting against the letters. Prongs. Padfoot. Mooney. His voice was hoarse. "Because it's in English. My language. My world's language." Eamon turned toward the sound of his voice. "And you are not of this world, are you?" Harry hesitated. The secret he had guarded since his arrival now seemed like a fragile thing, as if the stones themselves had whispered it to the old maester. "No, I'm not. I didn't come here by choice, and I thought I was the only one." Eamon nodded slowly, his mind racing even in his old age. "So you believe that Brandon Stark was from your world as well?" "I don't believe it. I know it." Harry's voice cracked with emotion. "Brandon Stark, or Sirius Black, was my godfather. He vanished in front of me, fell through a magical arch during a battle. Everyone thought he died. I never knew where he went. But this," he gestured at the wall, "this proves he came here." Eamon's wrinkled brow furrowed. "But these carvings are ancient. Brandon the Builder lived 8,000 years ago. These stones have not been altered in living memory." Harry swallowed hard. Then Sirius didn't just come to this world. He came to its past. A heavy silence followed as that truth settled between them like dust on ancient stone. "Then there's no hope of finding him?" Eamon asked gently. "No," Harry said, voice heavy with grief. "If Sirius lived that long ago, he's gone. But he didn't forget me. He carved my name here. Harry Potter." He turned and pointed at another stone slab, its letters pristine despite their age. "He remembered me. Even after all that time." Eamon was silent for a long while, then murmured, "That is the kind of love that defies time itself." Harry turned away, his throat tight, his hands clenched at his sides. He was always more than just a guardian. He was family. My father's best friend. My protector. He exhaled slowly, tears stinging his eyes. "And now I know, even when he was alone in a strange world, he never stopped thinking of me." Eamon slowly stood, leaning on his assistant's arm. "Come with me, Harry. There's more." They passed through a narrow corridor, another ancient part of Castle Black, and entered a vault room filled with crumbling stone inscriptions. The air was cool and still. The torchlight danced across symbols Harry recognized instantly. Not just words, but phrases he'd spoken in the past. Lines from Remus's stories. Doodles of antlers. Even a crudely drawn dog paw. And at the very back, etched deep into the largest wall, was another message. Mischief managed. Beneath it, in bold letters, as though it were meant to last forever. Marauders. Harry staggered backward as if struck. His knees buckled, and he sank to the cold stone floor. The words blurred before his eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. I thought he was gone forever, Harry whispered. But he left this, like a trail of stars. Eamon placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You are not alone, my boy. You never were. Through his tears, Harry nodded. And a thought grew strong in his heart. If Sirius had lived in this world's past, had left this message for him, then perhaps Sirius's bloodline continued here. Maester, Harry said, slowly rising to his feet. The Starks. They descend from Brandon the Builder. Aye, Eamon confirmed. They rule Winterfell, the great house of the North. And though the line is long, their name remains true. Then I must go to them, Harry said, determined now. Even if Sirius is gone, I can protect those who carry his blood. It's what he would have done for me. Eamon nodded, smiling faintly. Harry stood tall. The pain in his chest remained, but it was no longer hollow. It had weight now, purpose. He would go to Winterfell. He would find the Starks. He would honor Sirius's memory, not in mourning, but in action. And so, under the ancient sky of the wall, Harry Potter made a vow. I will protect them. I will stand with them. As long as I draw breath. The snow fell silently over Winterfell, its icy flurries clinging to the gray stone walls like a heavy shroud. Inside the ancient halls of the fortress, Lyanna Stark sat by the high, narrow window of her chamber, her fingers cold despite the fire roaring in the hearth. The scent of smoke and pine filled the room, but it brought her no comfort. Her eyes were fixed on the path leading out of the gatehouse, watching for a raven that never came. Days had turned to weeks since the coronation of King Rhaegar Targaryen, and still, no letter. No message. No word. She wrapped her arms tighter around herself, not from the cold, but from the hollow ache in her chest. He had promised her. Promised her songs, freedom, a life beyond the stifling walls of her northern prison. But all she had now were memories and dreams that faded like mist in the morning. Winterfell had once been a place of wild laughter and sibling squabbles, where she could ride her horse across the Godswood trails and spar with the stable boys without shame. But that was before Brandon had returned from the Riverlands with his new bride. Catelyn Tully, Lady Catelyn now, was everything Lyanna was not. Graceful, composed, soft-spoken. She moved like a swan through the great hall, all flowing silks and delicate smiles. And she disapproved of Lyanna from the moment they met. Lyanna still remembered that first week after the wedding. Catelyn had spoken sweetly to Brandon by the hearth, her hands folded primly in her lap, her Tully blue eyes betraying a hint of ambition. Perhaps, my lord, a sept would serve your people well. To honor the seven, and mark your rule with piety. Their father, Lord Ricard, had nearly choked on his ale. This is the North, my lady. We kneel to the old gods beneath the weirwoods. There'll be no southern shrines built here. Catelyn had turned red as the embers in the fireplace. Later, behind closed doors, her fury had risen like a storm tide. She threw a quiet but seething tantrum, demanding Brandon support her. But Brandon, ever the proud wolf, had simply walked away. His heart belonged not to his wife, but to a woman in Barrowton. Everyone knew it, though none dared speak her name aloud. From then on, Catelyn turned her attentions to Lyanna. You shouldn't ride like that, Lyanna. You'll scar your legs. A lady should not brawl with kitchen boys, it is unbecoming. A proper maiden would not speak so openly in court. On and on it went. Her whispers, her glances, her disapproving sighs. It was as though Lyanna's very existence was an affront to Catelyn's sense of decorum. And Lyanna? She had tried. Gods knew she had tried to be civil. But she was not Catelyn. She never would be. Lyanna was a wolf of the north, not a river trout trained to swim in calm waters. She was wild, unpolished, fierce. Now, even the castle felt foreign. The warmth she once felt in the echoing halls of Winterfell had faded into cold stone and longer shadows. She missed Rhaegar. The thought came unbidden, and it twisted something deep inside her. She remembered his voice, low and solemn, his silver hair falling over his violet eyes as he played his harp beneath the great tree at Harrenhal. The way he spoke to her, not as a lord to a lady, but as a man to a woman, with tenderness, curiosity, and depth. He had promised her that there was more to life than duty and expectation. "You are not meant to be caged," he had told her once. "You were born for greater things than dust and silence." And she had believed him. Every morning since his coronation, she rose early, hoping to see the flutter of wings, the arrival of a raven bearing his seal. And every evening, her heart sank just a little more when the skies remained empty. Would he come for her? Or had he bowed beneath the weight of his crown, abandoning his promises at the altar of duty? Still, she waited. Because hope was the only thing she had left. And wolves, after all, were patient hunters. The wind howled low through the stone corridors of Winterfell, tugging at the ancient banners that hung above the great hall. Snow powdered the windowsills, but within the walls, warmth and celebration reigned. Fires crackled, mead flowed, and music echoed from lyres and drums as the people of the north gathered to mark the 16th name day of Lyanna Stark, daughter of Lord Rickard, sister to Brandon, Eddard, and Benjen, betrothed to the Warden of the Stormlands. But no part of Lyanna's soul stirred with joy. Outside, she wore her best smile, her dark hair braided with winter roses, her pale blue dress chosen by Caitlin Tully to soften her wild edges. She greeted the bannermen, nodded to the lords and ladies, and accepted their gifts with murmured thanks. But inside, her spirit churned like a stormy sea. Every song, every toast, every dance was a drumbeat toward her fate, a fate she had never chosen. This was not just a birthday. This was a herald. Her father, Lord Rickard Stark, had waited precisely for this day, her 16th year, to send the official letter south. A raven had already taken wing to Storm's End, carrying with it a message to Lord Robert Baratheon, confirming the readiness of his bride and the blessings of House Stark. Another letter had flown to the Vale, summoning her brother Eddard from the Eyrie and asking Lord Jon Arryn to escort both Ned and Robert north for the long-awaited union. The Tullis of Riverrun, now kin by marriage, had also been invited. A great northern wedding was being prepared, and her father's heart was set on it. "It will be under the weirwood," Rickard had said that morning, pride softening the usual stern lines of his face. "Not in some southern stone shrine like your brother's. No septons. No seven. The old gods watched over us before the Undulls came, and they will watch over you, my daughter, when you speak your vows beneath their white branches." She had said nothing, only nodded. What could she say? She had tried. Gods knew, she had tried everything to prevent this. She had pleaded with her father, citing Robert's reputation. His whores, his drink, the bastard children whispered of in court. She spoke of how he barely knew her beyond her face, her name, her blood. How he loved the idea of her, not the girl herself. How he would ruin her, trap her in a life of waiting while he hunted stags and drank himself into oblivion. But in the halls of power, a man's vices were just that, vices. Not crimes. Lord Rickard had listened with furrowed brow, but said only, "He is Warden of the Stormlands, Lyanna. A future Lord Paramount. One day, perhaps even Hand of the King. You are a Stark of Winterfell. This is a match worthy of your name." That had been the end of it. She could not speak of Rhaegar. She dared not. How could she tell her father that her heart belonged to the crowned dragon? That her dreams were woven with harp strings and silver hair? That she longed for the day Rhaegar would ride north not as king, but as a man who had promised her freedom? No, that path was closed to her. He was already married. And though Elia of Dorne was distant, though whispers swirled of her frail health and the quiet life she lived in King's Landing, the truth remained. Rhaegar Targaryen had a queen. And Lyanna Stark, wild as she was, could not make herself a usurper to another woman's place. Not yet. Not without him standing at her side to face the world. So she wore the crown of northern tradition, furs on her shoulders, braids in her hair, smiles on her lips, and waited. Waited for the letter that never came. Waited for Rhaegar to do something, anything. To send a word, to send a raven, to send her a reason to believe that she was more than a passing dream. But Winterfell was quiet, and the snow kept falling. That night, when the music had faded and the firelight cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, Lyanna sat in her bedchamber alone. Her dress was folded over the chair, her hands bare, her hair undone and tumbling like black silk over her shoulders. She stared into the fire, watching the flames devour the logs like time devoured hope. "I'm not meant for cages," she whispered to herself. "You said that, Rhaegar." But the only answer was the crackling of the fire and the cold wind scratching against the window pane like ghostly fingers. She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders, and the girl known as the Wolf Maid of Winterfell lay down in the dark, her eyes open and full of unanswered prayers. It happened again. As the servants cleared the plates from the morning's meal, Lyanna's face had gone pale, her stomach twisting in a way that could no longer be blamed on rich food or nerves. She had risen from the bench and barely made it out the side door before she doubled over in the snow, retching violently behind the kennels. No one saw her, save for the kitchen boy who quickly looked away, pretending to fuss over the firewood. It had first happened during her birthday feast, an evening of roasted game, honeyed bread, and sweet wine rarely found so far north. They had all dismissed it then. Even she had believed it was the result of indulgence, of a northern stomach not used to southern splendor. But now it was unmistakable. Her moon blood had not come. Not since before her 16th name day. And Lyanna Stark was no fool. Standing in the cold wind, she pressed a hand over her stomach, trembling. Her body was betraying her secrets, revealing truths no noble maiden could afford to wear. The memory of those fevered nights beneath the stars with Rhaegar, whispers in the dark, fingers intertwined, vows spoken in stolen moments, burned within her like the last embers of a dying fire. She had believed him. Believed in him. Now all she had was this growing panic. And a child. She stumbled back to her room in silence, ignoring the curious looks of passing servants. The walls of Winterfell pressed in around her like the bars of a cage. Her chamber felt colder than it ever had. Rhaegar had promised her the world, had whispered of songs and destinies and kingdoms reborn. But he was gone. Crowned. Burdened. Distant. Had he meant to return? Had she simply been an escape for him, just as he had been for her? She sat on the edge of her bed, staring down at her hands. What now? Could she marry Robert Baratheon and pass the child as his? The thought made her stomach turn more than any spoiled meat. She had fought too hard to expose Robert's philandering ways, his bastards, his lusts, his brash oaths. To turn around and deceive him with another man's child, she couldn't do it. Her honor, wild and stubborn as the rest of her, would not allow it. Then what? She had no choices. No allies. She was a maiden of noble birth of the most ancient house of the North, and noble women did not bear bastards. It would shame her father, her brothers, Winterfell itself. And Lord Rickard Stark had already endured enough shame with Brandon's Southern-style wedding. He had refused to remarry, choosing to raise his children alone. That quiet sacrifice had always been Lyanna's comfort. She could not disgrace him now. There was only one answer. She had to leave. She waited until the moon hung full and silver above the trees. Her plans had been in motion for days, casual questions to the old hunter about provisions, idle chats with stable hands about the best forest paths. No one suspected anything. She'd gathered her meager savings, 28 gold dragons and 8 silver stars. She packed lightly but carefully smoked jerky, 2 cloaks, a fire starter, bedroll, water skin. Everything tucked neatly into saddlebags hidden by the stable's rear fence. In the deepest hush of the night, Lyanna walked barefoot down the silent corridors of Winterfell. The stone was cold beneath her feet, the walls whispering old stories as she passed. She stopped at her father's chamber, the heavy oak door slightly ajar. The room inside was dark, save for the dull glow of dying embers in the hearth. Her father slept soundly, his thick gray beard rising and falling with his breath. She stepped inside, her heart pounding. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the words cracking from her throat. "I never wanted to do this. But I can't stay. I can't let you bear the shame of what I've done." She stood there for a long moment, watching him sleep, this stern, weathered man who had never once failed her, who had ruled his house with honor and steel. She wanted to reach for him, to kiss his brow, but her hand would not rise. She backed away before her courage failed, returning to her room only to scrawl a letter in trembling ink. "Father, I have run away with the one I love. I met him at the tourney of Harrenhal. Do not search for me. I am going south to be with him, and I beg you, please, forgive me." It was a lie, but a lie to buy her time. She folded the parchment, sealed it, and left it on her pillow. Then she crept from her room for the final time, a shadow among the sleeping halls of her childhood. Through the crypts she went, down into the heart of Winterfell, where a hidden tunnel that led out to the forests beyond Wintertown. The night was cold, the trees skeletal and swaying in the wind, but her path was clear. At the mouth of the tunnel, her horse waited, saddlebags packed and tied, reins looped over a low branch. The old hunter's advice had served her well. She mounted quickly, pulling her cloak tight. The cold bit at her face as she turned the horse toward the narrow trail. Behind her, the great castle loomed, its towers silver in the moonlight, its gates closed, its people asleep. Lyanna Stark looked back only once. A tear slipped down her cheek, freezing on her skin. Then she kicked the horse forward, riding into the darkness of the trees, away from home, from duty, from everything she had ever known. Toward a future she no longer dared to dream. The northern wind was biting cold that morning, but Harry didn't mind. He had grown accustomed to the chill, wrapped in his enchanted cloak, his gloved hands loosely gripping the reins of his horse as they trotted along the damp path veering off the King's Road. The snow had long melted at lower elevations, giving way to stretches of misty hills and pine-covered ridges. Every so often, he glanced up into the sky, where a pale white shape circled lazily above the clouds, his dragon, Winter, gliding with effortless grace. It had been nearly 2 months since he had last seen Doran and Oliver. He realized he owed them more than just silence. They had taken him in when he had nothing, strangers who had treated him like kin. And he hadn't even left a proper farewell. "The Starks can wait," Harry muttered under his breath, guiding the horse off the main road. "I've got time." The ride took most of the day. By late afternoon, familiar signs appeared: the forked tree with the iron nail embedded in its trunk, the moss-covered stones leading to Doran's cottage. But what Harry saw next brought him to a halt. The cottage had changed. The old thatched roof, once sagging and patched with tar, was now fully rethatched and neatly braced with new timbers. A fresh layer of whitewash brightened the cottage walls. There was a carved wooden eagle perched on the doorframe, and 2 flower beds lined the path leading to the porch. As Harry dismounted and walked toward the home, the front door burst open. "Lord Gryffindor," cried a voice. 2 girls ran toward him, laughing and beaming. It was Elsa and Nina, Doran's daughters, only now they looked very different. Elsa, tall and graceful for her age, wore a deep blue woolen dress trimmed with silver thread, her long dark hair braided with red ribbons. Little Nina, perhaps even more cuter now, wore a fur-lined green cloak and clutched a carved wooden fox in her hands. "Lord Gryffindor, you're back," Elsa squealed, grabbing his arm. "I missed you," Nina added, hugging his waist tightly. Harry smiled, genuinely touched. "It's good to see you both. You've grown." Elsa stepped back, eyes wide. "Did you come for the wedding?" Harry blinked. "Wedding? Whose wedding?" "Uncle Oliver's. He's marrying Beth tomorrow," she announced proudly, like it was a royal event. "Beth from the market?" Harry asked, his smile widening. Elsa nodded rapidly. "Yes, she's going to be our aunt." "Well," Harry chuckled, "I suppose I arrived just in time." The door to the cottage opened again and Doran stepped out, beaming from ear to ear. He looked younger than Harry remembered, clean-shaven, his salt and pepper hair tied back neatly, and his tunic freshly laundered. "Well, Well, Doran said, striding forward and clasping Harry's forearm. I told Beth he'd show up, didn't I, girls? You did, Elsa said, giggling. Doran's voice was warm. Come inside, my lord. Come in. My wife just baked honey oat bread. I'll come by, Harry said, but first I want to see Oliver. He's at the mill. Still pretending he can fix things without breaking them, Doran said with a grin. It's just down the path, you remember it. I remember. The girls clung to his arms as he walked, asking questions all at once. Did you go to White Harbor? Did you see a bear? Did you meet the Starks? Harry laughed as he gently pried them off. One at a time. I'll tell you everything at the wedding feast, all right? They agreed, reluctantly, and ran off to help their mother. The mill hadn't changed as much as the cottage, but even here there were signs of improvement. New tools stacked neatly on the side, a reinforced wooden awning over the door, and a sturdy new wheel turning slowly in the stream's current. Harry pushed the door open. Inside, the scent of sawdust and oil filled the air. Oliver stood by a large wooden table, hammer in hand, muttering curses at a plank that wouldn't settle flush. You're holding the chisel upside down, Harry said from the doorway. Oliver froze. Then he turned, slowly, and a smile broke across his face. Lord Gryffindor, he laughed, walking over and wrapping Harry in a one-armed hug. Where in the hells have you been? Harry returned the hug, grinning. Around. I heard someone's getting married. Damn right I am. Beth finally said yes after I got the roof fixed. He leaned back. Though I think it was the silver necklace you gave me that did most of the convincing. Harry raised a brow. So I'm the reason for this wedding? Oliver laughed. Let's just say your generosity put a few stars in her eyes. You staying long? I'll stay for the wedding, of course. Then I've got a trip to Winterfell. Oliver frowned. You sure you want to get involved with the northern politics? I've got my reasons. Oliver nodded. Well, you've got a place here if you ever need it. I know. That night, Harry stayed at the mill with Oliver. They talked well past midnight, sharing stories by firelight. When the hour grew late and Oliver finally fell asleep in his chair, Harry stepped outside. Above, the stars glittered like frost scattered across the heavens. And there, like a ghost among clouds, soared Winter, his white scales reflecting moonlight. Harry gave a soft whistle. The dragon answered with a deep-throated rumble from above before spiraling higher into the night sky. Smiling, Harry looked toward the distant silhouette of Winterfell. Soon, he thought. But for now, let's enjoy the calm. Smoke curled lazily from the chimneys, and laughter still echoed from the celebration that had rocked the little village all afternoon. The wedding had been a marvel unlike any the small folk had ever witnessed. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted boar, honeyed trout, venison pies, and fresh breads. There were platters of wild berries soaked in cream, jugs of spiced ale, and rare wines flowing like rivers, all of it made possible by the quiet generosity of one man. Harry had discreetly handed Doran a pouch earlier that morning, 20 more gold dragons, enough to feed the whole countryside and then some. It's for Oliver, he had said with a smile. Let him start married life with something worth remembering. And remembered it would be. The wedding had taken place before the Godwood tree, an ancient weirwood nestled just beyond the pasture, its white bark gnarled with age, crimson leaves fluttering like bloodied silk in the breeze. It was a sacred spot, and the villagers had decorated it with garlands of mountain heather and bluebells. Beth had worn a crown of flowers, and Oliver stood proud in his best tunic, embroidered for the occasion with tiny gold thread around the cuffs, a gift from Doran's wife. When they kissed beneath the weirwood, the crowd cheered loud enough to wake the hills. That evening, the mill had become a hall of merriment. Lanterns swung from the rafters, casting golden light across flushed faces and swaying bodies. The wine Harry provided seemed enchanted. It never ran out, no matter how many jugs were poured. Villagers drank and danced until their legs gave out, and eventually, one by one, the guests staggered home with full bellies and slurred blessings for the newlyweds. Now, the moon had risen high, silvering the quiet world. The noise had died down. The guests had departed. And Oliver and Beth were given privacy at last, their laughter now a gentle murmur behind closed shutters. Inside Doran's cottage, The hearth crackled softly. Harry sat in a simple wooden chair, stretching his legs near the fire, a half-empty cup of mulled wine resting in his hand. "That was a good day," Doran said, slumping into the chair across from him with a tired sigh. "We'll be talking about it for generations." "You deserve it," Harry said with a smile. "So does Oliver. He's a good man." Doran chuckled. "He's a stubborn ass, but a good one." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the kind only shared by men who had earned their rest. Then, Harry's ears perked. A distant clop-clop broke the stillness. Hooves. Multiple riders. Coming fast. Doran heard it too. He straightened in his chair. Who in the hells would be riding this way at this hour? Harry rose to his feet and moved toward the window, brushing aside the curtain. The road leading down to the mill was lit by moonlight, and he could see them, 6 riders in dark cloaks, hoods up, swords on their hips. They weren't moving like farmers or kinfolk. Their posture was too upright, their pace too steady. Trouble. "I'll take a look," Harry said, setting down his wine. "You stay inside." Doran didn't argue. "Be careful." Harry stepped out into the night, drawing his sword of Gryffindor from his belt. He walked down the gravel path, silent as a shadow, his boots making no sound as he passed between the trees toward the mill. The cold wind had picked up as Harry moved toward the mill, the moon high and pale behind shrouds of clouds. From the shadows, he had seen the riders dismount, Bolton men, armored and armed, their cloaks bearing the flayed man of the Dread Fort. But it wasn't just soldiers. There was another among them, robed in gray, tall, thin, with skin as pale as frost and eyes that held the chill of death itself. Roose Bolton. Harry stayed hidden, crouched behind a low wall of stone and moss, while the Lord of the Dread Fort stepped forward and banged his gauntlet against the mill door. When Oliver opened it, rubbing sleep from his eyes, Harry saw the moment fear overtook him. "You didn't ask for my permission," Roose Bolton said, voice quiet but cruel. "You are my tenant, Oliver. You live on my land. And yet you wed a woman, extravagantly, no less, without even sending an invitation to your liege lord." Oliver swallowed hard and bowed his head. "My lord, I didn't mean disrespect." "It was quiet," Roose hissed. "You weren't invited to think. You're a miller, not a knight. And I was not invited. Nor was I asked. That alone is offense." "But then I hear rumors," he stepped forward, his lips curling into a mockery of a smile, "rumors that your bride is a beauty." Harry's fingers curled into fists as he watched Oliver step protectively in front of the door. Bolton's smile grew colder. "Did you forget our customs, boy? In these lands, a lord is entitled to the first taste of the harvest, be it grain, meat, or women." He looked toward the mill, where Beth no doubt listened in terror from within. "And I intend to collect what is mine." "No, please, she's my wife," Oliver stammered. "She's my subject," Roose replied. Then, with a sharp gesture, he ordered his men. "Drag him out." The soldiers grabbed Oliver by the arms and yanked him into the snow. He felt his knees, struggling. Beth cried out from within the mill, but another soldier barred the door with his spear. Roose adjusted his gloves slowly. "I'll be brief," he muttered. "A quick visit. I'm sure the girl will learn to enjoy." "That's enough." The voice cut through the cold like steel. Every head turned. Harry stepped out from the shadows, cloak billowing behind him, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming silver under the moonlight. He walked with calm authority, eyes fixed on Roose Bolton. One of the Bolton men stepped forward, hand on his sword. "Who in the 7 hells are you?" Harry stopped a few paces away, sword resting at his side but ready. "I'm the man who's not going to let you touch that woman." Bolton raised an eyebrow. "You interfere with the affairs of House Bolton?" "I interfere with rape," Harry said evenly, no matter who tries to justify it. From the ground, Oliver shouted, "Lord Gryffindor, run. Please, you can't fight them all." Roose Bolton narrowed his eyes. "So you're the so-called Lord Gryffindor, the Ghost Lord of White Harbor." "Oomph. I've studied the lords of Westeros since I was a boy. There's no Gryffindor in the north. Not in the Reach, nor Dorne, nor beyond the Vale. Certainly none in the south." He circled slowly, appraising Harry. "And your name, it reeks of invention. Gryffindor? A child's tale." a made-up name meant to impress simple folk. Harry said nothing, letting Bolton talk. You think you can flaunt wealth and titles without consequence? That you can hand out gold to peasants and dance through the north like you're a king? Roos's mouth twisted. I know what you are. A fraud. A pretender. And now, a dead man. With a flick of his fingers, he gave the order. Kill him. The Bolton men advanced, 4 of them in full armor, swords drawn, their boots crunching through the frost-bitten grass. Harry didn't move. He held the sword low, tip resting in the snow, his breath misting in the cold. He let them come closer. 10 paces. 8. Then he gripped the hilt with both hands and stepped forward. The cold wind blew hard across the northern woods as silence fell around the mill. The snow whispered beneath Harry's boots as he stood alone before the Bolton men, 4 soldiers in boiled leather and mail, swords drawn, eyes wary. Behind them, Lord Roose Bolton stood motionless in the back, watching with unreadable eyes. Harry held the sword of Gryffindor loosely in one hand, its ruby-studded hilt gleaming in the moonlight, its blade shimmering with a faint, wicked sheen. He remembered it all too well, the bite of the basilisk, the rush of venom on the fong, and how he drove that fong through the mouth of the beast. The sword had drunk deep that day, had absorbed poison no healer could cure. A single cut, Harry thought grimly, and they'd be dead within minutes. But he didn't want that. These men weren't monsters. They weren't Death Eaters. They weren't even the cruel sort. They were small folk raised to be soldiers, servants of the Boltons. They were following orders. That didn't make them blameless, but it didn't make them deserving of death either. So Harry let the first sword strike come, and he blocked it cleanly, sparks flaring where steel met magic. Then he pivoted, ducked under the second man's swing, and drove his fist into the soldier's ribs with a bone-jarring crack. The man fell, wheezing, clutching his side. The third soldier came in fast. Harry spun low and swept his leg beneath the man's stance. The soldier dropped like a felled tree. Another blade came for his shoulder. Harry twisted and stepped close, too close for the sword to matter, and struck the attacker with an open palm blow to the chest that sent him sprawling back into the snow. Punch after punch. Kick after kick. No magic. No swordplay. Just raw, honed instinct, reflexes sharpened by fighting Death Eaters, training with Sirius and Moody, fighting a war before he turned 17. One soldier tried to rise again. Harry didn't hesitate. He turned and elbowed the man in the temple. He went down and didn't get back up. All 4 men lay groaning in the snow, bruised, bloodied, but alive. A sharp gasp came from the porch of the mill. Oliver and Beth, hand in hand, stared in disbelief. Harry slowly turned his eyes to the only man remaining, and now he is on horseback. Roose Bolton. The Lord of the Dreadfort looked down at his fallen soldiers, his thin mouth trembling at the corners. His pale eyes darted from Harry to the sword of Gryffindor, and in a single, pitiful motion, he spun his horse around and kicked it hard. Coward, Harry murmured. But he was already moving. With speed no knight could match, he lunged forward and caught the reins, and with his other hand, grabbed Bolton's wrist and pulled. Roose screamed as he tumbled off the saddle, hitting the frozen ground with a crunch and a low groan. His cloak sprawled around him, his ornate boots flailing. Harry stood over him, eyes cold. You came here to ruin a wedding, Harry said. You came to hurt an innocent woman. Now don't beg for salvation. Roose grunted, his hand reaching for the dagger at his belt. Harry kicked it aside. Then he knelt, one hand still holding the sword, the other pressing against Bolton's chest. Let's see, Harry said quietly, what kind of man you really are. And he looked into Roose Bolton's eyes. Legitimacy flowed. The world blurred. And Harry saw. He saw a younger Bolton, face pale and emotionless, ordering a man's wife taken to his bed as punishment for a late harvest. He saw servants flayed for disobedience. A boy hanged for hunting a hare without permission. He saw women screaming behind locked doors. Children crying. Fields salted. Crops burned to teach lessons. Bolton didn't feel guilt. He didn't feel anything. He enjoyed it. The cold, surgical delight of inflicting pain. When Harry withdrew, His face was set like stone. Roose opened his mouth to speak, but Harry gave him no chance. "I've seen enough." The sword of Gryffindor pierced cleanly through Roose Bolton's chest. The man choked once, blood on his lips, and then fell still. Harry stood in silence, breathing heavily, the sword dripping crimson into the snow. Behind him, Beth gasped. Oliver stepped forward, face pale. You killed him." Harry turned slowly. "I did." Doran came running from the path, breathless. "I saw riders from the woods." "Are you all?" He stopped when he saw the corpse. "Gods." Harry wiped the blade on Bolton's cloak and sheathed it. "You need to run," Doran said quickly. "Now. You don't know what you've done, Harry. You killed a lord. The North won't care why. They won't care about the truth. The Starks won't have a choice. They'll have to hunt you down for justice." Oliver nodded, grabbing Harry's arm. "They'll send riders, maybe even bannermen. You'll be declared a criminal." Harry looked down at the body. He was no lord. He was a monster. "I know," Doran said. "We all know. But the law." "I understand." Harry turned toward the forest. The night was still dark, the snow undisturbed. He summoned his horse from the enchanted pouch and mounted swiftly. He turned back to Oliver and Beth, who stood close together, wide-eyed. "I'm sorry," Harry said, "for all of it. But no one will hurt any of you. As long as I breathe." Beth nodded silently, eyes glistening. Doran stepped forward. "You'll always have friends here, Harry. But you need to go." Harry clicked his tongue and spurred the horse forward, galloping into the woods as snowflakes drifted down like falling ash. Above, circling silently, was winter. The white dragon screeched once, low and long, before vanishing into the clouds. And Harry, the so-called Lord Gryffindor, disappeared into the north once more, leaving behind a mill, a wedding, a grave in the snow, and a legend that would spread across the lands before dawn. The wind howled across the icy plains of the north like a wounded beast. Snow fell in heavy, silent curtains as Lyanna Stark rode slowly through the storm, her hood drawn low and her furs wrapped tight. Her horse, a sturdy gray mare named Cinder, struggled through the deepening snow with heavy steps. Lyanna patted her neck gently. "I know, girl." "Just a little farther," she whispered, her breath fogging the air. "We're both freezing." She had ridden through the night since fleeing Winterfell, but even her Stark blood could not ignore the cold much longer. Her fingers ached despite the gloves, her face was red and raw, and Cinder's legs trembled with exhaustion. She needed shelter, and she knew exactly where to go. Tumbledown Tower. A crumbling ruin off the King's Road, half forgotten, half swallowed by the forest. It had served her family once before, during a short stop on their way to execute a deserter of the Night's Watch. Travelers and hunters still used it now and then, especially in winters like this. If the gods were kind, it would be abandoned. They were. The tower appeared through the mist like a ghost, its jagged silhouette rising against the sky. Stones lay scattered around it like the broken teeth of a dead giant. No smoke. No sounds. No movement. Lyanna led Cinder into the ruined shadow with a sigh of relief. Inside, the tower's bones still held walls that leaned but stood, and a section of ceiling that kept the snow at bay. She tied Cinder in the driest corner and rubbed her muzzle, whispering thanks. Then she moved to the hidden alcove behind the collapsed wall. As she hoped, a small stack of firewood still lay there, dry, wrapped in an old tarp. She set about making a fire with shaking hands, striking the flint like her brothers had taught her. Sparks flew. Flames caught. Warmth spread. She sat down, wrapped in furs, and finally breathed. The meat pie she stole from the Winterfell kitchens was cold, but edible. She chewed slowly, staring into the fire. Thoughts came unbidden. Rhaegar. His voice. His songs. The look in his eyes when he called her my silver wolf. The promises of escape and freedom. Her fingers drifted to her stomach. The secret growing inside her. Her father's face rose next, stern, proud, perhaps even heartbroken when he read her note. He would search for her. Brandon too. Even Eddard from the Vale. All for nothing. She wasn't going south to meet her lover. She wasn't even certain where she was going. Just away. The fire crackled, and exhaustion overtook her. She curled up on the stone floor, cocooned in her cloaks, and drifted into uneasy sleep. The scream shattered her dreams. Lyanna jolted upright, heart pounding. Her hand flew to the dagger at her belt, but it was already too late. The tower was no longer empty. Figures loomed all around her, crouched and growling like wolves. Feral eyes, matted hair, yellowed teeth. Wildlings. At least 10 of them. The fire she built now roared, and beside it Cinder. Her horse lay dead, her throat slit. The wildlings had already begun butchering her, cutting thick slabs of meat and throwing them over the fire. "That's her awake," one of them rasped, pointing with a bloody knife. "Pretty thing." A man stepped forward, tall and thin with a face like leather, and only 3 teeth to his name. He grinned at her with a crooked smile. "Well now," he said, "ain't you a gift from the gods?" Another snorted nearby, drunk off stolen wine. Around them lay crates of supplies, furs, food, even blades marked with castle sigils. Plundered goods. Weapons of noblemen. They had raided someone's caravan, and they were still celebrating. Lyanna stared in horror. Her voice caught in her throat. The thin man knelt beside her and sniffed. "Southron perfume," he mused. "Clean hands. Lashes like a lady." He reached for her face. "What's a fine thing like you doin' out here all alone?" Lyanna jerked her head away. "Don't touch me." "Oh ho." Another wildling laughed. "She bites." "We'll see how long that lasts," said a squat man by the fire. "The lad who found her says she came from the road. Maybe she's runnin'. Maybe a runaway noble girl, eh?" "Then she don't belong to anyone," said the first man, his grin returning. "And that means she's fair game." "No, no, no," Lyanna backed against the tower wall, her hand still on her dagger. The wildlings were drunk and loud. They passed around bottles, laughed, argued. But the laughter was changing. Turning ugly. "Who gets her first?" Someone slurred. "She woke in my watch." "Shut your crooked teeth, Drog." She looked at me. "That means she wants me." Lyanna's stomach turned to ice. "No," she said aloud, louder this time. "You're not touching me." They laughed again, but something in her voice made the closest man hesitate. Just a flicker. "I'm warning you," she said, drawing her dagger. Her hands trembled. "I'm not afraid to kill." The toothless man leaned in close, face inches from hers. "Oh, I don't mind a little fightin'. Makes it more fun." Lyanna slashed. The dagger cut his cheek. He roared and fell back. "You little whore," he shouted. The tension in the ruined tower hung thick as the flames crackled, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. Lyanna's breath was shallow, her eyes darting between the filthy faces that circled her like wolves around a wounded doe. Her dagger still trembled in her hand, but the numbers were against her. Then the sound of hooves. A sharp rhythm of iron against stone echoed from the direction of the broken archway that once served as the tower's entrance. The wildlings stiffened, hands drifting towards stolen weapons. One of them spat into the fire and snarled. "What now?" A lone rider emerged from the swirling snow, cloaked in heavy furs, the hood pulled deep over his face. His horse, white with ice, dusted across its mane, snorted and stomped the frozen earth. "Greetings, strangers," came a voice from beneath the hood, calm, smooth, and unhurried. "I am a fellow traveler myself, and the night is far too cold to ride further. I see you have warmth. Might I join your fire?" The wildlings exchanged glances, confused. The man's tone held no fear, no urgency, and he had no blade drawn. The leader of the wildlings, Drog, the one with the toothless grin, stepped forward with narrowed eyes. "You must be mad, rider. This land ain't for highborns playin' at adventure." The man dismounted without comment, brushing snow off his shoulders with a deliberate grace. His boots crunched across the stone floor as he approached the fire, cloak shifting with each step. Beneath the furs, one could just make out fine black boots, a deep red tunic, and the glint of a silver fastener. He looked like a lord. Lyanna's eyes widened in alarm. "No, don't come closer," she cried. "These men are wildlings. They'll kill you." The stranger paused. His head tilted slightly as he turned to face her. For the first time, Lyanna could see his face clearly, youthful, sharp-jawed, with a quiet intelligence behind his green eyes. He blinked at her. "Wildlings," he repeated. Even the wildlings gaped at him now. "You don't know who we are," one of them growled. Harry frowned. "I thought you were fellow travelers, hungry ones, by the smell of roasted horse. But I suppose I should ask, what is a wildling?" The tower went silent. Snow whispered against the collapsed roof and spiraled into the open ruins like ghostly breath. Harry sat cross-legged beside the fading flames, his cloak wrapped tight around his shoulders, eyes still flickering with thoughts. Lyanna Stark sat across from him, wrapped in a fur blanket, her face pale from cold and fear, yet her eyes burned with stubborn defiance. Around them, the wildlings lounged like wolves after a fresh kill, picking meat off the remains of her horse, sharpening stolen weapons, or swigging stolen wine. Harry's gaze drifted from the toothless man who had grabbed Lyanna earlier to the others, men and women hardened by frostbite, famine, and exile. Then something clicked. "So, when you called them wildlings," Harry said slowly, turning back to Lyanna, "you mean the ones the knights watch guards against? The ones beyond the wall?" Lyanna stared at him, perplexed. "Of course. Who else?" Harry blinked in confusion. I thought they were monsters. Creatures. Something inhuman. But they're just people. People like you and me." At this, all eyes turned toward Harry. Lyanna's, the wildlings, even the old man sharpening a sword in the corner raised an eyebrow. Lyanna's voice was cold with disbelief. "You really know nothing of the North." "Apparently not," Harry admitted. He gestured toward the group. "They're dangerous, yes. But they're hungry, hunted. I get it now. They can't grow food in those frozen lands, can't trade. So they raid. What other choice do they have?" One of the older wildlings, a bearded man with braided gray hair and a scar down his face, grunted. "At least one kneeler gets it." Harry tilted his head. "How did you get here, though? Aren't there soldiers on the wall to stop you?" The old man nodded. "Some of us crossed the sea in small boats. Others scaled the wall. Like spiders. Like fools. Lost 2 men on the way down." Harry's eyes lit with admiration. "That's impressive. Risky, but impressive." One of the younger wildlings, tall and angry-eyed, spat to the side. "Enough chatter. Let's kill the kneeler and take the girl." He eyed Lyanna hungrily. "Claim her properly, like warriors." Lyanna recoiled, her face twisting in disgust. Harry raised his hand gently, palm open in a gesture of peace. "You don't have to kill me. I'm not like the others from the North." The leader frowned. "Why not?" Harry shrugged. "Because they'll be hunting me soon, too, and I would like to come with you to the land beyond the wall." A ripple of interest passed through the wildlings. Lyanna looked up, startled. "Why would they hunt you?" the bearded one asked. Harry exhaled slowly, staring into the fire. "Because I killed someone." Silence. "Who?" the tall wildling asked warily. "Lord Bolton." Lyanna gasped audibly, clutching her cloak tighter. The entire room burst into noise. Some cheered, others barked laughter. The old scarred wildling gave a hoarse cackle. "You killed Bolton?" "Huh. That flayed bastard had it coming." Another growled. "Skinned my cousin alive for stealing a sheep. May his corpse rot in the snow." "Drank wine from a skull, I heard," said another. "Serves him right." Harry merely nodded, watching the sparks rise from the fire like fleeting spirits. Then one of the wildlings pointed at Lyanna. "But what about her? We can't let her go. She's a noble. If we let her live, she'll bring the wolves down on us." Harry looked up, calm as ever. "Then make it fair. A contest. Your way. Let her fate be decided by strength and skill." Several wildlings muttered in agreement. Another added, "The old way." Jarl stood. Then an axe-throwing contest. They liked that. Axes were drawn, targets were arranged. A blackened plank of old oak hung on the far wall, marked with a rough red X in blood. Each man who desired to claim the girl took their place in line. Harry was the last. They began one by one, hurling heavy iron axes into the board. Some stuck near the center, others thudded into the walls. Lyanna watched, stone-faced, gripping her blanket tightly. Then came Harry's turn. He stepped forward, calm and composed. His axe gleamed under the light of the fire pit. With a small flick of his finger, barely noticeable, he whispered, impervious, under his breath. A tiny enchantment to guide the axe true. He threw. The axe split the center of the X cleanly in two. A perfect throw. A silence fell. Then cheers erupted. The Kneeler wins, someone called. Never seen a throw like that. Aye, he wins the girl. Harry turned to Lyanna and offered a faint smile. Come with me. He stepped forward and handed her the reins of his horse. Go. Ride to the road. Lyanna stared at him. You won. They'll let you have me. I didn't want to win you, Harry said quietly. I wanted to save you. She looked at the horse, then back at him. I can't go back, she whispered. I ran away. I'll bring shame to my family. I'm not married and carrying a child. Harry's expression softened. Then come with me. To the lands beyond the wall, she asked, searching his face. He nodded. You'll be safe there. A long pause. Then Lyanna nodded slowly. All right. Let's go. The wildlings, for once, made no protest. They were already starting to pack their things, preparing to move again. She's with you now, the old scarred one said to Harry. She's one of us. And with that, Lyanna Stark, once promised to a future Queen of the South, once betrothed to the Warden of the Stormlands, left behind her name, her titles, and her fear, riding with a stranger cloaked in firelight, toward the cold unknown. For nearly a week, they traveled like shadows through the deep pine forests and snowbound hills. The wildlings, skilled in the ways of secrecy and survival, led the group west at first, away from the well-patrolled King's Road. Then, they turned northward, skirting through frozen river valleys and the narrow mountain passes where the mountain clans of the north had long since made peace with silence and solitude. The terrain grew harsher with every league, but the wildlings were sure of their path. They knew the caves that no map recorded, the hunting grounds that bore meat even in winter, and the hidden streams that ran cold but clean. When the moon rose, they walked. When the sun broke through the clouds, they slept. Sometimes in the open under firs, other times in old, crumbling keeps of forgotten men, or in hollowed rock shelters veiled by snow. And always, Harry watched the skies, knowing that above, his dragon followed. Winter was never far. Invisible to the eyes of men, the great white beast flew higher than hawks, his scales blending into the clouds, his presence no more than a gust of wind or a flicker of shadow over the tree canopy. When they slept, winter curled atop distant cliffs or in snowy clearings, silent and watchful. Despite the hardships, there was laughter. Harry had a way with people, and even wildlings weren't immune to his charm. He told them stories, not just of his homeland or foreign wars, but tales of impossible castles, talking portraits, flying brooms, and magical beasts that roamed unseen lands. At first, they thought he was mad. Then, they listened more. And then they laughed. Sometimes they demanded a story before setting up camp or made him swear to continue the tale the next night. In their world of ice and blood, Harry's voice became a light. Lyanna Stark often walked beside him. Wrapped in a fur cloak, her long black hair braided in wildling fashion, her gray eyes no longer cold but curious. One evening, as they camped in a high mountain cave that looked down upon the distant frost-covered pines, she leaned closer to him near the fire. You never told me, she said, her voice quiet but not cold. Why did you kill Roose Bolton? Harry stirred the embers with a stick before answering. Because he was about to rape a woman. My friend's wife. Said it was some ancient custom, first night rites. He spat the words with disgust. He thought being a lord gave him the right to take what wasn't his. So, I killed him. Lyanna stared into the flames, silent for a long time. Then you did the right thing, she said finally. Not many men would risk death for a small folk's dignity. Harry looked at her. What about you? Why did you run? She took a shaky breath, her fingers tightening around the fur at her shoulders. Because I was betrothed to a man I could never love. Robert Baratheon. My father arranged it. My brother approved. But they didn't know him like I did. He drinks, fights, beds whores, and then smiles like it's all a game. Harry listened, nodding gently. Lyanna continued, her voice trembling with memory. Then I met him, Rhaegar Targaryen, the prince. He crowned me at the tourney of Harrenhal, queen of love and beauty. Not Elia. Me. She smiled bitterly. We met in secret, made plans for a life away from court. Away from Robert. But after he returned to King's Landing to claim his throne, he stopped sending letters. Stopped everything. Harry frowned. You think he abandoned you? I don't know, she whispered. Maybe he was caught. Maybe I was just an escape for him. But I can't go back. Not with a child growing inside me. I won't bring shame to my house. I won't let my son grow up in chains. Harry placed a hand over hers. Then he won't. They said nothing more after that, just sat quietly beside the fire until it died to coals. On the 7th morning, the trees began to thin, and the cold wind carried a scent Harry had almost forgotten: salt. They came upon a long cliffside trail and, from its edge, the world opened to a frozen sea below. At the base of a jagged cliff, hidden by an overhang and thick sea mist, lay the mouth of a sea cave, dark and yawning like the mouth of an old god. They descended the switchbacks carefully, helping each other down slippery rock and icy ledges. The roar of the surf grew louder until it echoed off the stone around them. The cave itself was vast, its interior lined with crates, barrels, bundled furs, and weapons wrapped in oilcloth. Loot from our last raid, said one wildling proudly. Axewood and Bear Island both. A good season. Harry raised his brow. How did you get all this down here? Carried it in piece by piece, said another. And now it's time to take it home. For boats waited at the back of the cave, pulled half out of the water and covered in tarps. The wildlings wasted no time. They hauled the boats to the surf, loaded the supplies, and tested the oars. Harry stood with Lyanna beside the waves, the wind tugging at her cloak, her face pale but steady. Once we cross, she said, there's no coming back, is there? Harry looked out over the gray, endless water. Only if we want to. She nodded, her voice soft. Then let's go. They boarded separate boats, 8 people to each vessel, and shoved off from the icy shore. The water was frigid, the sky full of clouds, and the sea swelled angrily beneath them. But above them, high above the clouds, winter circled like a ghost. No words were needed. Harry could feel his dragon through their bond. Winter would follow, guarding from the sky. Together, they rode toward the lands beyond lords and laws, where the free folk ruled themselves and no oaths bound the will of men and women. Lyanna Stark and Harry Gryffindor had left the world of politics and noble houses behind for now. But fate had not left them behind. Not yet. The sea was merciful that morning. Its glassy surface rippled gently beneath the hulls of the 4 wildling boats, the tide rolling slow and steady like a sleeping beast. The sky above was cloud-draped but quiet, and the air smelled sharp with salt. No waves, no wind, no storm on the horizon. It was as if the ocean itself had consented to their passage. The boats, crude but sturdy, had no sails, wildlings had no use for them. They were oar-powered, long and narrow, made for speed and stealth, not war. In each boat, oars dipped and pulled, in an uneven but determined rhythm. Harry sat beside Lyanna Stark in the second boat, glancing at her pale face as she leaned forward, arms wrapped tightly around her knees. "You're seasick," he said gently, pulling one of the oars from a nearby wildling who gave it up without complaint. "I don't know if it's the sea," she muttered, "or the child." Her face flushed as she added, "or both." Harry gave her a sympathetic look. "Rest. We've got this." Lyanna nodded and closed her eyes, leaning back against the bundled furs behind her. Her breath came slow and shallow as she tried to will the nausea away. The wildlings, meanwhile, had no intention of suffering in silence. One of them, a thick-shouldered man with a braided beard and a ragged wolfskin across his back, threw his head back and howled a raunchy tune into the sky. "Oh, my wife, she's waitin', with a belly and a blade. Hair like hay and teeth like stone, gods, I've missed that maid. She'll beat me when she sees me, then she'll drag me to the bed, where I'll show her how I missed her till the straw is red." The others burst into laughter, slapping the sides of the boat with their oars in a thudding rhythm. "Oi, that's your wife you're talking about, Ogre," one of the men in the next boat shouted across the water. Ogre grinned, showing more missing teeth than whole ones. "Aye, and she's got the strength of a bear and the appetite of 3. I hope she's still waiting." Their singing resumed, more like howling than melody, full of vulgar verses, crude laughter, and chest-thumping bravado. But behind the jest, Harry could sense it: longing, desperation. These weren't just songs. They were prayers hidden behind dirty jokes. Harry pulled steadily on the oar, matching the rhythm set by the others. It was hard work, but the singing made it easier. "Your turn, Kneeler," someone yelled from the lead boat. Harry raised his voice, loud enough for all 4 boats to hear. "There once was a man from down in the vale, who would a fair lass with a fish in a pail. He lost the damn fish, but she didn't much care, for he'd hidden a trout in his britches right there." Laughter echoed across the water. Even Lyanna cracked a smile before covering her mouth to stifle another round of retching. "She's not used to sea travel," Harry explained to a nearby oarsman. "Or wildling food." At that, a small piece of blackened meat was tossed into his lap. "Best she start. Tonight it's horse again." Harry held the piece up and gave Lyanna a questioning look. She turned her head away. "It was my horse." "I know." He set it aside without comment. He would feed her something better later, maybe some dried pears or honeyed bread from his magical trunk. The trunk sat hidden in his coat pocket, magically shrunk. No one knew about it, and Harry had been careful to ensure that its nature remained a secret. The wildlings were not evil, but desperation made men covetous. Even friends. Lyanna stirred later that afternoon and asked to try rowing. She managed half a dozen strokes before groaning in frustration and handing the oar back. "I can ride a horse through a blizzard and split an arrow with my own, but this is torture." Harry grinned. "It takes time." "I don't have time," she said under her breath, resting her hand on her belly. The sun had begun its slow descent when Harry leaned toward her, curiosity in his eyes. "Tell me about your family," he said. She blinked, caught off guard. "Why?" "Because I've met lords and ladies, but never a Stark. And I like to know things." Lyanna sighed and looked out over the water, her fingers tightening around the boat's edge. "There's not much to say. My father, Lord Rickard Stark, is a hard man. Not cruel, but distant. He never remarried after my mother died. He always said the North doesn't need more songs, it needs strong roots." "Sounds like a Stark thing to say." She smiled faintly. "It is. My eldest brother, Brandon, was the wildfire in our house, brave, reckless, stubborn. He was married to Caitlin Tully." She stopped herself. Harry nodded solemnly. "Then there's Uttard. We called him Ned. He's quiet, thoughtful. I think he would have made a better maester than a lord, but he bears the Stark name with pride." "Do you look like him?" She laughed, genuinely now. "No. Ned looks like our father. I look like our mother. Or so I've been told. I was the unruly one, the daughter who climbed trees, threw snowballs at squires, and snuck into the kennels to play with the wolf pups. There is also Benjan, my younger brother, and I miss him already. Doesn't sound like a bad family to me." It wasn't. Not until I was told I'd be married off to Robert. She spat the name like it tasted sour. The boats glided forward, oars cutting the calm sea. The Bear Island patrols hadn't seen them. Or if they hadn't bothered to interfere. That suited Harry just fine. By dusk, the clouds burned orange along the western horizon. The men grew quieter, the singing faded, and even the tapping of oars slowed as muscles tired and voices faded. Harry glanced skyward once more. Winter was up there, he could feel it in his chest. A steady presence. A protective force. No words were needed between them. The bond was enough. As Lyanna finally curled beneath a fur cloak and fell into a restless sleep beside him, Harry kept rowing, his arms aching but his resolve firm. They were heading toward freedom. But freedom, Harry knew, was never free. It was early morning when the horizon began to shift. A distant glimmer broke through the lingering mist, a white peak, jagged and glorious, pierced the pale blue sky. The wildlings saw it first. The tallest among them pointed and shouted, "Home." The others took up the call, and soon the boats surged forward with renewed vigor. The oars dipped faster into the still sea, spurred on by the sight of snow-covered mountains rising like frozen sentinels above the bay. Harry leaned forward, his breath catching as the land came into full view. The beauty was raw and brutal, steep cliffs draped in frost, waterfalls frozen mid-cascade, and a jagged coastline dotted with black stones and thick pine forests. But it wasn't the mountains that drew their focus. It was the narrowing inlet they were rowing into, a bay shaped like a wide triangle, its mouth yawning before gradually tapering into a slender, winding fjord. Towering cliffs stood on either side like walls, and the echo of their oars splashing against water bounced off the stone. There was a haunting quietness here, broken only by the occasional cry of sea birds and the creak of wooden boats. As the passage narrowed, Harry stood, straining his eyes ahead. There, he whispered to Lyanna, nudging her gently awake. She stirred, blinking the sleep from her eyes. "What is it?" "Look." And then she saw it. Nestled in the cradle of rock and pine, tucked just far enough from the sea to be hidden from the shoreline, was a village. Not made of stone or timber like those in the south, but of immense tents, some the size of halls, stitched together from the hides of elk, bear, and mammoth. Long tree trunks had been carved and hammered to serve as support beams, angled in a conical shape to resist the weight of snow. Smoke curled from holes at the tops, rising lazily into the cold air. Crows circled above the village in great numbers, their cries echoing like sentries sounding an alarm. Harry turned to Jarl, the broad-shouldered wildling who had guided them since their meeting. "This is it." Jarl grinned. Ice Raven Village. My home. My father is chief here." They beached the boats on a strip of black sand where the cliffs receded. As the wildlings leapt into the icy shallows and hauled the boats ashore, Harry helped Lyanna down carefully. She clutched his arm for balance, still uneasy from the voyage. The first to greet them weren't warriors, but children. Bundles of fur with tiny hands and curious eyes, the children of the Ice Ravens ran toward the returning raiders with shrieks of joy. Some carried wooden clubs, others dragged toys made from driftwood. They stopped short when they saw Harry and Lyanna, tilting their heads as though examining mythical creatures from stories. One child with a red fox pelt hat pointed at Lyanna. "Is she a ghost?" Another giggled. "She's got hair like snow." Jarl shooed them away with a laugh. "Go on now. Fetch your mothers." He led Harry and Lyanna through the outer edge of the village, where furs hung from wooden racks and smoked meats dangled above drying pits. Women emerged from the tents, joy lighting their faces as they ran to greet the returning men. Laughs, tears, and kisses filled the air. But not all shared in the joy. Some women stood alone, eyes searching the arriving boats, finding no familiar face. One woman dropped to her knees when she realized her son hadn't returned. Jarl's smile faded as he approached the large tent at the village's edge, a towering structure supported by carved pine beams. "My father's hall," he said. "Come." Inside, it was warm and smoky. A fire burned at the center pit, and seated near it was an older man, his face carved from stone and wind. His beard was streaked with gray, and scars crisscrossed his brow. He rose when he saw Jarl. "My son," he said, clasping his arm. Then his eyes moved to Harry and Lyanna. "These are your guests?" Jarl nodded. "The one who killed Roose Bolton." The chief's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward and studied Harry as one might inspect a weapon. "That alone makes you a friend. You may stay. Both of you." "Thank you," Harry replied, bowing slightly. "But I hope you don't mind, I may suggest some changes." That earned a grunt. Outsiders always want to change what they don't understand. Harry left it at that for now. They spent the day moving through the village. The stolen goods were unpacked, crates of wheat, barrels of wine, axes and boots and rope, all taken from northern settlements. The villagers were efficient and jubilant, but Harry's eyes noted more than celebration. The tents, even the largest ones, were poorly insulated. Snow crept in through the cracks and the wind rattled the hide walls. Children coughed from cold air. The camp had no wall, no defense, not even a watchtower. And the location was perilous, hidden only by isolation. We can build something better, Harry told Lyanna that night. But they won't listen yet. They don't trust outsiders, she murmured, sitting beside him near a crackling fire. Can you blame them? No, he said softly. But I'll earn it. As the days passed, Harry made himself useful. He healed a child's frostbite using herbs he brought in his trunk, helped repair leaking tents with clever stitching charms, and hunted in the nearby woods, always careful to hide his magic. But Lyanna, she became the focus of unwanted attention. Whispers followed her wherever she went. Men stared some openly, others through narrowed eyes. Her highborn looks, her clean skin, her grace, she was too different. Too desirable. She wasn't one of them, and they knew she wasn't Harry's wife. One evening, a wildling approached Harry with a grin. You'll trade the girl? I've got a fine goat. Even fatter than her. Harry's jaw tightened. She's not for trade. Another man, emboldened, offered him a sack of dried fish. For just one night. That night, Lyanna trembled as she sat beside Harry. I can't stay here. He nodded. We'll leave soon. Head north. Past even this place. Where will we go? To the edge of the world, he said. And then, if there's nothing beyond, we'll build something. They stayed 2 more weeks. Long enough to rest. Long enough to mourn the dead. Long enough to learn what they could of the Ice Ravens, who despite their ruggedness, were still people trying to survive in a world that had forgotten them. When they left, it was with little ceremony. Jarl met them at the edge of the village. You're going into the mountains? Harry nodded. Further north. Maybe east if the path allows. Jarl handed him a wrapped bundle. Dried meat, furs, and bone knives. Gifts from my father. And from me. Harry took it. Thank you. As they walked away, Lyanna pulled her cloak tighter. Do you really think we'll find peace? He looked back once at the village of smoke and tents. Then forward into the white expanse. If not, he said, we'll make it. There are many things that made Lyanna stark shocked. In the 15 years she lived, a few had left lasting impressions. The death of her mother when she was still a child, the first time she stole Brandon's horse and fell trying to ride it across the frozen stream near Winterfell, the moment Prince Rhaegar Targaryen placed a crown of blue winter roses on her head at the tourney of Harrenhal, and more recently, the discovery that she was pregnant with Rhaegar's child. Then, of course, there was her near assault at the hands of wildlings. But what she saw now easily made it to her top 3 most shocking moments. A massive white dragon descended from the sky. It appeared from the pale clouds like a phantom, its wings slicing through the air in silence, only the roar of wind announcing its approach. The dragon landed before them, snow billowing around its gigantic claws as it touched the earth. It was enormous, larger than any warhorse, larger than a hall, with scales as white as snow, sleek and unblemished. Its wings folded with a graceful rustle, and its large, slitted eyes gleamed like polished ice. Lyanna gasped, stumbling a step backward. What in the name of the old gods? She whispered, instinctively pressing herself behind Harry. Harry stood calmly, as if he hadn't just been met by one of the most fearsome beasts known to man. He looked at the dragon with quiet fondness, no fear in his posture. Lyanna, he said, turning slightly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, this is my dragon. His name is Winter. Lyanna blinked. You have a dragon? Harry smiled. Yes. He's been following us forever. Quietly. He always keeps an eye on me. Winter exhaled through his nostrils, and the warm steam from his breath wafted into the freezing air. Lyanna felt like her knees might buckle. The stories of dragons were just that, stories. Tales sung by bards and whispered by old crones around hearths. Everyone knew the dragons had died out with the last Targaryens during the Dance of the Dragons. And yet here stood a living legend. The dragon lowered its head slightly, its piercing gaze fixed on her. Harry nudged her gently forward. Winter wants to meet you. Meet me? She hissed. It's a dragon. He's more than that, Harry said. He's intelligent. He understands us. Winter shifted again, flicking some of the snow from his wings as he adjusted his position. The dragon stared at Lyanna, tilting its massive head as if waiting for her to do something. Lyanna took a shaky step forward. Hi. Hi, Winter, she said awkwardly, raising a hand in the air. Then she added, in a whisper, don't eat me. Harry laughed behind her. He won't. He will protect you. Winter gave a slow, deliberate nod, and the sight made Lyanna freeze in place. He understood you, she said in disbelief. Harry nodded. Of course. Dragons are connected to their rider. But Winter, he's more than just a beast. He's seen worlds beyond this one. He understands fear, anger, even sorrow. Lyanna turned to look at him. Where did you get him? Harry hesitated. That's a long story. One for another time. They stood in silence for a few moments, the snow falling gently around them, and Winter's breath steaming in the cold air. Then Harry asked, would you like to fly with him? Lyanna's mouth dropped open. What? He can carry us both. He won't drop you. I promise. She looked at Winter, then back at Harry. Is he safe? He's the safest place you could be. Winter lowered his massive body to the ground, wings splayed slightly for balance. A low, rumbling sound emerged from his chest, not a growl, but something softer. Harry climbed up first, expertly gripping the dragon's spine ridges. He held a hand down to her. Lyanna hesitated for a moment, then took his hand. The moment she settled behind him, Winter lifted into the air. The earth fell away beneath them as the wind rushed past, and Lyanna clutched Harry tightly. The sensation of flight, true flight, was like nothing she had ever known. The cold air slapped her cheeks, the snowflakes stung her eyes, but the feeling of freedom was overwhelming. They flew high above the nearby glacier lake, over forests, mountains, and frozen rivers. From this height, Lyanna could see the world stretched out below her like a map. She let out a laugh, wild and free. And Harry, seated in front of her, smiled. When Winter landed again, it was in a clearing near the edge of a glacier, far beyond the reach of any wildling settlement. The air was sharp, the silence profound. Lyanna stumbled slightly as she dismounted, her legs weak from the thrill of flight. You're insane, she said breathlessly. Do you know that? Harry grinned. You liked it. She did. But she wasn't about to admit it. Winter moved behind them, curling into a resting position, wings tucked close. Lyanna looked at Harry, still trying to piece everything together. Who are you really? She asked. Harry looked up at the sky. The clouds were parting, revealing the pale blue of the northern morning. A boy who grew up in a cupboard, he said softly. A boy who lived. A man now trying to live on his own terms. She furrowed her brow. A cupboard. He chuckled. Another story for another time. They made camp there, with Harry conjuring a small magical shelter, nothing that would arouse suspicion, just a windbreak and heat charms for their blankets. Lyanna sat beside him, the silence between them no longer awkward. I'm not sure where we go from here, she admitted. Harry looked toward the north. Further. Until we find a place where no one can find us. And what then? He turned to her, his voice steady. Then we build something new. And far above, circling silently like a guardian in the sky, the white dragon Winter watched them, unseen by any soul save his bonded. The morning air was biting cold, crisp with the scent of pine and the faint tang of frost. Lyanna Stark had begun to grow used to waking among snow-laden boughs and canvas covers, but what greeted her that morning made her sit up with such suddenness that the blanket slid off her shoulders. There, not far from their makeshift camp, stood the dragon. Winter. Massive. Pristine. Wild. The dragon's white scales shimmered like fresh snow in the rising sunlight. Its long wings folded gently to its sides as it crouched over its meal, a recently slain mammoth. Its tusks were broken, its thick woolen hide ripped open, and steam rose from the open carcass as Winter tore into it with deliberate satisfaction, like a cat that had just found a fat mouse. Lyanna swallowed hard. By the old gods, she whispered. He caught a mammoth? Yes, Harry said cheerfully from beside her, already crouching down to light a small magical fire near the canvas lean-to they'd raised the night before. He bring down one last week. They're surprisingly fast for their size. Took me a while to believe the mammoth exist here. Yes, mammoths are near extinct in the Westeros, Lyanna said, incredulous. Only ever read about them in old Maester Willen scrolls. There's a mammoth beyond the wall, Harry said, standing again and brushing the snow from his cloak. Still, an easy hunt. He's been practicing. She wrapped the blanket tighter around her shoulders. I feel like I'm living in a fever dream. Harry smiled and reached into his cloak pocket, pulling out what looked like a tiny wooden box. What's that? She asked, watching him curiously. Instead of replying, Harry tapped the box with his wand and muttered, "Engorgo." Before her eyes, the box expanded into a large, intricately carved trunk, the kind that looked like it belonged in a nobleman's solar. Lyanna stepped closer, astonished. Is that a trunk? Indeed, Harry said with a grin, kneeling before it. He flipped open the lid and began to rummage inside. Out came bundles of dried vegetables wrapped in enchanted linen, spice jars with labels in a flowing script she didn't recognize, polished cooking pots that gleamed like silver, and thick slabs of cured meat still glistening with salt. Where did you get all this? Harry shrugged, setting a pot over the fire. Collected them. Bought them. Traded for some in White Harbor. Others I brought from, well, far away. You're rich, she said, watching him with narrowed eyes. You're more than a wandering swordsman, aren't you? I never claimed to be just a swordsman, he replied with a wink. But then how do you know cooking? Didn't you have servants? He tossed a handful of chopped onion into the pot, and a warm, savory smell immediately began to rise. Because I like it. Food is one of the few ways to bring comfort in a wild place. When she tasted the stew he prepared, thick with meat, vegetables, and spices that danced on her tongue, Lyanna couldn't help but groan in delight. Gods, this is better than anything I've had at Winterfell. High praise from the daughter of a warden of the north, Harry said, offering her a slice of crusty bread he had baked over the coals the night before. She nodded, licking her fingers. Better than the royal kitchens, I'd wager. Their moment of calm was interrupted by memory. Lyanna looked toward the woods, toward where the Ice Raven tribe had once stood. They told us to stay, she murmured. Said the rest of the free folk wouldn't be so kind. I remember, Harry replied, stirring the pot. But kindness doesn't build a future. I want to offer something else. And what is that? She asked. A home, he said simply. A place where wildlings or free folk can live without fear. Where they can work, grow, trade. A real settlement. With walls. With order. Lyanna studied him as he stood and poured her a bowl. Do you really believe that's possible? Harry handed her the bowl and crouched beside her, gazing out into the white wilderness. I have a dragon. I have gold. I have magic. And I have you. That made her cheeks color and she looked away. But more than that, Harry continued, I have a dream. If we settle near the eastern edge of this land, we can build a port. Not for the Seven Kingdoms, they'll never trade with the wildlings, but for Essos. The free cities don't care where the goods come from if the gold is real. Lyanna frowned. You'd risk your life for that? I already have. Later that day, they took flight on Winter's back, soaring high above the frozen forests and ice-covered valleys. The land below was white and ancient, dotted with craggy cliffs, dark lakes, and the occasional herd of elk fleeing at the dragon's shadow. For 3 days they flew, stopping only to sleep in shallow caves or among thick evergreens. Harry used his magical compass to orient himself while Lyanna kept watch with sharp northern eyes. Then, at last, Harry saw it. The river. It was a grand and ancient artery of water, winding through the snowfields like a silver snake. The river forked sharply into 2 distinct branches, creating a natural wedge of land protected on 3 sides. The perfect spot. There, he said, pointing. That's where we'll build. Lyanna squinted. That's the Antler River. I read about it once. Only a few ever dared live near it. Floods, harsh winters, and legends. Harry grinned. I like legends. As winter descended toward a wide, flat section of the land between the forks, Harry looked thoughtful. What should we call it? You're asking me, she said, stunned. He nodded. It's our home now. Our dream. She thought for a moment. Something northern. Something that speaks of survival. I was thinking. Harry hesitated, then smiled. Narnia. She blinked. Narnia? A place from a story I read as a child. A land of magic, snow, talking animals, and endless wonder. A place where even the most unlikely people can become kings and queens. Lyanna let the name roll off her tongue. Narnia. And for the first time in weeks, she smiled, genuinely, freely, with hope. Narnia, she repeated. Then let's build it. Harry nodded, placing a hand over hers. Together. And high above them, winter roared, a cry that echoed across the vast white wilderness, as if the dragon himself was claiming the land. Their land. Their future. Their Narnia. Lyanna Stark awoke to warmth. It was the first sensation she registered, true, enveloping warmth that wrapped around her like a mother's embrace. For a disorienting moment, she thought she was back at Winterfell in her old bedchamber, curled beneath heavy woolen quilts, the fire crackling in the hearth nearby, and her maid gently calling her to wake. But the silence was too deep, too pure. And the scent was not of burning pine logs or beeswax candles, but of fresh wood, melted snow, and something faintly herbal. She opened her eyes slowly. The ceiling above her was smooth and dark, made of polished wood planks that gleamed faintly in the morning light. A soft ray of sunshine poured through the square-paned window to her right, illuminating a corner of the room where a stack of books sat neatly on a carved shelf. The air inside was warm and still, and her breath did not fog before her. For the first time since leaving Winterfell, she had slept without cold biting at her toes or fear clenching her stomach. She pushed the blanket aside, thick, quilted, and impossibly soft, and swung her legs out of the bed, bare feet touching a rug laid over wooden floorboards. Her cloak had been hung near the fireplace, which now glowed with soft embers. She realized she was still in her shift from the night before, her braid loose against her shoulder. Then it all came rushing back, the flight with winter, the snowy expanse of the land beyond the wall, the Antler River, and Harry. Harry. She stood and walked to the doorway, rubbing her eyes. The cabin was not large, but it was beautifully crafted. 2 beds sat on either side of the room, each neatly made. Between them, a small wooden table stood with 2 chairs tucked beneath it. Pots and pans hung above a counter where a basin rested, beside a small cabinet that held simple dishes. Near the hearth, a kettle steamed gently, and the scent of something savory reached her nose. Morning, came a voice from the far side of the room. She turned. Harry was crouched near a small wood-burning stove, stirring a pot with a wooden spoon. He was dressed in a dark green tunic and warm trousers, his cloak draped over the chair beside him. His hair was tousled from the wind and sleep, but his expression was content. Lyanna blinked. Where? How? He grinned. You like it? She turned around slowly, still in awe. You made this with magic? Mostly, he said, standing and ladling something from the pot into 2 bowls. I use lot of transfiguration and conjuration. It lasts for about 2 weeks before the structure begins to fade. But it's stable, safe, and more importantly, warm. You made this last night when I was sleeping, ... With the help of magic, yes. Still had to gather wood and snowproof the corners. And I enchanted the hearth so it keeps the temperature stable inside. Lyanna walked to the table and sat, still staring around. It's like something out of a dream. He handed her a bowl. Try this. Stew with beans, wild carrots, and salted pork. She accepted it gratefully and took a bite. Her eyes widened at the flavor. If I had met you before all this mess, I would have begged Father to make you my personal cook. I'd rather not, he said with a laugh. Too many rules. Besides, I don't cook for money, I cook for myself. She looked down at the bowl, then back around the room. You even made beds. Real beds. I don't remember the last time I slept so well. You were drooling slightly, Harry teased, sipping from his own bowl. She shot him a glare. I was not. You were. She rolled her eyes, though a smile tugged at her lips. You're impossible. And you're difficult. But we seem to manage. They ate in silence for a time, broken only by the occasional crackle from the fire. The peace was welcome, the kind that rarely existed in her old life, before secret meetings, fleeing her home, and being nearly assaulted in the wilderness. When the bowls were empty, Lyanna placed hers on the counter and turned toward him again. You said this house won't last long. Harry nodded, leaning back against the chair. A week, maybe 2. That's the limit for most conjured structures. The magic begins to unravel after that. And after that? I'll build a real cottage. Stone, timber, insulation. Maybe even some glass windows if I can melt the sand nearby and transfigure it. It'll take longer, but I want something that lasts. For us, and for the people who'll come after. She crossed her arms and looked at him curiously. You think there will be others? There always are, Harry said. Wanderers. Lost ones. Families seeking shelter. People who don't fit in with the clans. If we build something strong here, a real settlement, others will find their way to it. And we'll call it Narnia, she said softly. He smiled again. Yes, a land of snow, wonder, and prosperity. Lyanna walked to the window, brushing the frost away with her sleeve. Outside, the dragon lay curled near a ridge, snow already beginning to dust its pale scales again. Winter lifted his head slowly, glancing toward the cabin as if he could sense her gaze. She quickly stepped back. He still terrifies me. He's more bark than bite, Harry said. Unless you're a mammoth. She turned toward him, voice quieter now. And me? Why do you keep protecting me? You don't even know me. Harry stood. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I just know you're someone worth protecting. She looked away, her fingers brushing the edge of the table. I'm not the girl from the songs, Harry. I'm not a princess locked in a tower. I'm the girl who ran away. The girl carrying a bastard. Then you're brave, he said simply. Silence settled again. She finally looked up. What if we do build this place? What if it becomes real, permanent? Will you stay? Yes, Harry said, without hesitation. This isn't just a hiding place, Lyanna. It's a beginning. And somehow Lyanna believed him. Lyanna Stark had never seen a man levitate a boulder before, let alone 5. Yet every day, since Harry had begun working on their future cottage, she had watched, often from the comfort of her conjured chair near the cabin, as he waved his hand or wand and summoned massive stones from the forest's edge or riverbank, guiding them through the air like they weighed no more than feathers. They would float and hover in the air with a hum, and with a flick of his fingers, the boulders would gently settle into place with precision and grace that no mason could replicate. It was mesmerizing. More so was the man himself. Harry was shirtless that day, his tunic discarded in favor of cooling off from the work. His back glistened with sweat beneath the pale sunlight, muscles shifting with each movement as he walked across the rising stone foundation. He wiped his brow with a rag and then raised his hand again, guiding a fresh tree trunk, recently felled and stripped of its bark, into position. Lyanna tried not to stare. She failed miserably. It must be the pregnancy, she told herself. That's what it was. Hormones. Wild, unpredictable, treacherous hormones. But it didn't help that Harry was so calm, so capable, so unlike the men she had grown up around. She had known lords and knights her whole life, men full of bravado and sharp tongues, adorned in fine silks or heavy armor. Men like Robert, whose affections came in the form of bold declarations and loud laughter. But Harry, he wasn't loud. He didn't boast. He built. He planned. He cooked, God's helper, better than any castle chef she'd ever known. And he listened. Truly listened when she spoke. And when he sparred with his enchanted dummies, armored log men that moved, swung, and even insulted him in crude, magically infused voices, she found herself laughing out loud. Swing like that again, and you'll drop your own blade, you half-witted goat, one dummy had bellowed just that morning. Harry rolled his eyes and jabbed it through the belly with a clean strike. Better, he asked. Marginally. Still wouldn't scare a crippled badger, the dummy replied. Lyanna had nearly choked on her breakfast. Now, she stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed over her chest, one foot resting on a moss-covered stone as she watched Harry shift a pile of stones into a neat row. She bit her lip, cheeks flushing when he turned slightly and caught her watching. You're staring again, he said with a teasing grin. I'm not, she lied. I was just watching your technique. Very graceful. Oh? Interested in learning? Lyanna looked down at her swollen belly. She was just beginning to show, barely, but her gown had grown snug. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a bit preoccupied. Harry chuckled, lowering himself to sit on one of the partially built walls. True. But when the baby comes and you feel ready, I'll teach you. Sword, bow, knife, whatever you want. She looked up surprised. Really? You'd teach me to fight? His gaze softened. Of course. I think every person should know how to defend themselves, especially in a world like this. No one's ever offered, she said quietly. Not even my brothers. Father always said I should learn music and dancing. Not the blade. Well, Harry said, pulling on his boots and standing again, then your father's a stubborn old man. She smiled faintly, eyes shimmering. He is. They fell into silence again, save for the crackle of magic and the occasional thump of a rock settling into place. Lyanna eventually approached him, watching closely as he flicked his wrist and a small gust of wind brushed dust from a newly set joint in the wall. I thought you said using magic for construction was a bad idea, she said, folding her arms. It is, he replied without missing a beat, if you're trying to conjure the materials. Magically created things don't last long. But these stones? These trees? They're real. I'm just using magic to move them, not change them. So the cottage won't fall apart? Not unless you plan on hurling mammoths at it. She snorted. I'll try to restrain myself. Harry smiled at her warmly, then turned back to the work. I'm insulating the walls with clay. Helps trap heat. Once the walls are finished, I'll enchant the roof to be waterproof until I can finish the shingles. She reached out and ran her hand along the newly stacked stones. They were smooth, well-fitted, mortared with natural earth that smelled clean and cool. You've built all this in just 3 days. Well, I had help, he said, glancing at the enchanted tools that hovered nearby, brushing off excess debris or smoothing edges. And what happens when this place is finished? She asked, softer now. Will you keep building? Harry paused, turning toward her with a more serious expression. Yes, one home is a start. But if we want a real settlement, a place people can live, raise children, farm, trade, then we need more. Houses, a forge, storage huts. Maybe even a school. She looked at him with a strange expression. You've thought this through. I've had a lot of time to think, he said simply. And people deserve a life with dignity. Not one spent hiding in caves or scavenging off the dead. She hesitated. And me? Harry turned to her fully. What about you? Where do I fit in all this? His eyes searched hers. Wherever you want to. I won't cage you, Lyanna. You're not here because I saved you or because of the child. You're here because you chose to be. She swallowed thickly, a rush of heat and emotion rising in her chest. She nodded and turned away quickly, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. Behind her, Harry went back to work. And she watched him again, this time with something deeper than just admiration. She was no longer just a runaway lady. She was a woman standing at the beginning of something new. A foundation being laid, not just of stone, but of trust, of purpose. And maybe, just maybe of love. When Lyanna Stark first set foot inside the finished cottage, she stopped dead in the doorway. Gods, she whispered, unable to help herself. It was not a simple cabin, not really. The walls were thick and solid, built from carefully fitted stones that still held the earthy scent of riverbanks. The high wooden beams overhead met in a sturdy peak, the roof lined with thatch Harry had layered in precise, overlapping rows. Light poured through the front windows, actual glass panes, not made out of wood, making the place glow golden in the afternoon sun. She turned slowly in the entryway, taking it all in. The wide main room had a great fireplace in the center, its hearth framed by smooth river stones. A broad wooden table stood nearby, with mismatched chairs that Harry had carved himself. Every piece was slightly uneven, the surfaces imperfect, but to Lyanna they felt more genuine than any polished furniture she had known in Winterfell's halls. Off the main room were several other chambers, 2 bedchambers, a storeroom already lined with sacks of flour, salt, smoked meat, and dried vegetables, and a smaller room that Harry explained would one day serve as a study. There was even a trapdoor leading down into a cool, dark cellar lined with stone shelves. She climbed back up, brushing dust off her skirts, and met Harry standing in the doorway, arms folded, watching her reaction. "You built all this," she said quietly, her voice almost lost in the vast, echoing space. He shrugged, though a faint flush colored his cheekbones. "You're a noblewoman. I thought it wouldn't do to have you living in a glorified shed." Lyanna shook her head slowly. "This isn't a cottage, Harry. It's a hall. A proper house." "It'll do," he said, almost shyly. She turned to face him fully, searching his eyes. "And you built it with your own hands." "Mostly," he admitted. "Magic helped." He said it like it was nothing. Like he hadn't labored day after day, hauling stones and timber, shaping every beam, laying every brick, until his hands were raw and his voice hoarse from explaining what he was doing. Lyanna felt her throat tighten. "You didn't have to do all this," she said, softer still. "I did," he answered simply. "I wanted a place you'd feel safe." Her gaze dropped to her hands, which she twisted in the fabric of her skirt. No one, not her father, not Brandon, not Rieger, had ever worked so tirelessly for her comfort, for her dignity. And this man, this stranger from a world she couldn't fully comprehend, had built her a home. When she looked up again, Harry was watching her carefully, as though worried he had overstepped. She swallowed hard, summoning a shaky smile. "I suppose I'll have to learn how to keep it clean, then," she said, trying to sound light. He chuckled, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "That part one can help with. Though I was hoping you'd do less work than more. You should rest." "I've done quite enough resting," she said firmly. "I can't just sit here watching you build everything." "You're with child, Lyanna." "You don't have to." "I want to," she interrupted. "Maybe I can't haul stones or cut timber. But I can learn to cook, and I can tend the hearth. You can't be expected to build a settlement and feed us both single-handedly." He looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. "All right. We'll do it together." The next morning, Lyanna woke to the sound of hammering outside. She dressed quickly and stepped into the cold dawn, wrapping a fur cloak around her shoulders. Winter lay curled nearby, his white body blending so perfectly with the snowy slope that she nearly missed him. He cracked open one eye as she passed, then settled back to sleep. Harry was already at work, standing beside a circular stone foundation that had appeared overnight. He straightened when he saw her approach. "You're up early," he said. "I could say the same," she replied, eyeing the half-finished walls. "You finished the house yesterday. What is this?" He wiped sweat from his brow. "A smokehouse. We'll need to preserve meat if we're going to stay through the next winter. Once the rivers thaw, we'll have fish to dry, too." "You never stop," she murmured. He smiled faintly. "Someone has to keep busy. And what would you have me do while you build another house?" "Whatever you like." She hesitated. "I'd like to help." He tilted his head, studying her. "You mean that?" "I do," she said. "I may not know how to build anything, but I can learn to cook. I can keep the hearth. She looked away, voice lower. "I can be useful." "You're already useful," he said gently. "But if you want to learn, I'd be glad to teach you." That day, Harry taught her to start a fire from nothing but flint and steel. She nearly took her own eyebrows off 3 times before she managed a proper spark. "Don't laugh," she scolded as he covered his grin with one hand. "I wouldn't dream of it," he said solemnly, though his eyes were bright with amusement. He showed her how to gut and clean a rabbit, how to slice vegetables without losing the tip of her finger, and how to boil water without scorching the bottom of the pot. Lyanna listened carefully, determined not to embarrass herself further. In the evenings, she practiced kneading dough and spicing stews while Harry worked outside. She heard the rhythmic thunk of his axe and the creak of ropes as he raised beams into place. When she peeked out the window, she saw him laboring by lamplight, sleeves rolled to his elbows, hair damp with snow and sweat. Something warm and unsettling curled in her belly. The nights were growing longer, the air sharper, but the house remained warm. And slowly, so slowly she hardly noticed, the hollow ache of her running, her shame, her fear, began to ease. One evening, as she sat beside the hearth stirring a pot, Harry came in, dusting snow from his shoulders. "Smells wonderful," he said, leaning over to sniff the steam rising from her stew. "Don't flatter me," she said dryly. "I've only just learned not to burn everything." He chuckled and sat across from her. For a while, neither spoke. The fire cracked, casting golden light over the stone walls. She glanced up and found him watching her with that steady, quiet gaze. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," he said softly. "Just glad you're here." And despite everything, her lost home, her uncertain future, Lyanna realized she was glad too. Here, in this improbable house, they were building something neither of them had ever had. A place that belonged to them alone. The morning had dawned pale and cold, thin sunlight glittering across the hard-packed snow. Harry had been up before dawn, dressing in warm furs and carefully fastening the scabbard of his sword across his back. Lyanna, still sleep-heavy, watched him from the edge of her blanket as he packed his satchel with dried meat, a flask of water, and a small, battered leather book. When he turned to her, his face was serious. "I'll be gone most of the day," he said. "Perhaps longer." Lyanna's heart gave a strange little lurch. "Where are you going?" He hesitated, just long enough to make her stomach twist. "North," he said at last. "I have things I need to find." "What things?" she pressed. "Books," he admitted. "And information. There are ruins, old places where magic once thrived. I need to understand this land if we're to survive here." "You're going alone?" she asked, unable to hide the note of worry in her voice. He smiled faintly and reached to brush a stray curl from her cheek. "I won't be alone. Winter will be with me." Her throat tightened. "When will you come back?" "Before nightfall if I can." He paused, studying her face. "Lyanna, stay here. Or, if you must go out, don't. Stray far from the house." "Why?" "Because until I know what's in those hills, I don't trust what might be watching." His gaze sharpened. "Promise me." She nodded, though unease coiled in her belly. "I promise." Satisfied, Harry turned and stepped out into the cold. A moment later, she heard the heavy rush of wings as winter launched into the sky. When she finally gathered her courage to look out the window, she saw the dragon soaring north, Harry a small figure on his back. She didn't see them again for the rest of the day. By late afternoon, Lyanna had exhausted every chore she knew how to do. She'd cleaned the kitchen twice, swept the hearth, and sorted the small piles of vegetables and dried grains Harry had brought from White Harbor. When she tried to read, she found herself glancing up every few lines to peer out the window, as though Harry might appear any moment. Her thoughts grew darker as the hours passed. What if he'd left her? What if he'd grown tired of her helplessness, her belly swelling with another man's child? What if he'd flown off to find some associate beauty with clever eyes and no burdens? She pressed her palm against her stomach and closed her eyes, shame prickling hot in her throat. "You fool. You hardly know him. You have no claim on him." But knowing it didn't stop the ache. After she forced herself to eat a little bread and broth, she decided she couldn't sit idle any longer. She wrapped her cloak tightly around her shoulders, stepped outside, and began to walk along the edge of the river that bordered the western side of the property. The cold wind bit at her cheeks, but it felt good, steadying. She followed the river's curve for a while, boots crunching over crusted snow. When she finally looked up, she froze. Across the stream, less than 50 yards away, a hunting party moved among the trees. 18 men, wildlings. She counted them automatically, her heart thudding in her chest. They carried long spears and crude bows, and in their midst, they hauled a massive elk tied to a sled. Several of them were laughing, voices carrying across the quiet river. She stumbled back a step, breath caught in her throat. If they saw her. But none of them looked her way. In fact, when one tall man glanced directly at her, his gaze slid across the trees behind her as though she were invisible. His eyes didn't even flicker. Lyanna's pulse pounded in her ears. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see some cover she'd failed to notice, a bush or a tree. But there was nothing. She stood in plain view. And yet, they saw nothing. They moved on, dragging their prize, their voices fading into the snow-laden pines. She waited until the last of them disappeared before she turned and fled back toward the cottage, her heart hammering. It was well past nightfall when she heard the low rush of wings again. She rushed to the door, pulling it open just as winter descended like a falling star. The dragon landed without a sound, and Harry slid down from his back, his cloak heavy with frost. He looked tired. But when he saw her in the doorway, relief softened his expression. "I'm back," he said simply. She didn't answer. She only stepped aside to let him in, shutting the door behind him before her voice broke free. "You were gone all day," she said, her words sharper than she meant them to be. "You said you'd return before nightfall." "I know." He set his satchel down and rubbed his gloved hands together over the fire. "I found what I was looking for, but it took longer than I planned." "You didn't tell me where you were going," she whispered. He looked up at her, surprise flickering in his gaze. I didn't think that I'd worry," she said, her voice rising despite herself. "That I'd sit here wondering if you were dead or if you decided you were done with me?" Something in her chest cracked, and she swallowed hard, blinking back tears. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. "I never meant to make you feel abandoned." She hugged her arms around herself. "I saw wildlings. 18 of them. On the riverbank. They looked straight at the cottage, and they didn't see it." "Why?" He took a slow breath. "Because I put a ward around this place. An enchantment that bends perception. Anyone who doesn't know it's here will look right past it." She blinked. "A ward?" He nodded. "Until I'm ready, until we have walls, defenses, and allies, I won't risk being found." "It's not cowardice," he added firmly. "It's caution." Her anger faded, replaced by something rawer, relief, perhaps, or something closer to gratitude. I thought you'd left," she whispered. Harry stepped forward and reached for her hand. His fingers were cold, but she didn't pull away. "I won't leave you," he said. "Not unless you ask me to." Her throat tightened, and she looked away before her tears could spill. Later, after he had warmed himself and they'd shared a quiet meal, Harry set a sheaf of parchment and a quill on the table. "I have a favor to ask," he said. Lyanna raised a brow. "A favor?" He nodded. "I want you to teach me." "To teach you what?" "To read and write." He hesitated. "In Westerosi script." Her eyes widened. "You can't read it?" "Not fluently. I can speak your tongue, but your letters, they're different. The shapes, the marks. I know some, but not enough to read a ledger or write a proper letter." Lyanna felt a smile tug at her mouth despite everything. "You're a man who can conjure a house from nothing, and you can't read the local alphabet?" He looked sheepish. "Not yet." She laughed softly, the tension easing from her shoulders. "All right, Harry Potter. Sit down. We'll start with the basics." And as she guided his hand over the parchment, showing him how to form the shape of an A, or rather, an ash rune, as the Northmen called it, she realized she no longer felt like a guest in his house. She felt like a part of something. A teacher. A partner. The days settled into a quiet rhythm neither of them had ever known before. Most mornings began the same way, the golden light of dawn slipping through the small glass panes of their cottage, the warmth of the hearth, and the comforting smell of fresh bread Harry had baked the night before. When Lyanna stirred, she often found Harry already at the heavy wooden table, brow furrowed in concentration as he traced letters onto parchment with painstaking care. "Ash," she said, leaning over his shoulder one morning. "Not ANS, like this." She took his hand gently and guided it, reshaping the crooked rune. He sighed. "You'd think learning another alphabet would be easier after everything else I've learned." "You'd think," she teased, brushing her hair behind her ear. "But you have the handwriting of a drunk chicken." His mouth twitched. "You wound me." Lyanna hid her smile and settled in the chair beside him. From the beginning again. When the weather was clear and the sun hung high over the snow-laden trees, they took breaks from lessons. Harry would head out to build. The single cottage had become just the beginning. First, there had been the smokehouse, a squat round building lined inside with hooks for drying fish and curing meat. Then came a shed for storing tools, a small granary for the sacks of grain Harry had traded in White Harbor, and finally, something Lyanna could only describe as a miniature fortress. It had a thick wooden outer wall, high enough to deter any prowling beasts, and 4 sturdy corner posts reinforced with stone. There was no gate yet, just a simple rope to lift and lower a plank across the entrance. When she asked Harry why he was making it so strong, he simply said, "Because someday others may come, and they'll need protection." And when she pressed her palm to the wall, she thought, "It already feels like a place meant to last." One afternoon, as she stood in the little stockyard they'd fenced in behind the smokehouse, she found herself laughing aloud. 3 sheep had escaped through the gap Harry had forgotten to mend, and now they were trotting merrily around the clearing, their little hooves kicking up puffs of snow. "Harry," she called, nearly breathless. "They're out again." From behind the new granary, Harry poked his head around the corner. His hair was windblown, and he had a smear of clay on his cheek. "Damn it," he muttered, setting aside his hammer. "I thought I fixed that gap." He jogged over, grabbing a small lamb as it tried to slip past him. It bleated in protest. Lyanna caught another one and cradled it in her arms, her cheeks flushed from cold and laughter. "This is your fault," she said accusingly. "My fault? You said you knew how to build a fence." "I built a fence," he said, deadpan. "I didn't say it was a good fence." She snorted and pressed her face into the lamb's wool to hide her grin. After they corralled the flock back inside, Lyanna sat down on the small milking stool and sighed. One of the ewes ambled over and nudged her shoulder. She scratched its ears absently, feeling a little glow of contentment. "I never thought I'd end up here," she murmured. Harry glanced over, wiping his hands on a rag. "Do you regret it?" She looked up at him, at the wind-chapped cheeks, the honest curiosity in his eyes. "No," she said honestly. "I don't." The evenings belonged to their books. Harry had amassed a small library in White Harbor, and now the shelves in the main room were lined with leather spines, treatises on Westerosi history, tattered volumes of Valyrian poetry, ledgers from merchant captains, even an herbal compendium. And in those quiet hours, Lyanna would sit beside him, one hand resting protectively over her growing belly, and help him sound out the looping letters of Valyrian. "Vezov Jean Azantes," she recited one night, tapping the line with her finger. Harry frowned. "Vezov Jean Azantes. What does that mean?" "He is an honorable knight." He snorted. "Doubt anyone would call me that." "You saved me from wildlings," she reminded him. "That counts for something." He glanced at her, something unspoken in his expression. "You saved yourself, Lyanna. I only helped." Harry's fishing expeditions became another part of their routine. One morning, when she followed him down to the river, she watched in astonishment as he cast a simple handline into the water, then waited patiently until he felt the tug. "You've done this before," she said skeptically. "Never," he admitted cheerfully. "But I figured the fish here have never met a proper fisherman either. So it balances out." She threw her head back and laughed, startling a pair of crows from the trees. But by midday, he had filled 2 baskets with fat silver fish. That night, she cleaned them while he salted and packed the rest for smoking. When she finally tasted the fresh-roasted fillet with a sprinkle of salt and lemon, she thought no banquet in any lord's hall could compare. Soon the little settlement had taken on a rhythm as natural as breathing. There was always something to do, fish to clean, firewood to stack, walls to mend. And for the first time in her life, Lyanna found herself proud of her small accomplishments, learning how to milk a ewe without spilling half of it on her skirts, or baking a loaf of bread that didn't end up as hard as a stone. In the quiet of evening, she sometimes sat on the threshold of the main hall. Harry insisted on calling it Potter Castle, and looked out at the snowy wilderness. Winter would be curled at the edge of the clearing, his massive body blending with the drifts. And beside her, Harry would be scribbling letters, lips moving as he practiced Westerosi script under her watchful eye. "Ash," she corrected gently. He grimaced. "Again?" "Again," she insisted. He sighed, but there was a smile hidden in it. Here, in this impossible place, far from her family, her old life, and all the expectations that had bound her, Lyanna was learning what it meant to start over. And she was no longer afraid of it. Snow fell in whispering drifts outside Potter Castle. the flakes gathering on the eaves and window ledges until the world beyond looked as though it had been wrapped in soft white cloth. The wind keened over the Antler River, but inside, the fire roared warm and bright. Lyanna sat cross-legged on the floor near the hearth, absently darning a tear in one of Harry's woolen cloaks. She wasn't very skilled at mending more often than not. Her stitches looked like a drunken spider's web, but it felt good to have something to do with her hands. Harry was across the room at the long table, poring over an old leather-bound book with yellowed pages so thin they looked ready to crumble. His brows were drawn in concentration, a lock of dark hair falling over his forehead. From time to time, his lips moved as he silently sounded out a word. She watched him for a while, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into her bones. Watching him had become a quiet habit, one she tried not to think too hard about. After a long silence, she set the mending aside. "Harry," she said softly. He looked up, blinking as though waking from a trance. "Yes." "Will you tell me?" she asked. "About you." He frowned faintly. "I told you I'm from the East. Across the narrow sea." "You're lying." His eyes met hers, startled. "You're kind," she went on, voice quiet but certain. "But you're not a very good liar." He sighed and rubbed his thumb along the book's spine. "Lyanna, I've told you everything," she said, her voice tightening. "About Rieger. About my brothers. About what I've done and what I've lost. You know all my secrets, and I don't even know who you are." The words hung between them, raw and honest. For a long moment, Harry didn't move. Then he closed the book and set it aside. He drew in a slow breath, like a man gathering courage. "All right," he said at last. "I'll tell you." Lyanna swallowed and waited, heart beating fast. Harry shifted in his chair, folding his hands on the table. He looked at the fire, not at her. "I'm not from Essos," he began. "I'm not from any land you've heard of. I come from somewhere else entirely. A different world." She stared at him, waiting for the jest, the grin that would say he was teasing. But none came. "A world," she echoed. He nodded once. "Where I come from, magic and technology exist together. We have great cities, towers of glass and steel, and magic schools where children are taught to use their gifts, where a woman can become a warrior or a leader or anything she wants." Lyanna pressed a hand to her mouth. Her chest felt tight, like her ribs were squeezing her heart. "And you left it," she whispered. He looked up finally, his green eyes solemn in the firelight. "I didn't have a choice. I lost everything, my family, my godfather, my home. I was trying to hunt something important. And I ended up here." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The fire crackled between them, throwing shifting shadows on the stone walls. "It sounds like a dream," she said hoarsely. "It wasn't always," he murmured. "There was darkness there, too." She drew in a shaky breath. "And your godfather? You said that word before. What does it mean?" Harry's mouth twitched. "A godfather is someone chosen to watch over you, to protect you if your parents can't." "Oh." She paused. "And you had one?" "Yes." His gaze turned distant. "His name was Sirius Black. He was everything to me after my parents were killed." Lyanna felt her heart ache at the quiet grief in his voice. "He was the one who taught me what family really meant," Harry continued softly. He disappeared in my world. I thought he died. But when I came here, I found proof that he'd been here before me." Her brows drew together. "Proof?" Harry hesitated, then reached for his pack. From it, he pulled a folded scrap of parchment, yellowed and stained with age. He opened it carefully and set it on the table. She leaned closer. Etched in a neat hand across the top were the words, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Below it were 3 names, Prongs, Padfoot, and Mooney. "My godfather was Padfoot," Harry said quietly. "And in your histories, you call him Brandon the Builder." Lyanna stared at him, her mouth falling open. "No, that's not possible. Brandon Stark built Winterfell 8,000 years ago." He looked up at her, and she knew in that instant he was telling the truth. There was no jest in his eyes, only quiet certainty. "I don't expect you to believe me," he said. "But it's why I decided to protect you. The family he left behind." She pressed her hand to her belly, feeling the child stir faintly within her. "I do believe you," she whispered. His gaze softened. "Why?" "Because you've never lied to me," she said simply. "And because none of this." She gestured around at the warm house, the stacked books, the flickering fire. "None of this feels like a lie." He looked down, his fingers brushing the edge of the parchment. "I want you to understand, Lyanna. If you stay with me, you'll be part of something bigger than either of us. I don't know what this land will ask of me yet, or what I'll have to do." She rose and walked to him, her hand trembling as she rested it over his. "I was never meant to be ordinary," she said softly. "Neither were you." He looked up, and their eyes met, two strangers from different worlds, and yet no longer strangers at all. A long moment passed. Then she drew in a steadying breath and forced a wobbly smile. "Well," she murmured, "since you're learning our letters, I suppose I should also learn to read your letters properly." His mouth quirked. "You don't have to, because I have only few books, and they are magical books, and they won't be any useful to you." "Of course," she said, her voice catching on a laugh. Harry reached up and brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For what?" "For believing me." And though the snow still fell and the wind still howled beyond their walls, Lyanna felt something settle in her heart, something that felt, for the first time in a long while, like hope. Snow fell in a steady hush across the clearing, blanketing the rooftops of Potter Castle in clean white drifts. From the high wooden palisade Harry had built, the wilderness stretched in all directions, endless trees, distant mountains, and the glimmer of the frozen Antler River. Inside the main hall, Harry crouched beside the hearth, unrolling a large piece of parchment covered in lines and sketched runes. Lyanna watched him from the table, where she was carefully copying Valyrian words onto a scrap of hide. "You've been studying that for 2 days," she said, lifting her gaze. "What are you planning now?" He tapped the parchment with his charcoal stick. "A home for Winter." She blinked. "Winter already has a home. He sleeps by the woods." "He deserves better than that," Harry said firmly. "He's too exposed. Sooner or later, someone will see him. And he deserves a place as safe as ours." Lyanna folded her arms. "You mean to build him a house?" "Not a house. A proper lair." She couldn't help it, she laughed. "A lair. You sound like some villain from a bard's tale." He glanced up, the corner of his mouth quirking. "If it keeps him safe, I don't mind sounding like a villain." For the next several days, Harry scouted the land around Potter Castle, sometimes taking Winter aloft to look for any natural caves that might suit. But every crag he found was either too shallow, too exposed, or too narrow to hold a creature the size of a small ship. At last, he came back one afternoon with snow on his shoulders and determination burning in his eyes. "I'll make one," he announced. Lyanna straightened from the drying rack where she was hanging fresh fish. "Make a cave." "Yes." He began pulling on his thick traveling cloak. "I'll hollow the earth myself. If there isn't a place fit for him, I'll create one." She watched him strap on his sword, though she doubted he'd need it to battle bedrock, and felt something warm flicker in her chest. "You never do anything by halves," she said quietly. He paused, turning back to look at her. "Neither do you." The site he chose lay half a mile from the castle, a low rise of granite that jutted up from the snow like the spine of some ancient beast. Winter liked it immediately. He circled overhead in slow, curious loops, his pale wings blending almost perfectly with the sky. "Go on," Harry called up. "Have a look." Winter gave a soft, rumbling trill before settling atop the rise, tail coiling down the slope. Harry planted his feet at the base of the granite outcrop and closed his eyes. He could feel the weight of the rock pressing down into the frozen soil, the solidity of it. He drew in a slow breath, raising both hands. Excavo. The air rippled around him. Snow fountained upward in slow motion, like water disturbed by a stone. Lyanna, standing safely back, shielded her face with her cloak as the wind stirred her hair. Stone cracked and shivered. A deep, hollow groan filled the air as the front face of the rise sank inward. Harry opened his eyes. A black opening yawned before him, tall enough for Winter to enter, wide enough for him to spread his wings. Lyanna's jaw dropped. That's enormous." It has to be. Harry stepped inside, his voice echoing. But this is only the start. For 3 days, he worked. He hauled boulders by magic, stacking them along the walls to strengthen the cave's frame. He smoothed the floors, carving a gentle slope down to a wide resting chamber. Inside, he conjured layers of insulation, thick mats of woven reeds covered with enchanted furs that radiated gentle heat. High in the vaulted ceiling, he left narrow vents for fresh air. Lyanna came each morning to watch. At first, she stood uncertainly near the entrance, but by the second day she perched on a nearby boulder with a basket of smoked fish, passing him bites as he worked. "I can't imagine any creature having a finer den," she told him as he etched a final rune above the entry arch. "It's more than a den," he said, stepping back to survey his work. "It's a fortress." Winter tested it himself by squeezing through the archway, his wings folding close to his sides. Inside, he turned in a slow circle before lowering himself with a contented sigh, his tail curling around his body. Lyanna watched with a smile. "I think he approves." Harry reached up to rest a hand against Winter's massive shoulder. "He deserves it." Later that evening, when the sun had dipped low behind the pines, Harry set the final protections in place. He pressed his palm to the outer wall of the cave and whispered, "Occulto." The rock shimmered like a pond disturbed by wind. A heartbeat later, the entrance vanished. Where there had been a dark opening, there was now only unbroken stone. Lyanna gasped. "You've hidden it?" "I've hidden it from everyone who doesn't know it's there," Harry explained. "Anyone else will see only a cliff face. And us." He smiled faintly. "We'll always be able to find him." He walked the perimeter, checking the other wards, heat spells woven into the stone, illusions to hide tracks in the snow, charms to dampen winter's scent. When he was finished, he stood back and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Lyanna slipped her hand into his. "He's safe now," she said softly. He squeezed her fingers. "So are we." That night, as the fire crackled in the main hall of Potter Castle, Lyanna watched Harry set aside his tools with a weariness she understood. "You built a house," she murmured, "a granary, a wall, and a dragon's lair. Is there anything you can't build?" He glanced up, green eyes bright despite his exhaustion. "I'm still trying to build something else," he said. "What's that?" He hesitated, then reached for her hand again. "A future." Her throat closed, and she swallowed hard. "Then I suppose," she whispered, "you'd better keep building." And in the deep quiet of the northern wilds, a man from another world and the daughter of Winterfell sat together, their shadows dancing on the walls of a place they had built with their own hands. The days grew colder, the wind more cruel. Even for Lyanna, who had spent all her life in the north, this winter felt deeper, heavier, as though the land itself were trying to swallow the sky. By then, Potter Castle stood proudly by the frozen Antler River, no longer hidden by Harry's magic. The first time the wards had faded, Lyanna had stepped out onto the front steps and drawn in a sharp breath. It was strange, after all the months of secrecy, to see their home so plainly visible. The walls of stone and wood, the wide yard where the sheep drifted like woolly clouds, the rising smoke from the chimney. But even stranger was the feeling in her heart, a hopeful ache she didn't know she'd been carrying. Maybe, she thought, someone will come. Lyanna began spending her afternoons in the watchtower Harry had built on the southern corner of the wall. From there she could see the broad white sweep of the river, and beyond it the dark line of forest. Some days she thought she could almost glimpse the faraway shape of Winter resting atop his hidden cave, his massive form blending so perfectly with the snow that she had to look twice to be sure. And then, finally, one morning she saw them. A hunting party. 18 wildlings trudging across the river in single file, their spears held high. A handful pulled a sled loaded with what looked like a freshly killed elk. They were bundled so heavily in furs that she could barely see their faces, but when they looked up and spotted the castle, she knew the moment recognition struck them. They slowed. They pointed. Lyanna's heart leapt. She rushed to the battlement and lifted her hand in a bright wave. "Hello," she called. Her voice rang out across the frozen river. "Hello there." For a long moment, none of them moved. She saw them look at one another, saw their expressions darken. They think it's a sorcerer's keep, she realized. Or worse. Slowly, they began to move again, circling wide around the Antler River. Some of them glanced back over their shoulders, wary, but none came closer. Lyanna lowered her arm, feeling her chest tighten. "They're afraid," she murmured. "Afraid of us." That night, as she sat by the fire, Harry listened as she told him what she had seen. "I don't blame them," he said gently. "They've spent their lives mistrusting anything that looks like power." "I miss people," Lyanna confessed, her voice so small he almost didn't hear it. "I miss hearing voices other than our own." Harry set aside the book he was reading and looked at her across the hearth. "I know," he said. "That's why I took down the wards." She blinked at him. "Truly?" He nodded. "I think it's time they see that we're not here to conquer them." Her heart gave a quiet thump of gratitude. It began at dusk with a low, sighing wind. By midnight it had grown to a screaming gale that rattled the shutters and piled snow high against the walls. Inside Potter Castle, the fire roared as Harry checked each room, ensuring the wards held against the cold. Lyanna sat near the hearth, wrapped in a thick cloak, her hands folded over her belly. Suddenly Harry stopped mid-stride, his head snapping up. "What is it?" she asked, startled by the sudden intensity in his eyes. He didn't answer right away. He closed his eyes instead, fingertips brushing the carved runes in the doorframe. For a moment he stood utterly still, as though listening to something only he could hear. Then he opened his eyes and met her gaze. "There's someone at the outer gate," he said quietly. "The gate?" She blinked. "You mean?" "The main palisade," he confirmed. "They're pounding on it." She swallowed, her heart suddenly racing. "How do you know?" "The wards," he said, voice low. "When they touch the wall, I feel it." He turned toward the door, already shrugging on his heavy cloak. "Harry," she stood quickly, clutching his arm. "Be careful." His eyes softened. "I will." The snow was so thick it felt like walking through a wall of white. Harry crossed the yard to the massive outer gate, a great reinforced door made of black pine logs bound with iron bands. He rested his palm on the cold wood. The wards hummed faintly beneath his skin, a low, thrumming signal that people waited on the other side. With a quiet word, he dispelled just enough of the concealment to let his voice carry through. "Who comes?" he called. The wind nearly swallowed the answer. But then he heard it thin and desperate. "We beg shelter." The storm. He turned back toward the castle, saw Lyanna's pale face watching from the nearest window. She nodded once, solemn and sure. He looked back at the gate. "Wait," he called. "I'm opening it." When the great wooden gate swung open on its groaning hinges, a blast of snow poured into the courtyard. 6 figures stood there first, men and women swathed in ragged furs. Behind them, more huddled in the swirling dark, at least a dozen in all, some clutching crude spears, others carrying bundles over their shoulders. 2 small boys clung to a woman's skirts. Harry stepped forward, his cloak whipping around him. "You're welcome here," he said. "But first, bread and salt." They stared at him, suspicion mingling with exhaustion. He raised his hands slowly. "You know the right. Bread and salt for guest right. No harm to you, no harm to us." Lyanna came up beside him, carrying a wooden trencher piled with dark bread and a small dish of salt. She offered it to the nearest man, a hard-eyed hunter with frost caked in his beard. He hesitated only a heartbeat. Then, slowly, he tore off a piece of the bread and dipped it in the salt. One by one, the others did the same. The rite was old as the North itself. With it, the tension broke like ice underfoot. Harry stepped aside, gesturing them inside the palisade. "Come," he said. "There's heat and shelter." They passed through the courtyard in wary single file, snow falling from their furs in sodden clumps. The last of them, a boy no older than 10, stumbled as he crossed the threshold. Lyanna caught his arm and guided him gently past the door. Once inside the main hall, they stood in a silent cluster, looking around in disbelief. The high beams, the crackling hearth, the woven rugs, it was more than any of them had ever known. "You built this," the bearded man rasped, turning to Harry. "With my hands," Harry said simply. And magic, Lyanna added, her voice soft but proud. The man swallowed, glancing at his shivering companions. Thank you. You can lay your things by the fire, Harry told them. Rest. No one will turn you out tonight. They did, moving with slow, exhausted purpose. Lyanna went among them with bowls of steaming broth, and Harry laid extra cloaks over the children's shoulders. Hours later, as the storm still howled beyond the thick walls of Potter Castle, Lyanna watched them drift into uneasy sleep, bellies full, faces thawing. She met Harry's gaze across the hall. I am very happy that I met you, she whispered. He shook his head. So am I. And for the first time in many months, she felt that maybe, just maybe, they had begun to make a home that was more than snow and stone. It was a refuge. A promise.